Chapter 1. Unforeseen Calamity. When my mother gave birth to me, she recounted that she had a dream of being entwined by a great serpent. Upon waking, she felt a sharp pain in her belly, and amidst her shouts at my father, I entered this world. During the naming ceremony, a fortune teller announced that I had the aura of a noble, destined for greatness. So my father, who possessed only an elementary school education, joyfully undertook the most cultured act of his life and named me Meng Long. The mystique surrounding my birth gradually faded as I grew up, for my family's high hopes revealed that I was merely an ordinary boy. While I displayed a bit of cleverness in my early years, as I matured, I became increasingly inept, struggling in academics and failing at sports. Now, having reached the age of 30, I muddle through life in a small company, burdened with low aspirations and devoid of accomplishments. The only stroke of fortune was marrying a beautiful wife. Despite my name, Meng Long, which is associated with dragons and celestial beings, I consider myself an atheist disbelieving in deities and, even more so, in supernatural creatures. In truth, I possess little understanding of what constitutes a monster. My only reference was from television shows, those fantastical beings that could transform into human form. Yet, those were merely performances, crafted by human imagination. What do real monsters look like, if they even exist? Who truly knows? But at this moment, I sat at the dinner table, stunned, as an ugly mouse informed me of the essence of monsters. Monsters are the primary members of the monster family, cultivated from plants and animals. They manifest human or near-human forms and possess certain magical powers, allowing them to operate both day and night. A weird creature is essentially a monster with an unusual and fearsome appearance, often endowed with significant magical abilities. Generally, monsters harbor no fondness for humanity and can be a threat like me. He chuckled with a mischievous grin, his balding head nodding with satisfaction. My hair stood on end, as his laughter, emanating from a mouse, was terrifying. Is he planning something sinister against me? My mind raced, bewildered at the sight of this large mouse, questioning how it materialized before me. It seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Just as I took a sip of milk and chewed on a steamed bun, I lifted my head to find its beady eyes staring back at me. Before I could scream, I was frozen in terror. "Good morning. Would you mind sharing a bit of your breakfast with me?" the mouse said, breaking the incredible silence. At that instant, my brain seemed to stall, my motor functions halted. I watched helplessly as it plunged its sparse whiskers into my half-finished milk, slurping with delight, eyes closed in ecstasy, while it taunted, "Don't even think about moving, I've cast a binding spell on you. Unless I release it, you cannot move or speak." Helplessly, my face flushed with a mix of anger and fear, resembling someone unable to relieve themselves in a bathroom. My gaze seething with hatred, though I wished it were a blade or a weapon. "Indeed, I'm here to harm you. To be precise, I'm here for revenge." He cast a cold glance my way, gesturing at me with one of his tiny paws while reciting a series of incantations I couldn't comprehend. My thoughts were a jumbled mess, yet I suddenly felt my body shrinking. My once strong hands morphed into two slender claws. Fine brown fur sprouted across my skin, and a searing pain emanated from my rear. In less than 10 seconds, I found a long, grotesque tail sprouting between my transformed legs. I could no longer suppress my scream, but instead of a human cry, it came out as a series of high-pitched squeaks. Dumbfounded, I slumped in my chair, finally coming to the distressing realization. I had transformed into a mouse. I raged, I roared, baring my teeth at the jubilant creature at the table. What had I done to deserve this? What had I done? The large, plump mouse watched me with delight as I furiously leaped about. "Now you can taste the experience of being a mouse. From now on, I will be Yahaha." How could this be? A mouse speaking human language while I, once human, was reduced to a creature limited to squeaking. Powerless, I observed as it sprang to the floor and instantaneously morphed into my exact likeness, right down to the indelible ink stain on my clothing. Chapter 2. A Sudden Calamity, Darling. "Have you finished eating?" A sweet, coaxing voice echoed from the room. Just as I was about to respond, I heard the I in my stead answer, "All right, let us head out." The voice was indistinguishably mine, that he effortlessly lifted me, then glared at me with malice, saying, "Just wait and see as your wife brings forth a litter of little mice." Ha, heavens! I could hardly fathom what that scene would entail. And in an instant, I fainted, my eyes rolling back. When I finally regained consciousness, it was already night that I found myself lying atop a heap of discarded paper in a trash can, surely, that I had tossed me here. To my relief, he hadn't hurled me from the 5th floor, nor had he kicked me to death, or cast me into the river to drown, that he claimed he sought revenge, but it was evidently a form of retribution. Perhaps he desired me to live on, to witness my own torment, that I gazed at the deep indigo sky, speckled with stars, and let out a long, despondent sigh. Alas, in this cycle of blame, I can only hold myself accountable. Who instructed me to take 5 lives of his offspring? The tale began the previous evening. While organizing the drawers, my wife had discovered a nest of baby mice, pink and blind, seemingly just born. She called out for me to dispose of them. Suddenly, I recalled a remedy I had come across that suggested immersing newborn mice in sesame oil to create mouse oil, a reputed cure for burns. On a whim, I tossed each of the 5 tiny creatures into the bottle of sesame oil, and they squirmed for a moment before succumbing that I scarcely gave it a second thought. That very night, I enthusiastically cuddled with my wife and engaged in activities on our soft, comfortable bed before collapsing into deep slumber, and in the middle of the night, I awoke, desperate for a bathroom break, only to hear rustling sounds from the kitchen. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the countertop, and I was astonished to see 2 large mice circling the sesame oil bottle. Oh dear, I felt a pang of guilt. Your little ones have become specimens. I stifled a chuckle, thinking to myself that they were mice, and they shouldn't blame me for my cruelty. That I yawned, intending to return to sleep, when the larger mouse caught sight of me and shot me a fierce glare that sent a shiver down my spine. It was as if that mouse bore the vengeful gaze of a man. You will pay for your actions. I could have sworn I heard a human voice filled with hostility. Could it be that mouse? Impossible. Mice cannot speak. Surely, it was an illusion. With that thought, I exited the kitchen. That I slept until dawn, having completely forgotten about the mouse incident. Little did I know, the moment of reckoning was upon me, and the price I would pay was monumental. The lesson was harsh, and I vowed to treat all creatures kindly from now on, be they cats, dogs, or even mice and insects. But oh, God, I implore you to return me to my former self. A tear slipped from my eye, a mouse-esque tear, that I began to believe in divine beings. Yet I had never offered incense. What deity would deign to assist me? My mother was fond of visiting temples during festivals. And as a child, I detested those places. The sight of bald monks and formidable Buddhas filled me with dread. That I played many mischievous pranks, such as adding a few whiskers to the statue of Guanyin, dumping incense ashes with water to mold little figurines, and disassembling the small prayer beads my mother brought back from the temple to use as marbles. For these antics, I received my share of reprimands from her. Now, those trivial misdeeds returned to my mind. Surely, my past transgressions had incurred the wrath of the divine, and perhaps my mother's accumulated virtue had been exhausted by my misbehavior. Thus, I was now facing the consequences. A cold breeze swept through, pulling me from my reverie and remorse. There is no remedy for regret in this world. I must confront the reality that I am now a small, gray-black mouse. That as my taut nerves began to relax, hunger struck me with a vengeance. That I was starving. I had fainted from hunger since morning, and my stomach began to protest. Fortunately, as a mouse, I should be able to scavenge something to sate my appetite. The garbage heap was rife with leftover food, teeming with flies and reeking of decay. That I swallowed hard, reminding myself that I was merely a mouse. Yet, I still couldn't bring myself to eat. Alas, even as a mouse, I must maintain some standards of hygiene. What if I were to suffer from diarrhea? I had never heard of a mouse falling ill, and what remedies were available. I had heard of rat poison, but that was a perilous gamble. The thought sent a chill through me. As a novice in the realm of mice, I lacked the discernment to identify which foods might be laced with poison. If I inadvertently consumed such a thing, my life would be forfeit. Once I sought the demise of mice, but now I might be courting my own end. Truly, how the tables have turned. Who could have predicted I would descend to such depths? I shook my head in resignation and mustered my strength to climb out of the trash can. Chapter 3. 5 Lives of Mice. The world was aglow with lights. That I looked up at the window of my 5th floor apartment, where the lights were still shining bright. This was a neighborhood slated for demolition. Years ago, my family's land was developed, leading us to reside in this abode that my mother likened to a birdcage. She and my father found it uninhabitable and returned to my grandmother's countryside home. This two-bedroom apartment had served as my marital abode. Many years had passed, and the place had aged, with mice making nests everywhere, even evolving into something more. What was that mouse, now me, doing? Suddenly, I recalled the words he spoke earlier, intending for my wife to bear a litter of little mice. This was dire. My wife remained oblivious to the fact that he was not I, but rather a mouse that, oh dear. What if they were? I hurriedly scrambled out of the trash can, my heart racing as I dashed upstairs, only to discover that climbing stairs as a mouse was no simple feat. By the time I reached the 5th floor, I was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, and panting heavily. Disaster. The door was shut. How would I get in? I paced back and forth outside, racking my brain for a solution. It seemed I had no choice but to seek an alternative route. The windowsill? The balcony? I searched for any means to enter the apartment, but to no avail. Clearly, I was ill-suited to the life of a mouse. My skills were lacking. Finally, after tremendous effort, I managed to squeeze through the communal vent into the kitchen. That moment, I nearly cried. What a feat to return home, akin to a labor returning for the spring festival. Wife, my dear, please don't go to bed with him. I had no time to clean the grease off my fur and dashed into the room. To my surprise, it was empty. The sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. Oh no. Could they be indulging in a romantic bath together? I hopped anxiously at the bathroom door, hearing peals of laughter from within. In that moment, I wished to bash my head against the wall. I felt like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth with no plan in sight. Before long, the eye, clad in my bathrobe, emerged, carrying my alluring wife, who was wrapped only in a towel, into the room. The instant the door closed, I bolted inside like an arrow that if he dared to touch my wife, I would surely bite him fiercely. The soft pink bedside lamp flickered to life as he gazed lovingly at my unsuspecting wife. Reclining on the bed, that pink lamp was our cherished signal of intimacy. How could this wretched creature know? I was taken aback, then realized that he must have spent significant time in our home, thoroughly understanding our habits. Perhaps he had witnessed countless moments of our intimacy, and the thought of having unwittingly performed for him filled me with rage. Darling, you look exquisite today. Far more beautiful than that Zhang Zi or anyone else you're incorrigible. Always flattering me. Oh dear. Now it was my turn to watch their performance. If it were anyone else, I would have found it amusing, but the leading lady was my beloved wife, I shouted in desperation. Counting to 3, running and leaping, and after 3 attempts, I finally managed to leap onto the bedside table. Ready for a last-ditch effort, I brandished my claws, attempting to present a fearsome visage, a tactic commonly employed in animal confrontations. It was said to enhance one's intimidation factor. He clearly saw me and disdainfully smiled before swatting me aside with a casual flick of his hand. I crashed against the wall and lost consciousness. Darling, what's wrong with you today? Have you taken some sort of enhancement? Baby, your husband has suddenly become a paragon of valor today. I assure you, I am at my peak performance in a daze. I awoke to such dialogue. Startled, I opened my eyes to find 2 pristine bodies rolling on the once warm and soft bed I had occupied. I frantically attempted to rise, but my body felt weak, forcing me to crawl forward inch by inch. Wife, no, please don't, I cried out, but my feeble squeaks were entirely drowned out by the moans of the 2 on the bed. I finally climbed onto the bedside table for the second time. The detestable I writhed atop my wife, grinning triumphantly at me, as if to say, "Haha, I'm going to make you furious." My chest heaved with rage, my vision blurred with anger. He freed one hand and, as if handling a chick, grabbed my tail and tossed me aside. I plummeted to the floor, bouncing a few times before rolling under the bed. My wife lay there, eyes closed, utterly oblivious to the plight of her true husband, who was now groaning beneath the bed. What was I to do? I could only submit to his whims. It seemed I had to seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while he was unprepared. I took a deep breath, contemplating how to scale the bed and strike from behind. Testing my claws, I found them surprisingly effective, able to grip the bedsheet with ease. Later, I suddenly realized that mice inherently possess such abilities, It was merely that I had never considered myself a mouse. Chapter 4. The Battle of Humans and Mice in a Moment of Determination. I swiftly scaled the bed by clambering up the bed sheet that hung down to the floor, that a wave of joy washed over me as I finally discovered my own capabilities. But what was that squinting? I gasped in shock. There, on the mouse's white rear, dangled a tail. Wasn't that unmistakably a mouse's tail? It swayed back and forth, flaunting itself with every movement of its hindquarters. Overcome with hubris, I thoughtlessly exposed my vulnerability. In my elation, I summoned all my strength and bit down fiercely on that tail, that I put every ounce of rage and hatred into that bite. And it surely had considerable force. Indeed, the creature leaped up as if struck by lightning, howling in agony as it rolled around on the bed, clutching its backside. Startled, my wife immediately sat up to investigate. But the moment she glanced at me, who was now in fits of laughter, a deafening cry erupted. A mouse! My eardrums struggled to cope with the sudden spike in volume, and my head felt as if it might burst. Ringing incessantly, to my astonishment, my ordinarily timid wife transformed into a fierce warrior in that moment, resolutely swinging a pillow at me. The mighty gust propelled me out of the open window. Good heavens! We were on the 5th floor. Falling from such a height could only lead to a gruesome demise, especially if I were to encounter a hungry cat. Would I not be reduced to mere bones? As these thoughts coursed through my mind, a wave of heat washed over me, and my vision turned dark as I lost consciousness. Where do mice go when they die? Are they taken away by the messengers of the afterlife? Are those ancient spirits too busy to come for me? I pondered this while I waited and waited for someone to claim my soul. Yet, after an eternity of silence, I began to wonder if my transformation from human to mouse had left me in a jurisdiction that was neither here nor there. Unclaimed by anyone. Hey, wake up! Hey, wake up! You're clearly not dead. Are you just asleep? In my haze, I heard someone speaking. Was it directed at me? I forced one eye open and found a massive mouse head hovering less than 5 millimeters from my nose. Ah! I yelped, springing to my feet as if I had encountered a ghost. Once I regained my composure, I realized I was still alive and remarkably unharmed. Before me stood a yellow-furred mouse, twice my size, gazing at me in astonishment. "Excuse me, are you awake now?" it queried, its curiosity evident that I pointed upwards, swallowing hard, and said, "I think I just fell from the 5th floor. I can hardly believe I'm still alive." The yellow mouse exaggeratedly gaped at me, and I initially thought it shared my shock, but soon it burst into uproarious laughter, rolling on the ground in fits of hilarity, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, this is too funny." I was incensed. What was so amusing about my narrow escape? Was it a joke that I had survived such a fall? When I fell from the rooftop as a child, I was unscathed. What is the big deal about the 5th floor? Look at you, all flustered. We mice have this innate ability. It scoffed, wrinkling its nose at me in disdain, its glossy whiskers twitching derisively. I stammered, on the verge of explaining that I was not a mouse. But I caught myself just in time, refraining from speaking those words, that I realized that to truly navigate life as a mouse, I would need to humbly seek guidance, or risk facing dire consequences. I was utterly ignorant of essential survival skills, such as locating clean and non-toxic food and drink, evading predators, and finding a suitable home. Without this knowledge, my existence would be untenable. "Brother, I wish to accompany you from now on. Please accept me." I donned a pleading smile, resolved to stick with this yellow fellow for a while, until I acclimated to the life of a mouse before bidding him farewell, that I expected he would be taken aback, overwhelmed with joy. But instead, as soon as I finished speaking, he looked at me as if I were a dinosaur, then stomped his foot and unleashed a torrent of insults. "Freak, pervert, madman, lunatic." He turned on his heel, storming away in a huff that I was utterly bewildered, left with no choice but to chase after him. "Brother, wait for me." "Who is your brother?" He was furious, refusing to even glance my way. Brother, don't be angry. What have I done to offend you? Please enlighten me." Under the eaves, one must bow their head, that I trailed behind him, like a humble pup, nearly on the verge of kneeling to beg for his forgiveness. He turned his head back to scrutinize me. "Do you mean to say that falling from the upper floors has damaged your brain, leaving you unable to distinguish between genders?" Truly, I have encountered a fool. What? He's a female? No, a female mouse? I was left dumbfounded, realizing I had committed a fundamental error. After all, don't all mice appear somewhat similar? How could one discern between male and female? Chapter 5. The Battle of Humans and Mice 2-inch today. I am in a good mood, so I won't hold your apparent lack of intelligence against you. She held her head high, gesturing for me to step aside as she prepared to leave. I could not allow her to dismiss me so easily, so I quickly changed my address to sister. To my dismay, this only seemed to infuriate her further. Am I that old? Just call me miss or sister. She seemed to have arbitrarily decided that I was younger than her, but she did not appear to be unkind, and I resolved to stick by her side, albeit uncertain of whether she had a mate. Fearing a potential beating if I overstepped, I hastily apologized, feigning a pitiful countenance, claiming I remembered nothing, perhaps due to my fall, and that I was both thirsty and hungry, unsure of how to proceed. My heartfelt performance evoked her nurturing instincts, and she wept alongside me. Then, with a thump on her chest, she declared, "From now on, you will follow me. As long as I have food, you shall not go hungry." Ah! Success! I felt a wave of relief. At last, I had found a semblance of security in this unfamiliar world of mice. This yellow mouse, despite her fierce demeanor, possessed a kind heart. She introduced herself as Lucy, the owner of a nightclub. Goodness, a nightclub run by a mouse. Come work as my bodyguard. However, she appraised me, hesitating, you don't seem fit for that role. You look rather frail. Never mind, you could be a server. With boundless curiosity, I dutifully followed Lucy to a corner of the underground garage, where an assortment of items lay scattered about. Cardboard boxes, tattered clothes, jars, and various pieces of rubbish, likely collected by the drunken old doorman, perhaps hoping to exchange them for a drink. Unbeknownst to him, this clutter had become the domain of mice. "Bill, this is my establishment." Lucy had given me the name Bill. She explained that all her employees had Western names. As it was fashionable, I was momentarily taken aback. Having been called Dream Dragon for decades, this sudden name change felt quite foreign. The garage was dimly lit by energy-saving bulbs, and there were only a handful of them. Our community's residents frequently neglected to pay their maintenance fees, resulting in broken fixtures going unfixed. Several property management companies had already been chased away, and the current one likely would not last long either. However, for mice, the darkness was a mere trifle. They craved it more than any other creature. "Lucy, you're here?" "Oh, and who is this?" A mouse with a tuft of red fur on its right ear greeted guests at the entrance. "Oh, our new arrival, Bill. Take him inside for makeup." "Makeup? I needed to wear makeup. Did I have to perform?" Goodness, I had always lacked artistic talent. I was tone-deaf and stiff-limbed if I attempted to sing or dance. I would surely frighten away the guest. It wasn't until my right ear was dyed with red ink that I understood this was their version of makeup, a way for guests to recognize the staff members. "Hey, sister, what is the name of this nightclub?" Thanks to Lucy's guidance, I was now able to distinguish between male and female by scent. Along the way, I encountered mostly female employees and male patrons. The mouse who had led me in was named Julia, considerably smaller than Lucy, with a different coat color. According to Lucy, she was known to humans as a yellow-breasted mouse. So what species was Julia? As Julia greeted the guests, she informed me, "It's called Night Bloom. Lucy loves Night Bloom, so that's the name of the club. Didn't you notice the plastic flower at the entrance?" Recalling, I realized there was indeed a plastic flower. So that was the nightclub's emblem. I had assumed it was merely discarded trash. Did I introduce myself to the staff? Their astonished gazes left me feeling somewhat perplexed. Were we not all mice? Did I appear that terrifying? After gaining a general understanding of Night Bloom, I realized that every employee and patron was considerably larger than I was. In comparison, I felt like a mere child. Every time I brought a bottle cap to them, they regarded me with surprise, questioning whether the owner had employed child labor. Furthermore, every species present was different from me, meaning I was the only little house mouse. Perhaps this is the very reason for their astonishment. To make matters worse, the patrons of the establishment seemed rather unwelcoming towards me, that I remained perplexed as to what I might have done to provoke their disdain. In particular, the yellow-breasted mice, led by the security guard Jim, exhibit a pronounced aversion towards me, leaving me in a state of constant trepidation and unease. Chapter 6. The yellow-breasted mouse. I found myself compelled to forge alliances with mice of other species in hopes of continuing my existence in the night fragrance establishment. The brown rat, with its blunt snout, short and thick ears, and a body length of 17 to 20 centimeters, more than double my size, was the only one capable of rivaling the yellow-breasted mouse in stature. Regrettably, the night fragrance was dominated by the yellow-breasted mice, and only 2 brown rats were present. Another bodyguard, named Paul, and the dancer Kate. The remaining staff, including the hostess Julia, the makeup artist, the bartender, and other waitstaff and dancers, were either field mice, black rats, or part of the same clan as the proprietress Lucy, a yellow-breasted mouse that I, being the smallest, could only be classified among the house mice. It was only later that I learned of the long-standing animosity between the yellow-breasted mice and the house mice, a feud passed down through generations, the original cause of which remained elusive. The proprietress Lucy, as a member of the yellow-breasted clan, had taken in a house mouse as a waiter and defended it at every turn, naturally inciting discontent among her kin. This, I realized, was the root of the animosity directed towards me. Fortunately, the other mice of different species treated me relatively well, and we maintained a commendable unity on the yellow-breasted mice's territory. One evening, the establishment hosted a mysterious dance troupe, drawing a flood of guests into the night fragrance, creating an exhilarating atmosphere. The troupe's mystery stemmed from the fact that all its members were white mice, a rare sight indeed. With the overwhelming influx of patrons, the once spacious cardboard boxes became cramped, complicating the waitstaff's duties. Being the smallest, I could only scurry beneath others, and inadvertently spilled a drink, splashing it onto the foot of a yellow-breasted mouse. The burly creature immediately slapped me with considerable force, exclaiming, "Clumsy fool, get lost!" Though the impact was less severe than my previous encounter with the bald-headed brute, my cheek burned with pain. "What is going on? What happened?" Paul arrived and, upon witnessing my plight, immediately engaged in a scuffle with the burly mouse. In an instant, the night fragrance descended into chaos, with patrons instinctively clearing a space for the 2 equally matched adversaries to clash. Paul's long tail whipped through the air, reminiscent of a Qing dynasty swordsman wielding his braid as a weapon. Just as the tumultuous battle was about to unfold, a sharp voice rang out, "Stop it, Paul, stop!" Lucy, adorned with a small Barbie doll hat, emerged from the crowd and rushed into the fray. "Paul, you come down this instant," she commanded, forcing Paul to withdraw before apologizing profusely to the burly mouse. Anxiously, I stood by, contemplating my fate. According to the principle that the customer is always right, I anticipated being forced to apologize, perhaps even facing dismissal. True to my apprehensions, an hour later, Paul and I were unceremoniously dismissed. Lucy, clearly distressed, informed me that one is a local tyrant. We cannot afford to offend him, that I'm truly sorry, but we must ask you to leave. Poor Paul, innocent in this affair, became an unwitting casualty of my misfortune, that I felt a pang of sadness. This was my first refuge, a place where I had hoped to establish myself. Despite some unfriendly faces, there were others I would miss dearly. That it was Lucy who dismissed me, yet I harbored deep gratitude towards her. After all, she had provided me with shelter during my most vulnerable moments. I departed quietly, just as I had arrived. I waved gently, bidding farewell to the clouds of the western sky. That moment, as I left the night fragrance, Sujuma's poetry surged forth in my heart. Perhaps it was because, just a week prior, I had been a living being watching a television drama, but now I genuinely felt the pangs of helplessness and reluctance that I in the dim light of the garage. 2 shadows moved silently, one large, the other small. Paul and I, solitary and forlorn. Paul, whose real name was Bing San, was said to have been named so because his mother craved biscuits while pregnant with him, and he was the 3rd child, hence the name. This naming convention was certainly more outrageous than those from Torpon or Hainan Island. Upon leaving the night fragrance, we returned to our original names. I called him Bing San, and he called me Meng Long. Bing San, I am truly sorry for dragging you into this. Lucy is quite heartless. She could have just dismissed me, but why did she also have to let you go? I felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for putting him in this position. Now, he too was left without a home, despite having been a long-standing employee at the night fragrance. only to be ruthlessly cast out by Lucy. Business people, after all, prioritize profit over loyalty. Yet I couldn't understand why she had taken me in initially. He shook his head, saying, "Don't say that about her. She has her own difficulties. You know, the one who hit you is not to be trifled with. He has 10 brothers, all of whom are aggressive and domineering. They are typically lazy, taking pleasure in bullying others and stealing the hard-earned food of others. When they come to the night fragrance, they never pay. Lucy doesn't dare charge them, that if he had brought his brothers along. Our fate could have been far worse. No one dares to cross them because they are so united. When brothers band together, who can stand against them?" Chapter 7. Miss Lucy Goodness, they are quite formidable. I gasped in realization. This place was indeed a society governed by the law of the jungle, rife with violence, bloodshed, and injustice. Humanity's vices have been thoroughly assimilated by these creatures living in the shadows. Survival, it seems, is never easy, whether for humans or for mice. So, is there no one who can put them in check? No police? I naively assumed there must be someone to maintain order and quell the unruly. After all, among humans, there exists a group that fulfills such roles, regardless of government. They are always needed to uphold peace. Bing San shot me a withering glance, scoffing, "Do you think you're human? You don't exactly seem deranged, yet you have this strange notion. In the world of mice, how could there possibly be police? Here, it's the strong who dictate the rules. The strong reign supreme. This warehouse is the domain of those 10 brothers." I pursed my lips, wanting to retort that I was indeed human, but the words never left my mouth till I finally comprehended that I had arrived in a lawless territory where the strong ruled, and the weak were mere lambs to their slaughter. In the human world, I had always lived an ordinary, mundane life, believing I had little talent and would achieve nothing significant, that I had willingly settled for mediocrity, content to pursue no lofty ambitions. Yet now, as a mouse, an inexplicable fire of determination ignited within me. For I am a human, albeit encased in the skin of a house mouse. My intellect and thoughts remain unscathed. If I cannot contend with these ruffians, how could I ever honor the potential of my human brain? I, Ming Long, must become a formidable force, earning the respect of those who once looked down upon me. I must devise a plan to deal with those rascals. Should I succeed, my standing in the mouse community would undoubtedly rise significantly. But how could I possibly confront them? In a few days, our breeding season approaches, and many females will undoubtedly be in peril, that I pray my girlfriend Kate remain safe, that we had even made plans to marry. Bing San expressed worry for his girlfriend, the dancer Kate, knowing that without him, she would be unprotected. That it appeared these ruffians were all lecherous, prone to abducting women and committing heinous acts. If they fancied someone, they would stop at nothing to claim their prize. Even Lucy had once narrowly escaped their clutches. Damn, women are meant to be cherished, not bullied. I cursed inwardly, recognizing their wickedness. If I do not confront them, I shall not be called Ming Long for the first time in my life. My brain cells began to awaken and engage in earnest, that I had never felt my mind function so sharply before. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and a brilliant plan began to take shape in my thoughts. Bing San, who would be considered the recognized beauty in this warehouse, the one those 10 brothers would covet. In my eyes, a public darling should at least possess the charm and cuteness of a white mouse. Otherwise, how could anyone be so enamored with such creatures, keeping them as pets? Bing San pondered for a couple of seconds before delivering an answer that genuinely astonished me. Well, Lucy should qualify as the public darling. In the past, the ruffian pursued her, but she was not interested. He tried to force himself upon her, but Lucy was fiercely resistant, unwilling to submit. Consequently, he often came to the establishment to cause trouble. Lucy, the very yellow-breasted mouse I had once regarded as my big sister, the same proprietress, robust and commanding, who strode with confidence and spoke with authority. Goodness, she is deemed a beauty? I could hardly believe my ears. It is said that mice share the closest genetic ties with humans, even more so than primates like gorillas, yet their standards of beauty seem vastly divergent. However, with Lucy as a candidate, it was not entirely unfavorable. I still held a fair chance of persuading her to join my scheme. I felt she might be willing to ally with us. As the clock struck midnight, The vibrant neon lights danced tirelessly amidst the intoxicating atmosphere of indulgence. The night was heavy, yet it could not quell the city's tumult. In many dimly lit corners, where light scarcely penetrates, the mice embark on their nocturnal escapades. This peculiar habit, unbeknownst to many, has infiltrated the daily lives of certain humans, revealing that not only are humans influencing mice, but mice are equally impacting humanity. The most opulent private room of the establishment, known as Night Fragrance, is nestled within an overturned, dilapidated fruit basket. The cost for a night in this exclusive chamber is equivalent to 20 soybeans or 40 grains of rice. Accessible solely to VIP guests, those of lesser stature are barred entry. Within the confines of Night Fragrance, a bottle of beer is priced at a mere grain of rice, and an ordinary patron might manage to spend 7 or 8 grains of rice. A feat that is already quite remarkable. Carrying such a quantity of sustenance for consumption is no small task, let alone the 20 soybeans and 40 grains of rice. One would need to prepare several aides or servants to bear the burden. Thus, those who appear haughty and are accompanied by attendants are undoubtedly of VIP status. They are the deities of Night Fragrance. Miss Lucy would neither dare nor wish to offend them lightly. Chapter 8. Night Fragrance Today. The VIP room has once again been reserved for the entire night, compelling Miss Lucy to attend to the guests within. The affluent patron is none other than one of the notorious Thug brothers, known as Not to be Provoked. Miss Lucy, after a few days' absence, you seem even more enchanting. What fortunate wind has blown your invitation to my door? Not to be Provoked chuckles with ill intent, his beady eyes roving over Lucy's form. The usually aloof and distant beauty, Lucy, unexpectedly extends an invitation today, leaving him both surprised and flattered. Lucy sways her sturdy waist, adopting a coy tone as she pouts. Oh, how you jest. Am I not allowed to simply invite you for a drink? Not to be Provoked, already elated, finds his delight heightened by Lucy's playful demeanor. Internally, he rejoices. When did this beauty become so perceptive? He recalls the last time he sought her company, only to be turned away. Had she not been so adamantly resistant, he might have resorted to force, fearing the potential backlash from the establishment's proprietor, who is quite a prominent figure in her own right. You aren't still brooding over my previous rejection, are you? In truth, I too have my reasons. Lucy adopts a pitiful expression, her eyes glistening with unshed tears that in reality, I am hidden behind the private chamber, nearly bursting with laughter. This is but the first step of my ploy, compelling Lucy to manipulate Not to be Provoked. If I were to acquiesce to you, I would betray your other 9 brothers. They have all expressed similar desires, and while I may hold affection solely for you, I fear for your safety should they become aware. Can you contend with them? Previously, I harbored concerns regarding Lucy's acting skills, worried that Not to be Provoked might see through her ruse. Now, however, I am utterly captivated by this yellow-breasted mouse. Once deemed mercenary in nature, were she human, I would wager she would be a thespian of extraordinary talent. Male creatures are inherently combative, and under Lucy's provocations, Not to be Provoked is indeed unsettled by her performance. His emotions are entirely at her mercy as he gazes at her with a mix of sympathy and admiration, which soon morphs into anger. The power of love is profound. This is an unchanging axiom applicable even to the animal kingdom. Fear not, Lucy. I shall come to no harm. I will face them openly and win you. Not to be Provoked pounds his broad chest, exuding determination. This is precisely the effect I sought to achieve that I exhale a silent sigh of relief. The next step is to intoxicate him. A task I am confident Lucy can manage. Her performance tonight is equally impressive. The proprietress of Night Fragrance is hosting a martial arts contest for suitors. This sensational news spreads like wildfire through the hidden corners of the garage. Lucy is a beloved figure, and one can easily imagine the fervor surrounding her contest for suitors. Regardless of whether they harbor romantic feelings or simply wish to observe, whether they are envious or merely spectators, all converge on this day. The mice in the garage seem to celebrate a grand festival, surrounding the entrance of Night Fragrance in a dense throng. The arena is set before the entrance of Night Fragrance. A decision made with commercial considerations in mind, I anticipate a substantial turnout for this contest, with spectators likely to patronize the establishment. Lucy wholeheartedly supports my idea. She now regards me with newfound respect. I dare not become too complacent, for the plan is only half realized. Over the course of several evenings, Lucy has met with each of the Thug brothers in various locations, expressing her affection for each and inviting them to the contest. They have all pledged to attend, determined to best their rivals and win her heart that, as the saying goes, when the crane and clam contend, the fisherman benefits. This strategy is known as the counter-espionage tactic. During the Three Kingdoms period, on the eve of the Battle of Red Cliffs, Cao Cao led an army of alleged 830,000 troops, poised across the Yangtze River, and seized the south at that time. Sun and Lu united against Xiao. Despite their forces being significantly smaller, Zhou Yu, of the Sun-Lu alliance, employed counter-espionage to eliminate the traitorous generals Cai Mao and Zhang Yun, laying the groundwork for victory against Xiao. Those familiar with history will recognize this tale. Unfortunately, the mice surely have not perused such literature, save for me, this singular mouse. Thus, none suspect that the contest for suitors is merely a ruse. The arena is a makeshift platform, relatively even. Should a contestant fail to rise within 10 seconds or tumble off, they lose. That, of course, life and death are in the hands of fate, and each duelist is responsible for their own well-being. The onlooking mice are larger than I, and unless I wish to risk being trampled, I must find a vantage point. To this end, Lucy has procured a broken shoe rack as a viewing platform, allowing me and several smaller mice to ascend and observe the contest from above, which provides an excellent perspective. Chapter 9. Forced resignation. First to enter the arena is not to be provoked, who charges forth, brimming with bravado, casting a disdainful glance at the audience below, baring his teeth in a fierce grimace. I discern that he is attempting to intimidate all the males. Who dares to challenge me will face dire consequences. However, his brothers evidently share his ferocious and combative nature. Within a minute, a challenger leaps onto the stage. The crowd erupts in cheers. This yellow-breasted mouse is missing his left ear, presumably lost in a scuffle with a human, resembling the infamous One Ear. He appears even more grotesque than not to be provoked. His beady black eyes gleaming with menace, a truly terrifying sight. This is the leader of the Thug brothers, known as One Ear, quite formidable. Bing San explains beside me, serving as an adequate commentator. Just how formidable is he compared to not to be provoked? I ponder silently, though the outcome shall soon be revealed, and I hope for a fierce clash. Though One Ear and not to be provoked are brothers, their fight is anything but gentle. They show no mercy whatsoever. I cannot fathom what enchantment Lucy has cast upon them to incite such fervor. The audience gasps and cheers in response to their brawl, and I have heard that wagers have been placed. As a result, the crowd naturally divides into two factions, rooting for their respective champions. Though lacking the polish of our Olympic cheerleaders, their fervor is nonetheless quite impressive. The fighters enter a stalemate. Not to be provoked bites down on One Ear's remaining ear, while One Ear sinks his teeth in a not to be provoked's abdomen, the two of them rolling about, neither willing to relent. They have rolled off the platform and onto the ground, sending dust flying. According to the rules, you both lose, as you have both fallen to the ground. However, fret not. You may challenge again shortly. The referee is none other than Lucy herself, who casts a flirtatious glance at both fighters before inviting the next challenger to the stage. This rule, of course, is my own invention, designed to afford the defeated a chance to continue challenging, primarily to amplify their mutual destruction and exhaust their stamina as much as possible. Not to be provoked and One Ear, red-eyed from the fight, reluctantly release their grips, panting heavily while glaring at one another with lingering intensity. I will not concede. I shall be the champion. Not to be provoked insists, tending to his wounds. One Ear, undeterred, shakes his fist in a gesture of defiance, proclaiming himself the victor. This display swiftly ignites the discontent of several other brothers. Let the strength of our hands determine the victor. A particularly scrappy mouse, with sparse fur, leaps onto the platform. His whip-like tail thrashes loudly. Come up and test your mettle. No sooner has he spoken than another yellow-breasted mouse springs forth. Another chaotic brawl is about to unfold. this time pitting the second brother, Slim Fur, against the third, Spotted. Slim Fur appears acutely aware of the advantages of striking first, launching a sudden attack that topples his somewhat dim-witted sibling. Why does this Spotted look a bit dim-witted? I inquire of Paul. He replies that the lad has always been a bit slow, a classic case of brawn over brain. Perhaps he suffered some ailment in his youth. Among the thug brothers, he is the least intelligent, yet he possesses considerable size and strength. Thus, Slim Fur must rely on cunning to achieve victory, that dim-witted. Ha! To my eyes, they all seem of similar ilk, that I stifle a laugh. It is often said that mice are clever. Yet perhaps that is an exaggeration. Meanwhile, Slim Fur and Spotted, one relying on brute force and the other on guile, engage in a fierce contest, driving the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Simultaneously, the business of night-blooming jasmine has surged to unprecedented heights. According to incomplete statistics, since the commencement of the competition, the store has already sold 2 cans of beer. Alcohol serves to elevate spirits, and this intoxicating substance, capable of dilating blood vessels and numbing nerves, has stirred the audience's fervor to such a degree that a riot almost ensued. I was truly unprepared for such an occurrence. After all, in our human competitions, there are usually police and security to maintain order. Yet, instances of fans brawling on the field are not uncommon, and the newspapers would undoubtedly report such incidents at the earliest opportunity, with the instigators being taken to the police station and so forth. If this group of ruffians were to engage in a brawl, I would surely be at a loss. However, observing the 2 entangled mice, who had been fighting for quite some time, I noticed their fine fur gradually giving way, revealing signs of defeat. Ultimately, the Spotted one emerged victorious, demonstrating the sheer strength of this creature. Yet, the victory was not easily won. The victor bore numerous wounds, bloodied and battered, and having never been particularly handsome, he now appeared even more grotesque. Who would be the next challenger? I was anxious about the passage of time. If the fights did not conclude by dawn, it would be disastrous, for the arena would no longer be set up. Mice are nocturnal creatures, and during the day, few venture out aimlessly. Fortunately, the Spotted one had exhausted much of his strength, and before long, he was replaced by the next challenger. The victor was the 4th brother of the 10 brothers. Blackskin. Perhaps due to his dark fur, he seemed to stand out like an African among a crowd of Asians when compared to the surrounding yellow-haired mice. Chapter 10. Forced resignation. The 5th brother was a formidable opponent. The 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and youngest brothers took turns in the fray, enjoying themselves immensely. When the 5th and eldest brothers, who had previously been dissatisfied after losing, resumed their challenges, the fighting escalated fervently. The more spirited the brawls became, the more delighted I was from my vantage point in the stands. People began to place bets on the ultimate victor once more. However, I surmised that none of them would prevail, for in my plans, the final mouse standing would be dealt with by Pancake 3, that allowing him to bask in the limelight seemed a boon for that lad. Given that our plans required secrecy, even his girlfriend was unaware, leaving me to wonder if she'd grow jealous in the end. Competing in a contest is one matter, but winning a wife is surely another. As long as Pancake 3 declares his renouncement of the prize, Miss Lucy, no one would have grounds for complaint. After all, marrying or not is his prerogative, and he could only be accused of being untrustworthy at worst. As for Miss Lucy's reputation, it would likely remain unscathed. Here, marriage is exceedingly liberal, that a man may take countless wives, and a woman may wed numerous men, provided they so desire and have the means. As dawn approached, only one mouse remained on the arena, teetering on the brink of collapse. The others had already succumbed to exhaustion. Upon closer inspection, I was astonished to find that it was the formidable one. This creature was truly tenacious, managing to endure until the very end. That if I were Lucy, I would undoubtedly feel a surge of emotion. It was no small feat. Indeed, just as I began to swell with pride at the prospect of my plan nearing fruition, misfortune struck, that I had turned to call for Pancake 3 to confront the formidable opponent when, out of nowhere, someone jostled me, and I stumbled, falling headlong into the fray. That it was entirely unforeseen. Truly, I stood there, dumbfounded on the arena, gazing at the formidable one rolling on the ground, clutching his eyes and howling in agony. It took me a moment to comprehend what had transpired. When I fell from the stands, I had anticipated landing ungracefully, but gravity had propelled me directly onto the formidable one, specifically onto his head. I clung desperately to his head, wholly oblivious to where my claws were digging in. Only when he let out a deafening, anguished cry did I realize that my sharp little claws were firmly embedded in his eyes. Blood gushing forth. It seemed his eyesight was irreparably damaged, that a stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Each spectator was rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events. Just then, a rooster crowed from the home of Aunt Wong in the neighborhood. That resounding call pierced through layers of brick and cement, reaching the ears of every mouse present. Though everyone was aware that keeping chickens in the neighborhood was prohibited, the fiery Aunt Wong insisted on her right to do so, leaving no one able to contest her. Thus, this rooster became a well-known alarm clock, and the residents of the vicinity were fortunate enough to hear a sound rarely encountered in the city, the crowing of a rooster. The rooster crowed. Dawn was approaching. The contest of martial prowess must soon come to an end. This had been the predetermined time from the outset that I ought to have been celebrating exuberantly, filled with joy and cheering loudly. Yet at this moment, I loathed that rooster for its ill-timed crowing. Its cacophony inadvertently rendered me the champion, the final victor of the contest, and Lucy's prospective husband. Oh, my God! How could matters have unfolded this way? I found it hard to believe, and the onlookers were undoubtedly even more astonished. For a moment, I forgot to orchestrate the final step of my plan. But thankfully, Pancake 3 reacted promptly. Several brawny figures, having lain in wait among the audience, swiftly subdued the battered and exhausted 10 brothers. This action finally awakened the crowd to the notion of rebellion. Years of pent-up resentment erupted in an instant, and they cast aside any thoughts of mourning their losses in the betting, zealously pouncing upon the incapacitated 10 brothers, quickly tearing them to shreds. Amidst the chaos, the 10 brothers met a gruesome end. Their bodies dismembered, a sight too horrific to behold. This was not the conclusion I had envisioned. I had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of the people's wrath. After being numbed for so long, they suddenly realized that the seemingly invincible 10 brothers could indeed be vanquished, and without breaking a sweat. The bloodshed only served to ignite their primal instincts that in less than 10 minutes, the arena transformed into a slaughterhouse. Strewn with blood and corpses, the frenzied crowd vented their pent-up hatred. The surrounding chaos gradually subsided, and joy and elation swept through once more. Indeed, the tyrannical forces had been vanquished. How could the people not feel exhilarated? The garage mice found themselves immersed in a sea of jubilation. This genuine delight was reflected in their various dance steps and songs. That a festival, a true celebration had arrived. Pancake 3 lifted me high, shouting, "Hero, hero!" An increasing number of people hoisted me into the air, with waves of "Hero, hero!" echoing, each wave louder than the last, nearly shattering my eardrums. Chapter 11. The plan to eliminate evil. Dizzy and disoriented, I caught sight of a pair of eyes filled with affection. It was Lucy, gazing at me with admiration and tenderness, sending unmistakable signals of affection. Oh no! She was certain to want to marry me. Panic surged through me, and I quickly struggled to roll away from the throng of mice. Hoping to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos to escape, I had no desire to wed such a large and hefty partner. Besides, I was a person. How could I marry a mouse? Moreover, just above my head on the 5th floor, I had a real wife waiting for me. The thought of her brought a wave of sorrow and anger. I couldn't help but wonder what that bald-headed mouse impersonating me had done to her. How could I return to my normal life? As I reminisced about my human wife, I lowered my head, seeking a moment to slip through the throngs of mice. Suddenly, I noticed that the mice around me were dwindling in number. Unable to contain my curiosity, I lifted my gaze and discovered that a path had opened up among the crowd. At the end of that path, a plump yellow-breasted mouse was gracefully striding towards me. Her soft, watery eyes locked onto mine, seemingly conveying 1,000 unspoken words. That I broke out in a cold sweat, goosebumps prickling my skin. This was it. I was doomed. I retreated step by step, and she followed closely, until my back collided with the cold wall behind me, leaving me with no escape. Darling, I never imagined that the one who would win the competition would be you. I found myself enveloped in her imposing presence, my nostrils filled with her unique scent. Perhaps due to my altered physiology, my sense of smell had changed as well. I found myself perceiving her scent as quite alluring, reminiscent of my wife's faint fragrance, a scent I hadn't experienced in far too long. Lucy's proximity ignited a surge of desire within me. I swallowed hard, questioning whether I truly intended to share a bed with this mouse. Before I could arrive at a conclusion, I was swept into a warm, soft embrace. "Come, darling, let us discuss matters inside," she said, her voice exceptionally gentle, like a spring breeze caressing my long, lonely heart, bringing with it the tender touch of spring rain, refreshing the parched earth that I felt as though I were entranced. I could not control my steps as I found myself embracing her and entering the night-blooming jasmine. Behind us, the crowd erupted in cheers and whistles, and everyone we encountered warmly congratulated us. Even the staff at Night Blooming Jasmine greeted me with smiles. "Bill, I never realized you had it in you." "Indeed." "Oh, from now on, you'll be our boss." "Yes, yes, we look forward to your guidance in the future." Time passed, and the sound of the garage door opening echoed through the space. The workers arrived to retrieve their vehicles, and the sound of footsteps and the soft jingling of keys filled the air. The mice began to retreat into their daytime slumber, that I in the human's view. There was no longer a trace of their presence. This was Lucy's lair, a discarded printer box, filled with feathers from a duster, more comfortable than a mattress that I reclined quietly upon the soft feathers. My emotions gradually settling, and my mind became considerably more composed, that I began to ponder whether I truly intended to marry this yellow-breasted mouse, although there exists a significant disparity in our sizes. Akin to a comparison between a ping-pong ball and a volleyball, the height difference is not the crux of the matter. Rather, I found myself troubled by the potential consequences should we engage in intimate relations. Would she bear some monstrous offspring? Moreover, if I were to revert to my human form, what would become of her? While I, Ming Long, may not be the quintessential model husband, I would certainly never abandon my wife, exhibiting a lack of compassion and loyalty. I cast a glance at Lucy, who was nearby, preening and adorning herself, her expression radiating joy as she groomed her fur, a visage overflowing with happiness that my audacious act had successfully captured her heart. She had fallen deeply in love with me. Yet, I felt a greater sense of gratitude towards her. She was the first mouse I encountered upon entering the mouse realm, my benefactor, and she had facilitated my quest for justice, transforming me into a celebrated hero. Out of love and reason, I ought to repay her. I should not refuse her. But what if she were to discover that I was once human, that I had been ensnared by a monster and reduced to this form? How would she react? Would she still willingly wed me? Just then, a warm body unexpectedly pressed against me. It was Lucy. Her current shyness was a stark contrast to her earlier boldness. She nudged me playfully with her nose and shyly remarked, "You silly creature. What are you thinking so deeply about?" Ah, that enchanting fragrance returned, igniting my senses and sending a warm rush through my being. "Darling, will you marry me?" I found myself nodding involuntarily, my mind clouded with desire. It was that intoxicating aroma that rendered me helpless. Chapter 12. The Quest for Justice 2-inch. Come now, look at you, a novice, I presume. Allow me to teach you, before I could fully comprehend the situation. A powerful paw had already embraced me, that I in an instant. The world spun around me, intoxicating and bewildering, that moment. My masculine vigor surged, a long-dormant yearning awakening within me, my hormones soared to their peak. And I could no longer concern myself with anything else. All that mattered was that she was female, I was male, and we were both mice. Thus, the once committed husband who vowed never to betray his wife found himself irretrievably enthralled by the charms of a female mouse. My diminutive form strained as I clung to her ample, soft back, twisting and writhing with all my might. Engaging with a mouse several times larger than myself was, indeed, exhausting. I fulfilled the obligations of a husband, both pained and elated, and then succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Before losing consciousness, I whispered a prayer. "Oh God, please spare her from birthing any monstrosities. Amen." Since vanquishing the local tyrant, life for the garage mice has grown considerably more peaceful. My status has soared to unprecedented heights. No longer do I face disdain for my weight and stature, of course. This newfound respect stems also from my union with Lucy, as her husband and the proprietor of Night Fragrance. Sam returned to the shop, having wed Julia. Their life together flourished harmoniously. Before long, his wife became pregnant, and the joyous news brought him smiles that he shared with everyone. Yet, Lucy remained unperturbed, and I breathed a silent sigh of relief. I fervently hoped she would not conceive. Otherwise, I would be a most grievous sinner, unaware of what offspring might emerge. Regrettably, my own wife had yet to bear me a child, and I found myself yearning to experience the joys of fatherhood. Would that bald mouse monster beat me to it? As my concerns grew, I resolved to sneak back to my own home under the cover of darkness. This time, I ascended through the rainwater pipe. After a period of adaptation, my skills had improved significantly. I could now navigate as a competent mouse. That I leapt onto the balcony, my heart racing with excitement that it had been many days since I had last been home. The house was enveloped in darkness. Strange, was everyone asleep so early? Upon entering, I found the place deserted. The door to the room was ajar, the bedding neatly folded, as if no one had slept there for many days. Had something happened to my wife? Was she transformed into a mouse as well? A wave of dizziness washed over me, nearly causing me to collapse. Oh heavens! What sins must I have committed in a past life to endure such torment in this one? And to involve my wife in this plight? Just as I was engulfed in despair, I suddenly noticed a small altar set up in a corner of the living room. Upon it lay my photograph. The faint moonlight cast an eerie glow in the room, illuminating the image of me, with a sinister smile curving on my lips, a sight so unsettling in the dimness. This was unmistakably my memorial portrait. Had I died? Or rather, had that mouse monster transformed into me, perished? How could this be? Why had I died? Did I still hold any hope of returning to my former self? I had no desire to remain a mouse indefinitely. Occasionally experiencing this existence was tolerable, but to endure it perpetually would be unbearable. The prolonged confinement in the dark, damp garage and basement, alongside cockroaches and fleas, was nothing short of torture for one who had once been human. I felt tears welling up as I trudged back in despair. Yet, at least in that dark, damp place, my Lucy awaited me. Though she conducted herself with the decisiveness and astuteness of a man, she was gentle and nurturing with me, caring for my every need. However, she remained merely a mouse and could never truly compare to my real wife. Alas, if this were fate, what could I do but endure my life with my mouse wife? That night, I was in a dreadful mood, drinking to the point of inebriation that in my haze, I seemed to drift back to the past. The days of my childhood, my growth, and the tender moments shared with my wife, all those sweet, warm memories resurfaced. Upon awakening, it felt as though I had returned from another realm. Yet darkness still enveloped me, and tears streamed down my cheeks that I had become despondent, disheartened, and lost. Lucy, noticing my distress, inquired with concern each time. But I longed to confide in her. Yet, each time the words nearly escaped my lips, I swallowed them back down. That was all too bizarre. Even I found it hard to believe. I feared Lucy might think I had fallen ill and was babbling nonsense. I was certainly not ill, yet the other mice in the garage had collectively fallen ill. Even Lucy exhibited symptoms of dizziness and discomfort. Such a widespread illness had never occurred before. The oldest mouse in the garage, known as Old Longevity, informed me of this, that he had seen much in his years, and his affliction only heightened the anxiety among the mice. Rumors of a mouse plague began to circulate as far as I knew. Mice were remarkably resilient creatures with superior resistance and immunity. They were only known to transmit diseases to humans. As for the mouse plague, I had never heard of it. Epidemics among chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and sheep were indeed commonplace. Chapter 13. The quest for justice. 3. The unusual circumstances in the garage temporarily distracted me from my worries, redirecting my focus to this sudden outbreak of illness. However, it was peculiar that all the mice, to varying degrees, had fallen ill, exhibiting symptoms of dizziness, chest tightness, and shortness of breath, while I remained completely unscathed, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. That if this were indeed an infectious disease, whether airborne or transmitted through fecal matter, it was illogical for me to have escaped unscathed. This situation was indeed suspicious. I began to search for the source of the affliction, scouring every nook and cranny of the garage until I finally stumbled upon a dubious object, the electronic rodent repeller. Could this be the culprit? Standing on the ground, I gazed at the device plugged into the wall. Although I had never purchased or used such a thing, I recognized the words that I had discovered this electronic repeller in a bicycle garage filled with food supplies. It served as a temporary storage facility for a small shop in our community, and it was also our source for stocking night fragrance. The alcohol we sold was pilfered from there. In the past, before the repeller was installed, that place had been our domain, and we moved freely. However, even if we managed to steal the alcohol, we could not open the bottles without tools. Lucy happened to possess a bottle opener, which allowed her to monopolize our alcohol supply. To confirm my theory, I called Baisan to join me as we headed to the warehouse. The closer we got, the more intense his headache became. "Oh dear. Meng Long, I can't take it anymore. I can't go any further." He clutched his head, nearly collapsing to the ground, but I smacked my thigh, exclaiming, "Ah, I've found it. This is the source of the trouble." It seemed to have no effect on me. Perhaps my condition was unique. I returned to the shop to find Lucy lying on the ground, groaning. The illness had struck the other employees hard as well. Night Fragrance had not opened for several days. "I found it. It's the electronic rodent repeller causing all this." Upon hearing my account, Lucy's eyes widened with concern. "What shall we do? Do we need to move?" "Move? Wouldn't that be precisely what people intended when they installed rodent repellers? To drive the mice away and make them vanish. If we cannot devise a way to destroy that repeller, we will have no choice but to relocate. Otherwise, in the long run, our health will deteriorate, and we will inevitably meet our demise." I spread my paws in exasperation, continuing, "We could cut its power supply, but that would merely be a temporary solution. People could easily reinstall it, and such an action carries considerable risk. Who knows whose body could withstand close contact with it? It must be an electromagnetic wave emitter, disrupting the mice's biological clocks by transmitting waves of varying frequencies that if I were human, dismantling it would be a simple task. However, in my current form, I was far too small and short to even unplug it. I, however, am the only mouse unaffected by it. Aside from me, there is no more suitable candidate for this task. It is truly vexing. This matter is exceedingly intricate. I have pondered for an entire day and night without arriving at a solution. As dusk fell, I found myself in the grass by the garage door, feeling the breeze, my troubles weighing heavily on my mind. The autumn chill was palpable, the grass beginning to yellow, casting a desolate scene, with winter looming nearby. "Hey, brother, what are you up to?" Just as I sighed, a gravelly voice unexpectedly startled me. Turning around, I beheld a plump, damp mouse gazing at me curiously. I had never seen him before. He likely was not a resident of the garage. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to hail from the sewers, rather disheveled and emitting an unpleasant odor, generally unwelcomed. That I shook my head, thinking, what good would it do to tell you? You cannot assist me. Are you curious about all the comings and goings of humans? I can enlighten you. Tomorrow, they will be conducting repairs in the area, and there will be a power outage for 24 hours. The humans are all off buying candles and flashlights. Upon hearing this, I truly noticed the throngs of bustling individuals. Yet, I had been oblivious until now. A power outage. Is it really happening? My voice trembled with a mix of astonishment and excitement. The mouse tilted his head. Indeed. That is the news I've heard. It is certain. You see, I have a nickname, Little Informant. When it comes to news, I'm the most well-informed. He continued to prattle on about his prowess, but I had already slipped away, eager to share this good news with Lucy and the others. During the power outage, the electronic rodent repellent would undoubtedly cease to function, though we could seize the opportunity to unplug it, although this would require everyone's cooperation. As for me, I doubt I would be of much help. I could only issue commands. My dear, is what you say truly the case? Are we saved? Lucy exclaimed, embracing me tightly and planting a fervent kiss on my cheek, causing my face to flush red. This was indeed in a public setting. Chapter 14. The plan to eliminate the threat. My dear husband, you are remarkable. I adore you. You are to be a hero once more. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. And not just hers. The surrounding mice displayed expressions of respect and gratitude. The crisis in the garage had been temporarily averted, yet I could not fully relax. This reprieve was but fleeting. It could not guarantee lasting peace. Once the garage owner installed another rodent repellent, we would find ourselves back in dire straits. Even if we were to chew through the power lines, it would soon be discovered, as many bicycles were charged in the garage. Disrupting the daily lives of humans would inevitably be short-lived. They would quickly notice and rectify the situation. Relocation was an inevitable outcome. But where could we possibly move? Establishing a new domain was exceedingly challenging, and the outside world was fraught with peril. Cats, dogs, and rival rodents from neighboring territories. Should they discover our intrusion, they would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. That I shared my concerns with Lucy, who also felt that the garage was not a sustainable abode. Yet we had no choice but to remain until an alternative presented itself. My dear husband, I have come to realize that you are indeed a magnificent mouse. You are the pride of our kind. Though you are small in stature and seem fragile, your intellect is remarkable, and you could undoubtedly lead us. Sometimes, I can hardly believe that you are merely a mouse. Lucy scrutinized me from every angle, as if admiring an extraterrestrial being that I felt a swell of pride within. Of course, I am exceptional. I was once human, and naturally more intelligent than you mice. That IT is unprecedented. Encountering me is indeed your fortune. However, compared to that monstrous being, I felt utterly insignificant. Otherwise, how could I have been so easily bullied? Though he too was once a mouse, it was evident that his transformation into a creature of monstrosity had elevated his intelligence to an entirely new level. This wretched creature had caused me such suffering, and I was determined to find a way to exact vengeance, regardless of whether I could ever return to my former self. With this thought in mind, I began to inquire about the monster from Lucy, but she was utterly oblivious that I had no choice but to seek information from the old sage of the garage. The old sage, nearly devoid of fur due to his advanced age, had nearly all his teeth gone, and even gnawing on breadcrumbs was a struggle for him. Following the ordeal with the rodent repellent, his health had deteriorated significantly, and he had no offspring or companion, leading a rather difficult existence. Only kind-hearted neighbors would occasionally visit him, bringing him some food. Younger one, what brings you here? What can I assist you with? Perhaps my time is limited. He lay feebly amidst a pile of scraps. Occasionally glancing up at me, that I hastily clarified my intentions. Have you ever heard of a monster? Can mice transform into monsters? Upon hearing the word monster, his eyes suddenly sparkled with recognition, as if awakened from a distant memory. You! How do you know of this? His inquiry indicated that he indeed possessed knowledge of the monster. My heart soared with joy. I was finally able to glean some concrete information. I was merely inquiring casually. Haha, just a casual question. I chuckled awkwardly that he regarded me with suspicion, and in his slow, aged voice, began to recount a tale passed down through generations, one that his ancestors had experienced firsthand. Long ago, the ancestor of the old sage was a grand and powerful yellow-breasted mouse. Renowned for his wisdom and bravery, a paragon among their kind. One day, an extraordinary event unfolded within their clan. An unexpected visitor arrived. This too was a mouse, yet one unlike any they had encountered before. Unusually large and adorned with peculiar stripes, that he proclaimed himself a representative of a monster academy, here to recruit students. That he claimed that encountering him was a stroke of fortune. That it was said that by undergoing the trials of monster cultivation, one could extend their lifespan. Those who succeeded in their training and graduated from the academy would attain immortality. Such a tantalizing proposition drew eager applicants, akin to the floodwaters of the Chientang River, nearly overwhelming the recruiter. However, mere registration did not guarantee admission. A rigorous selection process was required. This selection was quite brutal, with only one candidate chosen from among the multitude of applicants. The elimination rate was alarmingly high, and competition was fierce. The old sage's ancestor also applied, undergoing a series of tests that evaluated both physical prowess and intellect, ultimately scoring the highest. That he was convinced he was the most suitable candidate without a doubt. Yet, in the final interview, he was unexpectedly rejected, while the second-best candidate, the son of the clan leader, became the sole successful applicant. Could there have been some foul play at hand? I was equally astonished by this outcome. What had transpired? Where had the old sage's ancestor faltered? Unknown to no one knows what truly happened. All that is certain is that he failed, and from that point on, he languished in despair, even until his dying breath. Haunted by this failure, a mystery that shall forever linger in our family history. Chapter 15. The plan to eliminate the threat. The old sage sighed deeply, feeling both pride in his ancestor and sorrow for his plight. Centuries have passed, and we have continued to share his tale. He was brave and wise, a role model for future generations. Yet, we have not encountered a similar opportunity since. The Monster Academy has faded into an ancient legend, gradually slipping from the collective memory of our kind. Today, most mice are entirely unaware of this story. Therefore, I am curious, where did you hear of such a monster? I hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to share the truth. I recounted my transformation from a human into a mouse and my journey to the garage in meticulous detail. It sounded almost fantastical, and the old sage listened with rapt attention, his ears perked up, eventually rising in astonishment. Once again, I felt as though I were being scrutinized as a peculiar creature. His mouth hung open in disbelief until drool began to drip. You, please repeat that. What did the monster you encountered look like? After a long pause, he regained his composure, yet his concern was solely for the monster. It seemed the old sage had little interest in my past as a human, which I found quite fortunate. Should he harbor any resentment, I might find myself unjustly held accountable for the misdeeds humans had inflicted upon mice. Oh, it was a bald-headed mouse about this big, possibly also a yellow-breasted mouse. I gestured, though I hadn't paid much attention to the details of his breed at the time. However, I would never forget his bald head, especially the sight of it dipping into my bowl, a particularly repulsive and unsightly sight. The old sage's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, That is him, the son of the clan leader. What a remarkable twist of fate. How could my luck be so unfortunate? The ancestor of the old sage had fallen victim to him, and I too had suffered at his hands. This bald-headed creature had brought us both to ruin. Did he truly succeed in his training? The old sage seemed incredulous regarding the existence of the monster, that I nodded vigorously. Indeed, I witnessed it firsthand. He can transform into a human and then turn humans into mice. I pointed to myself, implying that I was the unfortunate soul who had been transformed into a mouse. Such a grave injustice. The venerable old man expressed an overwhelming sympathy towards me, lamenting that he had never lived a life as a human, being born a mere rat, while I, on the other hand, was born a human, the pinnacle of creation. Yet here I am, unjustly languishing in this damp, sunless garage, scraping by and resorting to pilfering food that I would have previously scorned. There is perhaps no greater misfortune in the world than this. Reflecting on the past and contrasting it with the present fills me with despondency. What use is it to learn of the existence of monsters? Even if I wished to attend a monster school to reclaim my true self, it would require both opportunity and luck. Even with the best fortune, I would still face rigorous examinations. The old man himself could not clarify what the tests entailed, and I questioned how much confidence I could muster to pass them. Do not be disheartened, young lad. There may yet be a turning point. I have a premonition that you shall realize your desires, that if you happen to encounter that bald-headed creature again, please do seek retribution for our family. If my ancestors were aware, they would surely find peace that my time is drawing near. The old man suddenly gasped for breath, collapsing like a wilted flower, his earlier vitality flickering like a dying flame. I hurriedly urged him to lie down and prepared to administer artificial respiration, recalling the first aid training I had once learned at work, which now seemed fortuitously relevant. Yet, despite my utmost efforts, I could not revive the old man. He departed swiftly and resolutely from our midst. He lay peacefully among the pile of discarded paper, his eyes gently closed as if in slumber. I mourned his passing for an extended period. He was the only rat who understood the existence of monsters and recognized my humanity. Now that he had departed, with whom could I share my troubles and sorrows? The rats came in droves to pay their respects, mourning this esteemed elder. From that point on, people began to circumvent his resting place, keeping their distance. The heap of paper became his grave, concealing his body. And this place would gradually be forgotten by all. Such is the final fate of a rat, that I sorrowfully envision my future as a rat. The lifespan of a rat is fleeting, and it would not be long before I too would grow old, losing my teeth and senses, ultimately succumbing to illness or old age, and when I meet my demise, it would surely be equally desolate. One afternoon, I awoke from a deep slumber, having experienced a terrifying nightmare in which I soared through the heavens, as if a propeller had been affixed to my back, only to plummet downwards in panic. Drenched in cold sweat, upon waking, I realized I was still on the feather blanket, not flying at all. Chapter 16. The true victor. The first glanced at Lucy lying beside me, soundly asleep, her abdomen rising and falling in rhythm with her breath. I shook my head. She was so carefree. She would not concern herself unless the sky were to fall. Yet my mood remained persistently grim, with worries lingering in my heart, a constant dread of the future, and the capriciousness of fate. Strolling had become my sole means of alleviating stress. As I was at a loss for what else to do, I habitually wandered to the withered yellow lawn outside the garage, feeling the chill encroaching upon me. Suddenly, a calico cat appeared before me as if descending from the heavens, leaving me momentarily stunned. This was my first direct encounter with a natural enemy, the cat, since my transformation into a rat. It was the end, I thought. This time it was truly over. Just as I contemplated closing my eyes and awaiting my demise, I noticed that the cat was not pouncing on me, but rather on another small gray rat, which was scurrying towards me in a panic. Oh dear, do not drag me down with you. I inwardly berated that rat for its lack of morals. Desperately trying to escape the cat while attempting to avoid becoming collateral damage, as the cat and rat closed in on me, I finally remembered to command my legs to flee. However, just as the cat reached me, it suddenly screeched to a halt, casting a wary glance in my direction before turning tail and bolting away, disappearing without a trace. Now, I was left utterly bewildered. How could a mere little rat have frightened off a cat? Was it possible that the cat was mentally unbalanced, or perhaps suffering from a neurotic disorder? I pondered this conundrum for quite some time, only to be interrupted by the small rat, now panting heavily before me. I had just opened my mouth to inquire about the situation when it stared at me in astonishment that I was even more perplexed. What was happening? I quickly examined myself, but found no changes. I was still in my rat form. You, who are you? Are you here to rescue me? Who sent you? The rat asked a barrage of peculiar questions, leaving me utterly confounded. Upon seeing my blank expression, it extended its paw to touch its own head, beginning to murmur to itself. This cannot be right. You are clearly not a rat. Could it be that my eyesight has failed me? Has my prowess diminished? Prowess? Diminished? Not a rat. My attention was suddenly captured by the words, not a rat. My heavens! I was overwhelmed with joy. Finally, someone recognized that I was not merely a rat, that my benefactor had arrived. Eagerly, I seized upon this lifeline, my excitement rendering me speechless. Yes, I'm not a rat. I am not. The tale of my transformation into a rat was quite lengthy, so I restrained my urge to spill everything at once and quickly led him back to the garage. Although the cat had departed, I remained apprehensive. What if it returned, perhaps this time with a clearer mind? Our clandestine conversation could not be overheard, and fortunately, most of the rats were resting at home during the day. Generally refraining from venturing out, I was also curious about his identity. How did he know I was not a rat? Could it be that he was also a monster? Before I could voice my question, the gray-furred creature seemed to read my thoughts, nodding earnestly as it declared, "Indeed, I am a monster." What? I was momentarily taken aback. Just days prior, I had been pondering why no monsters had come to me, how I could encounter some strange creature, and why I was not as fortunate as the old man's ancestors. Little did I know that fortune had finally smiled upon me today, perhaps due to my previous grievances against all things supernatural. At first, I thought you were one of my kind, but then I realized you possessed no monstrous aura. It was simply perplexing how your true form is human, while you have taken on the guise of a rat. The gray rat was roughly the same size as me, adorned with a black stripe along its back, likely a small hamster. Lacking any semblance of a monster, it was evident that he had seen through my thoughts, and he suggested that we would revisit my questions later, first requiring an answer to his inquiries. Thus, I recounted the entire saga of my metamorphosis into a rat, word for word. His reaction mirrored that of the old man, marked by astonishment that he muttered to himself, "This patrol officer of the monster realm is neglecting his duties, failing to conduct proper inspections. I must lodge a complaint upon my return. The monster realm has patrol officers. My curiosity about this world of monsters surged. However, he quickly satiated my inquisitiveness. My name is Tsang, a servant under the command of the Monster King. Due to my official duties crossing dimensions, I am mandated by the third clause of the monster law to present myself in my true form, which is that of a small hamster, that as such, I currently appear as a hamster. Unless absolutely necessary, I must refrain from employing monster powers. The audacity of the monster you encountered is astounding. He dared to abuse his powers. I will certainly assist you in seeking justice. Chapter 17. The hero is me. His indignant demeanor filled me with gratitude. I nodded vigorously, my heart swelling with joy. Finally, a savior had arrived. Someone willing to stand up for me, that I could hardly contain my eagerness for him to return to the monster realm and restore my human form. However, it was clear that this was not feasible. He had official matters to attend to. His task was to recruit students for the monster school, that I had fortuitously encountered an opportunity akin to that which the old man's ancestors had experienced, yet he had failed to seize it. I had every intention of exploring this so-called monster school, thus I enthusiastically responded to Tsang Bupian's call for enrollment, being the first to sign up. Even if I were to fail the examination, I could still accompany him to the monster realm, for my primary objective was to advocate for my future and seek justice within the judicial system of the monster realm. Tsang Bupian explained that only by bringing me along could we effectively demonstrate the negligence of the patrol officer, proving the unlawful actions of that bald-headed rat. Complaints invariably require evidence that in truth, my misfortune stemmed from a case within the monster realm. The realms of monsters, gods, and spirits have always maintained their own boundaries, with little interference among them. Among these three realms, the monster realm has garnered a notoriously poor reputation, characterized by its infamy. The monsters frequently violate their own laws, causing disturbances in the human realm and endangering all. The heavenly realm has long taken it upon itself to protect humanity, repeatedly dispatching agents to subdue monsters and eliminate evil. The Monster King, aware of his own misdeeds, was powerless to rectify the situation. Vowing to reform the legal system, to impose severe penalties on wrongdoers, and to usher in an era of rule of law within the monster realm, thereby restoring its honor. 500 years ago, the newly appointed Monster King, Tu Hung, began implementing these reforms, an endeavor that yielded positive results as monsters observed the rules for several centuries. However, the recent purges by the heavenly realm had resulted in the loss of numerous monsters, while new recruits were scarce, leading to a dwindling population. Thus, the monster realm was compelled to establish a monster school to recruit new students, addressing the issue of declining numbers. Another objective was to cultivate a cadre of high-quality talents within the monster realm. A significant initiative set forth by King Tu Hung. One could say that he was a great and wise monarch. The principal of this monster school is concurrently the minister of the education department. While the teachers are selected from among the most outstanding individuals across the realm by the minister. Although there exists a school, it is devoid of students, thus the primary task of the teachers is to recruit students from various locales, with the most significant source of candidates being the human world, to avoid disrupting the rules of the human realm and attracting the attention of the celestial realm. The Demon King has decreed that each monster venturing into the human world must act in their true form. Under no circumstances are they permitted to use demonic magic unless absolutely necessary. With power inevitably comes corruption. Do not be deceived by the seemingly trivial role of a recruiting teacher, for their influence is considerable. Whether one can enroll or pass examinations essentially lies within their discretion. Consequently, it is not uncommon for these recruiters in the human world to accept bribes. Their primary interest lies in the treasures of the human realm, diamonds, jewels, and gold, since these are the principal materials for the monster's cultivation of magical artifacts. Of course, they do not disclose this. How could the flora and fauna of the human world possibly know they could be bribed? Thus, they often imply to eager learners that what they truly require is this, or that. In summary, during the initial recruitment of students, incidents were relatively few. However, as time progressed, issues became increasingly pronounced, resulting in a decline in the quality of enrolled students. Many who attempted to study were unable to graduate and were consequently subjected to memory erasure before being sent back to their original places. This matter eventually reached the ears of the Demon King, who was furious and intended to replace the principal. However, by that time, the principal, who also served as the education minister, had become quite powerful. Having cultivated a substantial following of students and allies throughout the political sphere, he grew arrogant and disregarded the Demon King entirely. For a time, the Demon King found himself powerless against him and had no choice but to personally select individuals to recruit students in the human world. Oh, I see. No wonder the ancestor of the old longevity star failed to be accepted. It must have been that bald-headed fellow employing some underhanded tactics. His father undoubtedly bribed the teachers. I recalled what the old longevity star had mentioned a few days prior, and Song Bupian nodded in agreement, suggesting it was highly plausible. This resulted in a mouse, who might have become an exceptional monster, dying with resentment, while another, of poor character, successfully graduated and secretly ventured into the human world to cause chaos, only to cross paths with me. I thus became an indirect victim of the Monster Realm's recruitment bribery scandal. I believe I am not the only victim. But why were you being chased by a cat, while that cat ran away upon seeing me? Wasn't it permissible to use demonic magic at critical moments? What is a mere cat in the grand scheme of things? I was puzzled that a dignified envoy of the Demon King could find himself in such a predicament. Alas, this is truly unfortunate. Upon my arrival in the human world, I was doused with a bucket of foot-washing water. You know how monsters dread such things. Upon encountering demonic magic, it becomes ineffective. Subsequently, that cat began to pursue me. Did you think it was an ordinary cat? It is not. It is also a monster. Damn it, I had just arrived, and it followed right after. It lunged at me without any prior acquaintance or enmity. There must be some conspiracy at play. It undoubtedly has been instructed by someone. When I tried to speak to it, it ignored me. He swallowed hard, wiping the sweat from his brow, as if still haunted by the memory, and continued, "Fortunately, I encountered you. In our monster realm, there are very few monsters that take on human forms. Who among humans would wish to become a monster? Humans aspire to become immortals. However, those monsters that do assume human forms are bound to be among the elite. That cat monster must have assumed you were also one of us. Which is why it fled. Its prowess cannot possibly compare to that of a monster transformed into a human." Chapter 18. The wedding chamber. I understood at last. No wonder that cat fled in utter panic. Regrettably, it misjudged me. I possess no demonic magic whatsoever and am not a monster. What are those monsters that take on human forms called? Half-human. I was suddenly reminded of the androgynous figures commonly seen in the streets of Thailand. On a previous group trip organized by my workplace, we visited Thailand Point one evening. I followed a colleague to watch a performance featuring those individuals who adorned themselves in flamboyant attire, energetically shaking their hips. It was evident that those transformed men were even more alluring than women, with every curve perfectly accentuated. Yet upon closer inspection, they all had thick arms and legs and moved in a clumsy, mechanical manner. The marks of their masculinity were not easily erased, that I wondered whether those half-humans would object to me bestowing upon them the endearing term that rightfully belongs to them. Does that mean humans cultivate into monsters more swiftly? I surmise this to be the case. Humans are certainly more intelligent than cats or dogs. Isn't enlightenment a prerequisite for cultivation? Surely, humans possess a higher level of enlightenment compared to animals, don't they? You are absolutely correct. Humans indeed make excellent candidates for becoming monsters, yet very few are willing to embrace such a fate. You are a rare exception. I can make an exception and admit you without an examination. Song Bupian readily promised to grant me admission to the monster school, much to my delight, prompting me to perform 2 somersaults in joy. Having secured such a potential student, he naturally deemed other mice unworthy of consideration. Point one teacher is allowed to accept only 1 student, for that is their quota, and exceeding it is forbidden, ostensibly to ensure quality. This strict selection process is also the reason for the rigorous examination. Those chosen must be champions among the best that I eagerly envisioned a promising future, beginning to harbor a fondness for the unfamiliar monster realm. My previous negative impressions of monsters gradually transformed, for I, Meng Long, was soon to join their ranks. For now, I am merely a counterfeit half-human, but I firmly believe that I shall one day become a formidable half-human. Songbupian, could you perhaps use your powers to revert me to my original form right now? As I voiced my request, it suddenly struck me that my physical body had perished. It must have been reduced to ashes in the crematorium. Could I even revert back? He stroked his beard, appearing contemplative, then scrutinized me once more before remarking, "This is strange. By all accounts, you should have been able to revert by now. Casting such a spell on another depletes a significant amount of power. And based on your description of that monster, its abilities do not seem particularly profound. It should not have been able to maintain this for so long. Once its power wanes, you should be able to return to your human form. How is it that you still appear as a mouse?" He regarded me with skepticism, uncertain, and added, Could it be that your physical body—" He had indeed hit the nail on the head. I had been pondering this very issue. It seemed my hopes were once again dashed, and I nodded dejectedly, helplessly stating, "I do not even know how or when I died. The last time I snuck back home, I found my memorial tablet. Even my wife was nowhere to be found. In that case, this poses quite a dilemma. Without your physical body, no one can assist you in reverting. Your current mouse form must belong to a recently deceased mouse that bald-headed fellow has appropriated. Fortunately, it has not been detected by the underworld. Otherwise, your soul would have been taken by the ox-head and horse-face, and at that point, you would truly be done for. Even if you did not die, you would still face death. That we must act swiftly. I need to take you to the monster realm, so that even their greatest powers cannot locate your soul." The severity of the situation was alarming. Observing Songbupian's grave expression, I could not help but feel a twinge of fear. How had things escalated to this point? I had no refuge in the human realm. The monster realm had become my last sanctuary. Attending the School of Demonic Arts was originally my plan, but now it was a desperate measure I had to take, and I hurried back to Night Jasmine and Lucy to bid a brief farewell, ensuring not to alarm anyone else that I confided in her. "My dear, I must go there. Otherwise, my life hangs in the balance. You would not wish to see your husband perish, would you? Please keep this confidential. As for what has transpired, I will explain it to you in the future if the opportunity arises. Trust me, my dear. In truth, I had no idea what would happen next, whether I would be able to return, or if I did return, whether I would ever see her again. That I truly had no certainty. Perhaps this would be our final farewell, and she would forever remain a fleeting presence in my life. She should pursue the affections of another mouse. What I could offer her, they could surely provide, and what I could not give her, they could also supply. We were never meant to be. I lacked the strength to protect her, could not make her pregnant, and could not even satisfy her desires. Being with me was indeed a disservice to her. Lucy listened, tears glistening in her eyes, without uttering a word, her gaze fixed intently upon me. It was as if she had a wealth of sentiments to express, yet ultimately, not a single word escaped her lips. Chapter 19. 2 lines of tears. I steeled myself, turning away and walking off. After a short distance, I could not resist glancing back, only to find her still standing there, gazing wistfully at my retreating figure. That a surge of heartache gripped me. That it is said that beasts are ignorant and unaware. Yet I profoundly feel that at times, they possess a deeper understanding of emotions than humans. Meanwhile, I, who had once considered myself their superior, had now committed an unfeeling and ungrateful act, all in the name of preserving my precarious life. I had always been curious about how Songbupian would transport me to the monster realm. Sun Wukong rides the somersault cloud, traversing vast distances with each flip. Other deities and bodhisattvas also possess steeds. For instance, Samantabhadra rides a white elephant, Manjushri rides a blue-faced lion, and Laozi rides a green bull. Even the bull demon king has a driver, accompanied by a rather impressive creature known as the water-dispelling golden-eyed beast. Many prominent figures among humans also require exclusive mounts to signify their status, and these steeds often bear special names, such as Air Force One or Army One. Thus, I mused privately, a monster appointed by the Demon King must not be an ordinary individual. Songbupian certainly possesses a remarkable background. He must belong to a ministerial level or higher. He closed his eyes, muttered a few incantations, and in an instant, 2 objects appeared in his hands. I gaped in astonishment. Were those not the propellers famously utilized by the animated robot cat? This is a new gadget I've just perfected. I haven't had the chance to test it yet, but today is perfect for a trial. He affixed the propellers atop our heads and bellowed, "Ascend." Suddenly, my body soared into the air as though ensconced in a transparent box, lifted rapidly toward a tunnel by the propellers. This passage resembled a lengthy subway tunnel in a city, appearing inexplicably before me in a flash, manifesting merely as a luminous circle. Yet, upon entering, I was taken aback by its profound depth, seemingly endless. "What is this called?" I pointed at the propeller above my head, noting its impressive efficacy, seemingly faster and mightier than the one from the animated cat. "I haven't thought of a name yet. How about swift flight?" I was taken aback. He could come up with such a name. At least he could have chosen something more respectable. However, swift flight indeed lived up to its name, propelling us at such speed that I could scarcely discern my surroundings. Fortunately, aside from the dizziness and blurred vision, I felt no other discomfort. Song Bupian flew ahead, occasionally glancing back to assess my condition. According to him, passing through this tunnel would lead us to the boundary mountain, where the gateway to the demon realm lay within a cave atop the mountain, opening at fixed times each day, requiring a pass for entry and exit. Despite such strict measures, demons often slipped out during the change of guards, or perhaps bribed the sentinels. This led to frequent demon disturbances in the human realm, often providing the celestial realm with leverage to justify their interventions. Whenever various flora and fauna in the human realm approached a state of enlightenment, both the celestial and demon realms would dispatch envoys to persuade them, one extolling the virtues of the celestial realm, albeit with a lower status, yet possessing a commendable reputation. After all, celestial beasts and demon immortals held a far superior standing compared to mere demons, that if one were to be favored by a celestial being, becoming their steed would indeed be a significant blessing. The other would advocate for the demon realm, emphasizing its lack of racial discrimination, where merit alone determined one's standing. The demon realm was more relaxed and free, as long as one did not commit any fundamental errors. The demon king was quite magnanimous. Both factions passionately debated, each trying to entice those aspiring for a celestial existence to follow their respective emissaries to the heavens. However, upon arrival, they would still have to undergo a comprehensive competency test, with only the successful receiving the celestial beast or demon immortal certificate, while the unsuccessful would be relegated to becoming mere demons. Yet becoming a demon was not a trivial matter. It required passing an examination akin to a graduation test from a demon school. In essence, if one could pass the test from both sides, they could choose to be either immortal or demon at will. Failing both meant continued cultivation was necessary. Generally, once humans attain enlightenment, they tend to ascend to the celestial realm, with few choosing to become demons. Thus, humans were considered the CR de las CR of the demon realm. Each demon king prided themselves on having introduced a human during their reign. I was astonished to learn of the high status humans held in the demon realm. Nevertheless, those aspiring to become immortals flocked to the celestial realm like bees, preferring to wait in line at the southern heavenly gate rather than casting even a glance at the demon realm's entrance. As I soared through the air, I listened to Song Bupian's indignant exposition and pondered, how alluring must the celestial beings be? Historically, demons have always been viewed unfavorably, so it is no wonder that individuals shy away from becoming demons. To them, a withered camel is still superior to a horse. After all, demons are frequently depicted as being vanquished by celestial beings, the notion of good ultimately triumphing over evil. Just as this thought crossed my mind, Song Bupian sensed my contemplation and promptly countered, "The ones causing chaos in the human realm are merely minor demons of low rank. Those with profound demonic arts disdain such trivial pursuits." Chapter 20. A crisis approaches. Oh, I exclaimed in sudden realization. No wonder celestial beings are always the victors. Then Teacher Song must be one of those masters. I flattered Song Bupian, and indeed he beamed with pride for a moment before perhaps feeling it inappropriate, quickly adopting a humble demeanor. "Oh no, I'm merely at the standard level. Compared to the elite ranks, I am vastly inferior. The path of cultivation knows no bounds. There are always higher peaks and greater beings beyond. Even if I were to reach the elite level, I would still not dare to boast, for above the elite level lies infinite potential for growth. However, such formidable demons are rare. To my knowledge, there has only been one in the demon realm, whose immense power could rival that of the celestial sovereigns. Yet he has long since withdrawn from the world, leaving behind only legends. Just as he spoke, we unexpectedly emerged from the tunnel, revealing a majestic mountain range before us. In the distance, verdant trees flourished, and the air was filled with the sounds of birds chirping and streams babbling, accompanied by the rustling of pine trees. That I was taken aback by the stunning scenery of the boundary mountain in the demon realm. It would indeed serve as an ideal retreat. Indeed, many potential demons reside here. Those who fail the examination remain to cultivate further, as assessments occur annually that if not this year, perhaps the next. He seemed to read my thoughts effortlessly, which vexed me, leaving me feeling exposed. It appeared this demon lacked respect for others' privacy, that to prevent him from discerning my thoughts, I quickly shifted my gaze to the towering peak and pointed at the propeller above my head. Inquiring, "Shall we fly up?" Song Bupian shook his head, responding, "No, this time I shall show you the method of temporal displacement." Upon finishing his words, he grasped my hand and muttered an incantation, and suddenly, my vision darkened. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself atop the mountain. Wow! So this is the method of temporal displacement? Truly remarkable! I exclaimed in genuine admiration, yearning to master it myself. Song Bupian chuckled heartily. But before he could speak, his expression shifted to one of alarm, exclaiming, "This is bad." Before I could react, a whirlwind swept by, revealing a formidable striped tiger before us. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" "Meow." The newcomer emitted an odd feline call. To my astonishment, it was a colossal cat. Enlarged, it indeed resembled a tiger. Wasn't this the very yellow cat that had been pursuing Song Bupian? I hadn't recognized it at first. What a twist of fate to encounter an adversary at such a critical moment. It seemed this time my charade as a human-demon hybrid had been uncovered. The cat dismissed me with a glance, not even deigning to acknowledge my presence. That I in that fleeting moment of confusion, Song Bupian transformed into a gigantic mouse, leaving me utterly flabbergasted. Why did he have to grow so large? I struggled to gaze up at him. The two monstrous beings glared at each other, and I, caught in the middle, prepared for an impending showdown. How unfortunate it was to encounter a roadblock before even entering the demon realm. I needed to find a place to hide to avoid being caught in their battle. Where could I possibly go? I scanned my surroundings, only to find a barren platform devoid of even a blade of grass for cover. With no choice but to stand aside and await my fate, I braced myself. The two colossal creatures regarded each other warily before commencing their clash. This was my first encounter with demons in combat. Their fighting style was unlike ours during martial arts competitions. We engaged in hand-to-hand combat while they commanded their weapons to dance through the air. The cat demon wielded a weapon resembling a rake, leading me to wonder if it had studied under the pig deity or perhaps pilfered some of his techniques. To my surprise, Song Bupian's weapon was the very propeller from earlier, which upon enlargement proved to be a formidable instrument. It sliced through the air like a massive flying dagger, gleaming with a blinding light and razor-sharp edges. Along with the original propeller, he now wielded two colossal flying knives, creating a dazzling spectacle as they clashed. The two weapons engaged in a fierce duel, a radiant white light from the propeller intertwining with the verdant glow of the rake, neither yielding an inch. Sparks flew as the thunderous sound of their collisions echoed through the AI, or did I in an instant. Darkness enveloped the sky, and the sun and moon were obscured. The powerful winds generated by their clash swept toward my position, sending my feeble frame hurtling through the air. "Mamma mia!" I exclaimed, for I possessed no magical prowess. This was a matter of life and death. Song Bupian was so engrossed in battling the cat demon that he paid me no heed. I was tossed about by the gusts, my head spinning before plummeting into a free fall. This was no mere drop from the 5th floor. I was plummeting from an unfathomable height that if I were to fall from an airplane, at least there would be a parachute, significantly increasing my chances of survival. However, now, I dared not imagine my fate and simply closed my eyes, awaiting death as I plummeted toward an abyss of unfathomable depth. How I wished for a magic cloud to carry me away. Even in the face of impending doom, I found myself lost in whimsical thoughts. Just as I indulged in such daydreams, I suddenly felt my body cease its violent descent, gently floating in the air as I began to descend slowly. Was it true? Had a magic cloud come to my rescue? Chapter 21. Turning crisis into safety, I opened my eyes wide in astonishment, only to discover that I was lying on a large tree leaf, which floated gracefully, safely guiding me toward the ground. And no magic cloud had come, but rather a broad tree leaf. What divine intervention! It seemed the heavens did not wish for my demise. Overjoyed, I expressed my gratitude to the heavens, but just then, the leaf unexpectedly changed direction, soaring toward a steep cliff where a tree stood, its leaves identical to the one carrying me. Could it be that this tree had saved me? Did it send forth its leaf to rescue me from the sky? Is such a possibility conceivable? In a state of bewilderment, I hastily embraced the trunk of the tree. As if the leaves themselves were aware of their mission's completion, they astonishingly returned to the tree. This phenomenon exceeded the bounds of my comprehension. How could a leaf detach from a branch only to reattach itself again? It was not as if we were playing with building blocks. This was indeed perplexing, that I gazed at this nameless tree, ruminating in confusion. That moment, a series of light, giggle sounds emanated from above my head. Suddenly, something struck my head. Just as I was about to curse, another blow followed. Fortunately, it wasn't too painful. What the heck? Who is throwing things at me? Being struck without reason vexed me greatly. I lifted my gaze, scanning in all directions, and finally spotted the uncouth nuisance that a squirrel, with its bushy tail, was dangling above me, making faces. What are you laughing at? What is so amusing? So uncouth, devoid of manners. How were your parents raised you? Huh? I was unsure if the squirrel could understand my words, as I continued to berate it with a stream of chattering and expletives. The squirrel, observing my furious demeanor, laughed uncontrollably. It was astounding. I had never realized that squirrels could laugh. What are you so fierce about? I saved you, and instead of thanking me, you scold me. My ears must have been functioning perfectly, for I distinctly heard the squirrel speaking back to me. Its voice was high-pitched and childlike. Regardless of what it was saying, I comprehended its meaning. It saved me. I paused in confusion. Wasn't he at the leaves? Seeing my puzzled expression, the squirrel quickly clarified. I found a leaf to rescue you. Did you really think the leaves would save you on their own? A monster! A monster! That was my immediate reaction. I had truly encountered a creature of the supernatural that I promptly reminded myself not to fear. I had encountered plenty of monsters before. There were even two atop the mountain. This one seemed to harbor no malicious intent. Ahem. I cleared my throat and expressed my gratitude for the squirrel's timely rescue. It appeared somewhat bashful. No need for thanks, that I was quite bored, having been in seclusion for a long time, and was looking for someone to converse with. How did you fall from the mountaintop? Did you get knocked down in their scuffle? It pointed to its head that I nodded and then shook my head. There were indeed two monsters fighting, but I wasn't knocked down by them. Rather, I was swept away by the wind generated from their battle. Monster fights are quite common, that as long as the mountain doesn't collapse, no one will intervene in such affairs. However, the annual monster examination is approaching, and we haven't even begun our training, yet they are idly fighting. But I can tell that these two monsters are undoubtedly authentic beings from the monster realm, possessing considerable power. Just look at how the ground shakes. The squirrel wrinkled its nose, looking rather adorable. By the way, you seem like you haven't trained at all. How did you come to the Boundary Mountain? Are you here for the examination as well? This question would require a lengthy explanation, and I was too lazy to delve into such trivialities, so I concocted a simple reason, claiming I wished to become a monster and had come to seek a master to learn from. The squirrel tilted its head to examine me, asking, "Have you found a master? Cultivation isn't an easy endeavor. Everyone has their own methods. However, it takes a long time for us to comprehend the path ourselves. Only monster schools offer accelerated classes. Unfortunately, they only select the very best students. I wasn't chosen back then, that I've had to cultivate on my own for 500 years, yet I still haven't passed the examination. This year, I must succeed." I shook my head, initially thinking that with the connection to Tsongbupian, I would have a solid chance of entering the monster school, but unexpectedly, a cat monster had emerged halfway, ruining my grand prospects. "Come, let's discuss this inside." It waved its paw, and I found myself irresistibly drawn to follow. With a resounding crack, a hole suddenly appeared in the once unblemished mountainside. After we entered, the entrance sealed itself automatically. It was truly more remarkable than an automatic sliding door. This is my den. Isn't it grand and spacious? It poked at the cave wall, and flames ignited in several torches, illuminating the space as if it were daylight. As I surveyed my surroundings, I couldn't help but feel that a squirrel residing in such a vast place was rather extravagant. It could comfortably accommodate several individuals, such a spacious and comfortable abode. And no rent to pay. Moreover, the cave naturally divided into several smaller chambers, perfectly suitable for a 3-bedroom apartment with a kitchen and bathroom, along with several storage rooms. Are you hungry? Would you care for something to eat? It led me into a small chamber filled with an array of vividly red and oddly shaped fruits. Isn't a squirrel's diet typically made up of pine cones? I vividly recalled the film featuring a gluttonous squirrel that chased a pine cone from ancient times to modernity, highlighting the significance of pine cones to it. Yet this squirrel seemed to have developed a taste for something different. However, those fruits looked quite familiar. Weren't they the fruits borne by that tree with large leaves? There was food right at my doorstep. Eliminating the need to forage, this little creature truly knew where to find sustenance. After hearing its words, I realized I was indeed feeling a bit hungry. I quickly devoured a few, relishing the delicious taste, tart yet sweet, reminiscent of strawberries yet akin to lychees. This is delicious. What are these called? I've never seen them before. I mumbled through mouthfuls, inquiring. The little rascal replied, brimming with pride, "Of course, you've never tasted them. These fruits do not exist in the human realm. Only here in the Boundary Mountain can you find them. They're called extraordinary monster fruits. Consuming them greatly benefits your cultivation. I stumbled upon them by chance, and they just happen to grow at my cave entrance. These fruits only bear once every several hundred years. Encountering and consuming them is a rare opportunity. With their assistance, I am undoubtedly confident in passing the examination this year." Wow, how impressive! I scrutinized the fruit closely, a delightful aroma wafting towards me, and couldn't resist eating a few more. "Hey, don't eat so much. 2 or 3 are enough." It reached out to stop me, but it was already too late. I had consumed nearly 7 or 8. "There are plenty more outside on the tree. I could just pick some for you. Don't be so stingy," I mumbled, thinking that this creature was overly miserly. I still hadn't had my fill. Before I could finish my thought, a sudden surge of energy coursed through my abdomen, and everything went dark as I fainted. "Look at you. I told you not to eat too much, but you wouldn't listen. Didn't you just call me stingy?" Ouch! It hurt terribly. Did I open one, I'd have find that the squirrel was pinching my ear, tugging at it while lecturing me. "Let go of your claws. You're killing me." I jumped up vigorously, trying to escape its grasp, only to leap several meters high, nearly hitting the cave ceiling. Chapter 22, about monsters. Hooray! You're finally awake. It was no small feat. I spent 50 years of my energy to save you. The squirrel exhaled deeply. Appearing quite fatigued, it turned out that I had eaten too much. The powerful effects of the extraordinary monster fruit overwhelmed my small body, and I was nearly sent to the underworld. The squirrel had once again saved me, gradually dissipating and channeling the energy from the fruit within me, allowing me to feel rejuvenated and light as a feather. However, since you haven't cultivated, consuming the extraordinary monster fruit will only enhance your physique, granting you longevity. Only those who have trained can increase their power by consuming it. I consumed a lot of energy to save you earlier. So I must begin my meditation now. You entertain yourself for a while. Don't wander off. This cave is quite spacious, but don't get lost and require me to come to your rescue." After the squirrel, resembling a woman, finished her admonitions, she consumed a few fruits and closed her eyes, ceasing conversation with me. I understood she was likely beginning her cultivation. However, as she sat there, it was unclear to me how she practiced. After watching her for a while, I grew bored and decided to explore on my own, lost. You underestimate me. I refuse to believe I would get lost. Truly, I am not an ordinary mouse. And my sense of smell is exceptional. That if it weren't for my persistence, I might never have discovered how wealthy the squirrel was. While wandering around, I stumbled upon a plethora of gold. In short, the cave where it resided was a natural gold mine, with gold glistening on the rocky surface. The sight of such abundant gold made my heart soar and my spirits lift. Money. That was money. With it, I could acquire a larger house, purchase a nice car, travel, take vacations, and no longer have to cautiously navigate my boss's moods that in essence, money could bring about a monumental transformation in one's life. I dreamily envisioned my future when suddenly, a tremor shook me awake. Perhaps the final battle between the cat monster and Songbupian had concluded that I wondered about the outcome, who triumphed and who fell. Songbupian, please don't perish. You must remember to seek me out, that I still hope you can take me to the monster realm, that I still rely on you to help me become a monster. With these thoughts, the joy I had felt moments ago dissipated entirely, for I was still not a person, merely a mouse with an uncertain future, and this gold did not belong to me. It rightfully belonged to the owner of the cave, the squirrel. Speaking of which, I didn't even know its name. Having been rescued by it multiple times and granted a body capable of living for 100 years due to the extraordinary monster fruit, I was indeed fortunate, which could be considered a significant blessing amidst misfortune that I would definitely have to ask it for more gold. Surely, it wouldn't object. After all, it had plenty, and I merely needed to take a sizable chunk. I dashed back along the familiar path, my body brimming with an inexhaustible energy, feeling as light as if I had stepped onto the moon, with my speed naturally increasing exponentially. This must surely be the wondrous effect of the extraordinary fruit. I truly sensed its magic, capable of transforming someone like me, a running novice, into an athletic prodigy. Quite an impressive feat, indeed. Back in my school days, I dreaded running the most. It is a source of shame to admit that I barely scraped by in the 1,500-meter tests. I was often the target of mockery from the girls, but now I have experienced a remarkable transformation that I dare say, if I were to regain my human form at this moment, I could surpass Lu Xiong. And Asia would welcome yet another athletic dark horse that I hurried back to the spot where the squirrel was training, and from a distance, I spotted a radiant red glow, which startled me, leading me to fear something had befallen the squirrel. It was entirely enveloped by that red light, obscuring its form from my view. The light radiated outward while spinning continuously, dazzlingly bright, rendering me unable to open my eyes. "Hey brother, are you all right? Is everything okay?" I inquired tentatively. To my astonishment, the red light vanished with a whoosh, revealing a white, naked human form before me, specifically, that of a woman. She lay on the ground, blood oozing from her mouth, that I was taken aback, frozen in disbelief. And it took me a moment to regain my composure. Could she be the squirrel spirit? Had I mistakenly misidentified her gender once again? Without a second thought, I rushed over and shouted into her ear, "Hey, wake up! Are you the squirrel spirit? Wake up!" She truly was delicate, her skin so flawless it appeared as if it could be broken by a gentle touch, though a vivid crimson stain at the corner of her mouth was particularly jarring. Could it be that she had perished? Had my earlier words inadvertently led her to this state? But I did not mean for that to happen. My heart raced with concern as I gazed at her. Feeling utterly frantic, just then, her lovely eyes finally fluttered open. "Don't worry. I am fine," she said, her doe-like eyes gazing at me, causing an unexpected blush to rise to my cheeks. Fortunately, my fur concealed it from her view. Are you the squirrel spirit?" Faced with such a beautiful woman, albeit naked, I, though married and not inexperienced with naked women, still felt my heart race and my face flush, stammering as I spoke. "Of course. Otherwise, who do you think I am?" She sprang up, taking a moment to gather herself before playfully tapping my head with a slender finger, lifting me effortlessly as if I were a chick. Then her brows furrowed, her demeanor transformed into one of mock ferocity as she scolded. "Who told you to return late, of all times, right when I was at a crucial juncture in my training? Do you realize you nearly caused me to lose all my progress?" Her cherry lips moved rapidly, resembling a machine gun, yet they were undeniably alluring, igniting an impulsive desire within me to steal a kiss. Women are ever so changeable. Just moments ago, she was a gentle, delicate creature, and now she morphed into a fierce tigress. This principle seems universally applicable, regardless of whether one is a squirrel or a woman. Although she had taken on human form, Her speech still resembled that of a squirrel, creating an oddly amusing effect that made me unable to contain my laughter. This infuriated her, and she lifted me high, grasping my tail, dangling me upside down like a bat in disarray that I hurriedly sought to plead for mercy. But before I could utter a word, I was captivated by the sight before me. My gaze traversed her flawless neck down to her fair chest, where two peaks rose, the pink cherries tantalizingly enticing, rising and falling with her breath. It seemed she remained oblivious to the fact that I was staring at her with a look of fascination. As she babbled something I couldn't quite comprehend, lost in my admiration of her form. Being a lecher comes with consequences. In the next moment, she suddenly released her grip, and I fell to the ground with a thud. Fortunately, I was no longer the same as before, and I hardly felt any pain. Perhaps there was a slight sting, but I was too enraptured by her beauty to care. From now on, do not disturb me during my training. Do you understand? I turned over to see her with one hand on her hip and the other pointing angrily at me, her lips pouting adorably, as if they could hold a soy sauce bottle. She stood boldly before me, towering with her wide-eyed gaze, entirely unashamed and oblivious to decorum. Chapter 23. The School of Monsters. My eyes could not help but sweep over her form once more, this time taking in every detail from head to toe. Even the intimate areas between her legs were laid bare before me. Goodness, I was on the verge of losing control. My blood surged, and warmth flowed from my nose. My nosebleed. I have finally transformed into a human. I have succeeded. I have truly succeeded. The squirrel spirit finally realized her transformation and began to leap with joy. Oh dear, what a sight. A naked woman dancing with abandon that I swallowed hard, forcing myself to suppress my wandering thoughts, hastily reminding her, "Quick, find some clothes to wear." No one walks around naked, especially not a woman. "What does being a woman mean?" she asked, nearly driving me to the edge of insanity. After much effort, I finally clarified that humans are divided into genders, not by male or female distinctions. Only then did she grasp her identity as a woman. Women should not simply expose their bodies, particularly in front of men. I meant for her to put on some clothing, but this girl seemed rather slow to comprehend, showing no inclination to find something to wear. Everyone should wear clothes, understand, regardless of whether one is a man or a woman. I patiently explained, not merely for the sake of decorum, but because I was unable to resist the overpowering allure of a naked beauty. At last, the squirrel spirit acquiesced to my counsel, agreeing to find some clothing that I wiped the sweat from my brow, feeling utterly drained from my efforts. When I stood once more, she was in a flurry, attempting to dress herself that I couldn't discern where her clothes had come from. They bore no resemblance to any attire I had ever seen. Not work clothes, nor elegant dresses, nor casual wear, and I couldn't even tell which era they belonged to. The sleeves were wide, and the hem long, appearing to be of decent quality. Her chestnut-colored hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her figure was slender and graceful, draping the unfamiliar green garment over her shoulders. Yet she seemed at a loss as to how to wear it. "I remember that human clothes are like this, but why can't I put it on?" she murmured. How amusing. It seemed she genuinely did not know how to dress. I couldn't help but chuckle. Assisting a beauty is a duty one cannot shirk. Though I had never dressed myself in such clothing, not having worn any before does not equate to having never seen it. I had seen enough in period dramas to figure it out. With my careful guidance, the squirrel spirit finally managed to adorn herself. The dress fit her quite well, flowing gracefully as she moved, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth, leaving a trail of fragrance in her wake that I couldn't help but inquire, "Where did you get that dress? It looks lovely on you." Perhaps it was her first time wearing clothes. As she twirled and twisted, admiring her own reflection, responding, 500 years ago, this is what I saw people wearing." 500 years ago? That must have been during the Ming Dynasty. Suddenly, I realized how old she truly was. She must have lived for at least 5 centuries. Goodness, 500 years ago, where was I in the grand scheme of things? 500 years ago, I was just an innocent little squirrel, living a carefree life. Until one day, I accidentally fell into a hunter's trap while trying to gather pine cones. Later, that hunter and his family found me, and the little boy begged his parents to let me go. Thus, I was spared to be by a stroke of luck, I learned to cultivate my abilities and have survived until today. How amusing. Isn't this a squirrel's version of a tale? And now you wish to repay your debt of gratitude. Correct? I chuckled lightly, pondering which unfortunate soul would bear the brunt of her gratitude. Those entangled with monsters rarely find good outcomes. Just look at Su Xian. He suffered greatly, caught in the conflict between the white snake and Fa Hai, ultimately becoming a monk. Had he not encountered the white lady, or had she not sought to repay him, perhaps his life would have been far more peaceful. Of course, the dramatic endings in television dramas are often satisfying. But they are mere fabrications. Who can truly say whether the tale of the white snake's gratitude ever occurred? Yet, perhaps one day, we shall witness the squirrel's version of gratitude come to fruition. The squirrel spirit marveled at my deductive reasoning, exclaiming, "Wow, how did you know? Do you possess foresight? Can you predict the future? I have yet to cultivate such abilities. Otherwise, I would know where my benefactor is." I shook my head. I certainly do not possess such skills. I am merely guessing. Do not be foolish. Perhaps he is merely a blade of grass or a tree in this life. You should focus on your examination. With your current abilities, it should pose no challenge. Right? Of course, I can now transform into a human. This is the crux of the examination. The other subjects are relatively easy, but this is the most important and challenging. Evolving my body into human form without relying on a human vessel is the most difficult task. If that is the case, then that bald mouse monster truly poses no threat. It seems he is not as capable as this squirrel spirit. His transformation into a human form merely borrowed my body. He has yet to acquire the ability to transform on his own. The frustrating part is that this fellow does not understand the principle of returning what he borrows and did not cherish my body, leading to my demise that he has vanished without a trace, leaving me in this predicament. Regrettably, though he poses little threat, I currently find myself unable to contend with him, and this unresolved grudge weighs heavily upon my heart. The past is fraught with memories I would rather forget, and the future appears shrouded in uncertainty, as an inexplicable sense of helplessness and melancholy washes over me. Lingering persistently, that I let out a long sigh that I have resided in the abode of the squirrel spirit for many days. Yet even during her examination, I have not seen Song Bupian come to seek me out. My disappointment knows no bounds, leaving me with no choice but to place my hopes upon the squirrel spirit, wishing for her success in advancing, so that she might take me to the realm of demons. The squirrel spirit, lacking a name, I bestowed upon her the moniker Song, which filled her with delight. When not practicing her skills, she incessantly implores me to join her in play, embodying the innocent and carefree nature of a girl of 16 or 17, untouched by the complexities of the world, having grown up in the mountains. Her ignorance of societal norms is entirely understandable. Yet, therein lies my dilemma. She is utterly unconcerned that I have seen her new form in its entirety, while she is aware that as a woman, she should don clothing. She finds herself ill at ease in her attire, frequently tripping as she walks. Eventually, she simply discarded her garments altogether, revealing that her clothing was fashioned from the leaves of a peculiar demon fruit tree. Thus, she parades before me in her natural state, a sight that greatly tests my self-control, subjecting me to considerable torment. That in response to my protests, she remains indifferent, stating that since it is only the two of us in this cavern, it matters not if I gaze upon her. Even if another were to witness her, it would be of little consequence, for I am merely a mouse. That I retorted vehemently. I am not an ordinary mouse. I was once a genuine man. At this juncture, I had no choice but to lay bare my circumstances. That I succinctly recounted my plight. Poor little darling, from now on, Songer will protect you. Fear not. Songer listened with tears welling in her eyes, tenderly stroking my head. Her sympathy stirred by my extraordinary tale. She vowed to assist me in reclaiming my former self. That I was bewildered. The dignified man, Meng Long, had unwittingly become her little pet. Chapter 24. The death of the birthday star. But what does it matter if one is a man or not? How does that relate to wearing clothes? Her clear, bright eyes brimmed with curiosity, still unable to grasp what it meant for a man to be present while she remained unclothed. I was thoroughly bested by her innocence. However, I found myself unable to revert to my human form. Otherwise, I would surely demonstrate to her the significance of attire in relation to my masculinity. Promise me that when we are in the presence of others, You will wear clothing, all right? With no alternative, I conceded. After a moment of contemplation, she obediently nodded. Only I may behold her form, a selfish notion, albeit one I was determined to uphold, and no other man must gaze upon her, nor any other creature. The examination for demon ascension was set to take place at the site where Tsang Bupian engaged in combat with the cat demon. When I accompanied Song there, a diverse assembly of flora and fauna had already gathered, each exhibiting signs of nervousness. It appeared that pre-exam jitters were not exclusive to humans. The candidates included snakes, rabbits, foxes, and even a variety of fowl such as pheasants, yellow finches, and swans. Surprisingly, some of the woody plants adorned with emerald leaves were able to utilize their roots as feet, standing steadily upon the ground. Also participants in the examination that IT promised to be a fierce competition. All candidates were required to first acquire their identification numbers, which would determine their division into two teams based on the magnitude and parity of their numbers, a rather elementary mathematical challenge, easily surmountable by a first grader. Yet, this simplistic task confounded many candidates, as numerous demons failed to recognize Arabic numerals, being only familiar with the characters for 1, 2, 3, and 4. To those who mispositioned themselves were swiftly eliminated, resulting in a significant reduction of participants. Only 2/3 of the candidates advanced to the second round. The examination questions now emphasize contemporary relevance. Each year, the Demon King dispatched individuals to the human realm for research and assessment, leading to innovative questions. Those who focused solely on cultivation, neglecting worldly affairs, found themselves at a disadvantage, as their knowledge remained rooted in centuries past. Aware of this, I took it upon myself to impart various common knowledge to Songer before the examination. To my astonishment, it proved immediately beneficial, as she successfully navigated the first hurdle. Last year's inaugural question involved interpreting images and articulating them in human speech. This year, it had transformed into a mathematics problem. While Songer could indeed speak human language, she was unaccustomed to employing this foreign tongue. Last year, she faltered during her transformation, failing to assume human form. According to her, achieving such a transformation without the aid of a physical body requires exceptional skill. She had only managed to enhance her abilities this time due to the assistance of the peculiar demon fruit. Otherwise, she would have needed to cultivate for several more centuries. The second stage of the examination entailed mastering the art of invisibility, requiring candidates to render themselves unseen while still producing sound to prove their existence. This was a technical challenge that demanded a certain level of cultivation, making it difficult to accomplish without adequate skill. Predictably, a rabbit and a weasel faltered first. The rabbit's ears failed to vanish, while the weasel's tail remained exposed. As I observed the increasing number of eliminations, I couldn't help but feel anxious for Song, uncertain if she had practiced previously. Calmly, she closed her eyes, her claws pressed together. A faint red glow emanating from her head, that in an instant, she vanished from my sight, becoming one with the air. Have I succeeded? Her voice confirmed her presence. The examiner, a monkey, applauded, signifying that Songer had passed. Oh! Splendid, I exclaimed, jumping with joy. Only the final challenge remained. Her success was intricately linked to my fate. The Songer, equally elated, embraced me and planted a kiss atop my head. Little darling, thank you for accompanying me during the exam. You will surely be my lucky star. Me, a source of fortune for her. I could only hope. Resting my chin upon a stone, I silently prayed for her ultimate victory. That moment, the monkey examiner announced this year's final test, a riddle. There are 10 birds on a tree. A hunter shoots one. How many remain? To prevent cheating, each candidate was required to personally present their answer to the examiner. I was taken aback by the nature of the question, realizing why Tsang Bupian claimed that human demon candidates held an advantage. However, even ancient demons might have struggled with this query. The riddle posed a challenge to all, including Song. She looked to me, scratching her ears in confusion, seeking my assistance. That I discreetly gestured as 0, and she nodded in understanding. She was the first to rush forward to submit her answer. The monkey examiner praised her with a pat on the head, and my anxious heart finally relaxed. Huzzah! A success at last! As the time for submissions concluded, the list of successful candidates was promptly revealed. The Songer claimed the top position, followed by the fox Abu and the parrot Bobo. Only a handful were promoted. In an instant, Joy and sorrow filled the gathering of creatures. Following the announcement, the next step was to meet the Demon King and receive the demon identification card personally bestowed by him, scheduled for the following day. Thus, this evening was ripe for celebration, as well as preparation for the journey ahead. Once in the demon realm, one could not leave at will. There was but one opportunity for a year of travel and familial visits, after which one must return independently. Failure to comply would result in being captured by the patrolling officials, that in exceptional circumstances requiring entry or exit, one must petition the Demon King for permission and acquire an exit permit. Songer packed an enormous bundle, filling it with all the peculiar demon fruits, claiming they would be of use to me in the future. The demon realm is an exceptional place for cultivation. Only by becoming a true demon could one experience accelerated growth and achieve greater accomplishments. This was the very reason so many sought entry into the demon realm that Songer intended to immerse herself in seclusion there for a time, and once she discerned the identity of her benefactor, she planned to return to the human realm during her visit to express her gratitude. This visit would last a month. In the demon realm, 10 days equate to a year in the human realm. Thus, this month would be equivalent to 3 years, ample time for her to repay her kindness. And what of me? Will you abandon me? My heart sank. She had once promised that I could accompany her, that she would look after me. Yet now I found myself entirely excluded from her plans, that I hung my head in despair, feeling utterly dejected. Clearly, I had become a burden to her. Noticing my despondence, Songer hastily sought to comfort me. Placing her claw atop mine, she declared resolutely, "That will not happen. I will find a way for you to attend demon school, and you must study diligently. Strive to graduate in the shortest time possible, so we can venture to the human realm together. Therefore, I must bring these peculiar demon fruits. They will undoubtedly aid your studies that I initially intended to teach you myself, but my methods require far too long. Besides, I am uncertain how to instruct you. Only demon school offers various cultivation techniques. You need only select the one that suits you best, and you will surely reap extraordinary results. Once you have successfully cultivated, you shall regain your human form. Then we can journey to the human realm together, shall we?" She gently patted me with her fluffy tail, expressing her preference to remain a squirrel rather than take on human form, which alleviated some of my embarrassment. Chapter 25. My benefactor. I gazed gratefully at this kind-hearted squirrel. She has been exceptionally good to me, and I realized that I had begun to develop feelings for her. Yet, she remains blissfully unaware of matters of the heart. That am I betraying my wife by secretly harboring affection for a squirrel? The thought of Lucy, my poor mousewife, suddenly crossed my mind, that I wonder how she is faring. If betrayal is the measure, I have long since transgressed. That my dear wife, please do not hold it against me. I am but a victim of circumstance. That my heart has once again soared to the side of my beloved wife. In the realm of demons, 10 days equate to a year in the human world. If I were to linger here for a few years, a century would have already passed in the human realm, and I fear she would have long since been laid to rest. Thus, it is imperative that I restore my human form with utmost urgency. That my dear wife, please wait for me. I implore you to live a longer life. I shall petition the Demon King to bring charges against that bald-headed fiend, demanding the return of my corporeal body. That if he refuses, I shall not rest until I have brought him to account, nor will I cease my pursuit of the Demon King. Boldly, I entertain these thoughts, hoping that the Demon King is a creature of reason, capable of delivering justice. That night, both Songer and I found ourselves unable to sleep. She was agitated with excitement, while I was consumed with worry for my wife, for Lucy the mouse, and for my uncertain future. At the break of dawn, we arrived at the assembly point, where we were led by the monkey examiner, Ison, through the gate of the boundary mountain into the demon realm. The gate was concealed within a vast cave atop the mountain, appearing merely as an ordinary stone. Ison knocked several times, and suddenly a pig's head emerged from within the stone, exclaiming, "Ah, Master Ison, is this the new batch? How few there are!" After making a few snorts, the pig turned, and a glowing portal appeared in the stone wall, large enough for a single person to pass through. Ison nodded, and we entered in single file. The Songer brought up the rear, burdened by her excessive luggage. That I felt stifled, confined within Songer's bundle, and could not resist poking my head out for a breath of fresh air. Unexpectedly, I was caught by the pig. Hold on, what is this? The pig stopped Songer, scrutinizing my head from various angles. Ah, Commander, that is my pet. I cannot abandon him. Please allow us to pass. The pig contemplated, casting a questioning glance at Ison. Perhaps receiving Ison's approval, he waved us through. It seems Ison holds some considerable authority. I mused. It is no wonder the pig treats him with such deference. The pig was clad in a human form, covered in bristles, with hands and feet resembling trotters, and a tail dangling behind. He spoke in human language, his voice loud and resonant, causing my eardrums to thrum. Ison had previously mentioned that the official language of the demon realm is human speech, although one could communicate in their native tongue as well. However, to facilitate communication between the demon realm and other realms, as well as for diplomatic ease, the Demon King decreed the promotion of human language, which is also the lingua franca of the celestial and nether realms. Thus, the current civil servants of the demon realm all converse in human speech. As for attire, there were no specific requirements. One could be a creature with a human head and a demon body, or vice versa, or any other bizarre form. The pig was entirely unclothed, save for a piece of animal hide modestly wrapped around its loins. Although this Demon King seemed rather democratic and liberal, not meddling in one's choice of attire, the appearance of the guards is crucial to the overall image of the demon realm. The celestial realm's guards at the southern heavenly gate are all impressive and uniformly attired, exuding an air of majesty, as seen on television. That it seems a tad miserly of the Demon King to deny his guards decent uniforms, that I couldn't help but think of the elderly gatekeeper of our community, who at least had a military coat in winter and a short-sleeved shirt in summer, cinched with a counterfeit leather belt, and donned shoes procured from a street vendor, striving to maintain some semblance of decorum. In winter, he would often sleep early and rise late, requiring us to call him to open the door for work. In summer, he would likewise wake late, only stirring when the sun shone directly through the window, and the waiting residents grew impatient, prompting him to grumble and drag himself up. It is no wonder the residents frequently refused to pay the property management fees. The pig bid us farewell as we exited the cave, then leaned against the entrance to doze off. Such negligence and apathy in his duties surely explain why demons often slip out unnoticed. The demon realm remains atop this boundary mountain. However, half of it belongs to the outside world, while the other half is part of the demon realm. Following Ison down the mountain, we were on our way to the Demon King's palace for the certification ceremony when a goat suddenly trotted up and whispered a few words in Ison's ear. Ison's expression changed drastically, and he seemed taken aback. Here is the situation. The Demon King is otherwise occupied. The certification ceremony is temporarily canceled and will be conducted by the Ministry of Education. We shall proceed to register there. Ison explained that we exchanged glances, each bearing expressions of confusion. If there are no objections, let us depart. Ison gestured for us to continue to this juncture, even if anyone had objections. It would hardly be the appropriate moment to voice them, that we had no choice but to comply with the arrangements. Descending the boundary mountain, Ison summoned a cloud, and we leapt aboard. The cloud whisked us away at great speed. I could not suppress my curiosity. Do all monkeys possess the ability to command the cloud of transformation? The soft, fluffy surface was immensely comfortable, almost like a trampoline, and if one could lie upon it, it would resemble an extraordinarily plush mattress. After approximately 10 minutes of flight, the cloud came to rest before a grand edifice that was entirely reminiscent of an ancient Chinese palace, resplendent and imposing. Stone beasts resembling Qilin stood sentinel at the entrance, and a plaque bearing the inscription, Ministry of Education of the Demon Realm, hung above the door. So this is the office of the Ministry of Education. It seems rather extravagant for such a minor ministry to resemble the Demon King's palace. Upon entering the main hall, we beheld an elderly man clad in a dark robe, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, while several shimmering tomes lay upon the table before him. "Minister, we have brought the new recruits," Ison said respectfully, bowing, and the three demons followed suit. I pay my respects to the minister. I remained outside, hidden within Songer's large bundle, as I was not the one receiving a certificate, and thus refrained from entering to avoid causing any trouble. Ordinarily, I should not have been permitted to accompany Songer into the demon realm. Yet for reasons unknown, Ison had allowed me to follow, but he showed considerable concern for Songa, inquiring after her well-being throughout our journey, which irked me greatly. Could it be that this fellow harbors feelings for her? Why else would he be so attentive? At that moment, the old man, referred to as the minister, opened his eyes, half-lidded, as if in a state between sleep and wakefulness. His mouth did not move, yet everyone heard his voice. "Please, take a seat." As he spoke, 4 chairs materialized out of thin air in the hall. The 4 demons obediently seated themselves, with Songer positioned first, sitting next to Ison. The minister then began to issue identity cards. It turned out that those gleaming objects were identity cards. They were far more exquisite than the ones issued by our human police departments. He lifted a golden plaque, holding it in his palm, and it radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the entire room. With a flick of his wrist, the item shot straight towards Songer, embedding itself in her forehead, disappearing without a trace. This identity card was concealed within her body. I had assumed it would be kept in a wallet, to be presented when needed as proof of identity. The minister proceeded to bestow identity cards upon the other 2 demons, and upon receiving their cards, golden halos appeared above their heads, shimmering for a brief 10 seconds before returning to normal. The 3 demons exhibited expressions of elation. This was indeed a significant achievement. Next came the oath-taking ceremony, where they were required to recite the oath alongside the minister. The essence of the oath was to pledge loyalty to the demon king, abide by the rules of the demon realm, and cherish the demon world, among other sentiments. Furthermore, each was provided with a booklet to study thoroughly, ensuring compliance with the regulations outlined in the oath. Finally, they were to listen to the minister's lecture. I had anticipated that receiving a certificate would be a straightforward process, yet I found it riddled with bureaucratic formalities and lengthy procedures that I felt myself growing drowsy at the door, as all speeches from leaders seemed to possess a hypnotic quality. I stifled a yawn, only to be struck by an intense itch in my nose, and before I could restrain myself, I sneezed, "Achoo!" Oh no, I had stirred trouble. All eyes in the hall turned towards me, including that of the minister, who was outside. "Bring in the guards." I glanced around, but where were the guards? Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the marble columns on either side, and 2 enormous mantises emerged, wielding their blades against my throat. These 2 were quite cunning, having concealed themselves within the pillars, leading one to believe that no one was on watch. Reluctantly, I was brought before the minister, feeling much like a prisoner. "Minister, please do not make things difficult for him. That is my pet. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon me." Songer quickly stepped forward to defend me. I was moved to the brink of tears. How deep a sentiment it is for someone to willingly accept punishment to protect you. I gazed gratefully at Songer, who happened to be looking back at me. Our eyes met, and an unspoken affection filled the air. I merely seek to reclaim justice. Was this not an opportune moment? In the presence of a high-ranking official of the Demon King, I resolved to assert my rights. That a flash of golden light flickered, and the minister's gaze sharpened, his eyes gleaming like lightning as he fixed his penetrating gaze upon me. As if he understood something, nodding slightly and saying, "Follow me." I was elated. Perhaps there was hope after all. I exchanged a knowing glance with Songer, and amidst the puzzled expressions of the other demons, I followed the old man into a side chamber. "This is my study. It is protected by a barrier, so they cannot hear what you say. Speak freely. What transpired? You were once human. How did you come to inhabit the body of a mouse?" He gestured for me to stand upon the table and poured me a cup of water. After taking a sip and clearing my throat, I began to recount my extraordinary tale for the 3rd time, of course omitting certain details. After an entire hour of speaking, I finally concluded, unable to resist taking a few more sips of water. Damn it, I have scarcely ever uttered such a lengthy discourse. It was more arduous than reciting poetry. "My surname is Wong. You may address me as Minister Wong." The old man stroked his beard thoughtfully before suddenly seizing my hand and declaring, "I will assist you in dealing with that bald-headed individual. However, if your physical form has already been destroyed, there will be no remedy. You may either cultivate yourself back to human form, in which case you would forever remain a creature of the night, unable to return to the realm of mortals, or you could wait for an opportunity to find another's vessel, thus transforming into a different person. Yet this method carries significant risks, should the underworld become aware. It could cause us considerable trouble in the realm of demons. What? To become another. If I were to assume a different guise, would my wife still recognize me? If one day I were to encounter her on the street, joyfully embracing her and calling her my wife, she would undoubtedly scream and slap my face, chastising me as a perverted lunatic. Perhaps it would be best to refrain from such a course. It is better to remain as myself. What if my soul were to be thrust into the body of an unsightly creature? That would be a grave misfortune. Though I, Ming Long, may not be a strikingly handsome figure, I stand at a respectable height of 178 centimeters. With a standard physique, not exactly a paragon of beauty, yet certainly possessing my own charm. Are you willing to attend the Demon Academy for your studies? Minister Wang's tone was gentle. I eagerly nodded in agreement, recognizing that restoring my human form through self-cultivation was merely a matter of time. It was a form of salvation, after all. Excellent. Starting tomorrow, you shall attend the Demon Academy I founded. However, I shall be your instructor, which serves as a form of compensation for you. How does that sound? Countless individuals vie for the privilege of studying under me, yet I may not accept them. The old man raised his chin with pride, his sparse beard quivering, revealing his esteemed status. That I promptly expressed my gratitude, showering him with compliments that I in all matters. Flattery is certainly not a misstep. That my wife has often criticized me for my pedantry and pretentiousness, claiming that I failed to show appreciation to my superiors during festivals, which has hindered my career advancement. That I have always stood firm in my beliefs. Yet since becoming a mouse, I have undergone significant transformation. I am increasingly resembling a mouse. With my enthusiastic praise, Minister Wang laughed heartily. People, after all, enjoy sweet nothings. Demons are no exception. That I resolved to mark this day as my lucky day, vowing to celebrate it annually in remembrance. The day I transformed into a mouse would forever be my day of misfortune, the beginning of my nightmare, and I would remember it always. That it was on that day that I unexpectedly lost everything. It was on that day that I became a wanderer, adrift in the world. Fortune and misfortune continuously alternate in the ebb and flow of fate. This is a philosophy I have only recently come to understand. I have finally, with great pride, become a member of the Demon Academy, taking my first step toward realizing my dreams. When Song Air learned that Minister Wang had personally taken me as his apprentice, she was even more elated than I as she hopped around excitedly, before hastily bringing a bundle of extraordinary demon fruits to my dormitory, located in a row of bungalows that served as the Ministry of Education's offices, where I would reside during my studies. The facilities were complete, albeit furnished solely with antiquated furniture, devoid of any modern amenities, particularly lacking a shower and a flush toilet. However, I had long grown accustomed to resolving my toilet needs on the spot. For a mouse, the absence of a flush toilet was not a pressing concern. Even if one were available, I would be unable to utilize it, as no toilet could accommodate my physique, smaller than a ping-pong ball. Our school was situated not far from the office building, in another grand palace, equally spacious and majestic. Attending classes in a palace was indeed an extraordinary privilege. This clearly indicated the elevated status of the students at the Demon Academy and underscored the exceptional power and influence of the Minister of Education. The enrollment process was uncomplicated, requiring no tuition fees. Each teacher instructed students individually, with class sizes ranging from 1 to 10, held within the confines of each instructor's office. Thus, my classroom was in Minister Wang's study, where he had only 2 apprentices, myself and another who I had yet to meet, rumored to also be a mouse. Chapter 27. The Victim. The first day's lesson focused on sitting quietly and meditating. Typically, Taoists and monks adopt a cross-legged posture. However, as I am not human, I could not sit in such a manner, resorting instead to an unusual stance. Squatting on the ground, that I close my eyes, striving to eliminate all distractions and maintain my mind in a state of emptiness. Despite how simple this may sound, the execution is far from easy. After a designated period of sitting, he instructed me to concentrate on a singular object, to think earnestly and with intent, directing all my thoughts toward this object. For instance, he asked me to envision the pen in his hand, to imagine it slowly moving toward me. This was essentially the art of telekinesis, or object manipulation. This constituted my daytime lessons that I had thought I could enjoy a good night's sleep, only to discover that there were evening lessons as well, when the moon rose above the treetops. My studies commenced that I was to find an unobstructed spot, sit beneath the moonlight, and practice breath control to absorb the spiritual energy of the cosmos, an internal cultivation practice that could not be adequately expressed in words. The winds on mountain nights howled fiercely, a cacophony echoing through the valleys and forests, unrestrained in their tumult. Yet, I became impervious to the external chaos. My world was reduced to my own existence. This state of complete self-forgetfulness is indeed a splendid condition that my master remarked upon my high aptitude, predicting that I would surely achieve great things in the future. That as for accomplishments, I preferred not to dwell on them. My sole desire was to restore my human form as swiftly as possible. A week passed, and my internal energy had become remarkably ordered, a warm current swirling within my dantian. That my master indicated that circulating this energy throughout my body for 49 cycles would yield significant progress. Regardless of the type of demon arts, internal cultivation is essential for mastery. That I dedicated myself to my studies with great diligence, to the point that Song Air could seldom find me during her visits. I was either in my master's study or meditating atop the mountain point one evening. She finally managed to catch me. "Little darling, it's more challenging to see you than to ascend to the heavens." Her bright, melodic voice startled me. Since arriving in the demon realm, Song Air had learned a great deal, including the customs and taboos of this world, as well as its laws and regulations. Though a manual had been issued, very few demons could read. Song Air, alas, was among those unable to decipher its contents and had to seek guidance from others. At this moment, she had just discovered something novel. Demons could marry. She had even attended the wedding of a fox demon and was now brimming with excitement to find me. Marriage is when a male demon and a female demon eat, sleep, and cultivate together. Right? I was taken aback. Having attended a wedding, she still did not comprehend the concept of marriage. That I rolled my eyes and replied, "Of course, it encompasses much more than that." I hesitated, considering how to explain the aspects of married life and procreation should this inquisitive girl press further. I settled on, "You will understand once you are married." She nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, "When can I get married?" "You can marry whenever you wish, as long as you have someone you adore, and they reciprocate your feelings." While I spoke thus, I privately hoped she would not be wed to any demon. "But I like you the most, little darling. Can I marry you?" Oh, could this be construed as a proposal? To be honest, I did not entirely dismiss the possibility of Song Air becoming my third wife. Even if I were to regain my human form, I would no longer be an ordinary person, but rather a demon. That it remains uncertain whether I could share intimate moments with my human wife, as the tale suggests that such proximity between humans and demons could jeopardize a human's health. Therefore, I would prefer to observe her from a distance, blessing and protecting her, allowing her to believe I had perished. Having already been married twice, I was in a sense guilty of bigamy, though I wonder if such a crime exists in the demon realm. Marrying again would still constitute a form of bigamy. Having an additional demon wife would be beneficial, at least providing me with a family in the demon realm. That I gazed into Song Air's innocent eyes, filled with longing and hope, and couldn't help but smile. "You are quite eager to marry, aren't you? Just ensure you do not regret it later. Marriage is not as simple as you might imagine. So, does that mean you agree to marry me?" I nodded. She joyfully leaped into the air, enveloping me in her embrace, showering me with kisses, leaving me quite drenched in saliva. However, it must wait until I graduate from the Demon Academy. For now, my studies must take precedence. I needed to expedite my cultivation. Song Air solemnly nodded in agreement. She then asked if I had consumed any extraordinary demon fruits. Her reminder prompted me to recall that I indeed possessed such items. "You must eat them quickly, 2 each day. Then practice your techniques, that I guarantee you will experience remarkable results." Song Air's advice proved sound. After consuming 2 extraordinary demon fruits daily, I mastered the art of object manipulation within a week. I moved Minister Wang's pen onto the paper and wrote a few characters that I surmised that he must be an exceptionally learned demon, for his study was filled with books, all ancient texts. I had climbed to inspect them, but their content was inscrutable to me, as I had yet to reach a level of cultivation sufficient to comprehend the essence of the texts or delve into others' thoughts. Therefore, Minister Wang must possess knowledge comparable to that of a certain hamster, perhaps even surpassing it. I could only wonder where that hamster might be at this moment, and what it was doing. My success delighted the old man, who exclaimed, "I knew you were a prodigy. Truly, I did not err in my judgment." He strode back and forth before me, stroking his beard, his spirits high, as if contemplating a significant matter. Finally, he spoke. "I have decided to impart this book to you. You must diligently practice and not disappoint my expectations." At that moment, I was utterly elated that I hurriedly expressed my gratitude to my esteemed mentor. This is a compendium of all demon arts, painstakingly compiled by me over many years. After you return, practice according to this. That if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Recently, I have been inundated with tasks, so my daytime lessons will be replaced with self-study. Oh, how splendid! Having this would be akin to having wings. I cheered with joy, as if I were transported back to my childhood, receiving a long-coveted lollipop in an era of material scarcity. I will input the content of the book into your mind, providing you with a substantial advantage. How wonderful! This would eliminate the hassle of memorization. The old man extended 2 fingers towards my temples, muttering incantations, as the characters from the book surged toward my head, instantly merging with my consciousness. This technique was truly advanced, even swifter than a computer's copying capabilities that I rifled through my memory. Aha! It was all there. If I had possessed the spell earlier, I wouldn't have needed to fear the rigors of entrance examinations. However, remember this. Do not share the contents with others without my consent. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. I nodded vigorously. I had yet to master my own cultivation, let alone possess the ability to teach others. I recalled how once, a certain individual had claimed that the Minister of Education turned a blind eye to corruption among his subordinates, and the Demon King refrained from replacing him out of fear of his power. Initially, I had a rather unfavorable impression of him, deeming him akin to historical tyrants like Qin Hui and Jia Sedao, who wielded power without regard for the common people. Yet, my perspective gradually shifted. The minister, it seemed, was a connoisseur of talent. Despite his stern demeanor, he was relatively approachable. Although I was also a victim of the bribery scandal, it appeared that I had inadvertently benefited from the misfortune. Chapter 28. The imposter demon with a head full of characters. I hummed a merry tune as I returned to my dwelling, only to find Songa, that little girl, had once again come uninvited. Today, she had transformed into her human form, clad only in a belly band, with a gossamer veil draped over her figure tantalizingly obscured. "Hey, little darling, do I look good like this? I saw a fox sister dressed similarly today." She and many beautiful sisters were calling out to transform demons on the street. Goodness, isn't that akin to a courtesan is such a profession prevalent in the demon realm. Since my arrival, I had been preoccupied with cultivation, scarcely venturing beyond the confines of my classroom and bedroom, leaving me utterly ignorant of the outside world. "Songer, you must remember, you cannot dress like that when going out. Only in my presence may you appear this way. Do you understand? Change back into your original attire." I assumed a stern expression, feigning anger that my future little wife must not be exposed to others. This girl seemed more intent on play than on her cultivation, despite her claims of wanting to practice diligently to repay her debts to humanity. That Songer pouted, stubbornly refusing to change. That I had no choice but to employ my trump card, threatening that if she disobeyed, I would not marry her, which finally coaxed her into compliance. She even claimed I was her pet. At that moment, she seemed more like my beloved companion. "Ha ha. Songer, dear, may I accompany you on an outing today?" To appease her and satisfy my own curiosity, I resolved to take a break and venture out. "Wonderful," Songer exclaimed, elated by my willingness to accompany her. Ah, she truly was a playful little girl. The education ministry was situated atop a mountain known as Wanyue Mountain, reputed to be a spiritually rich mountain, standing at over 3,000 meters high. The Grand Hall was perched on the main peak, Yuwu Peak, where jagged rocks and steep cliffs rendered it nearly inaccessible. Thus, once one ascended this mountain, unless one could fly, descent was impossible. Consequently, students of the Demon Academy seldom ventured down unless they mastered the art of flight, which was a rarity before graduation. Nevertheless, I was determined to break this record. With the extraordinary demon fruit in hand, I was confident I could achieve this miracle. However, today, I still lacked the ability to fly. Leaving me reliant on song, her forte lay in summoning leaves, and this time, the leaves she conjured were a vibrant red, clearly a massive maple leaf. Songer, what kind of leaf is this? Maple leaf. She beckoned me to climb onto the large leaf, which seemed to possess a life of its own, fluttering gently before soaring into the air. Why is this leaf so enormous? I estimated it to be at least the size of a large dining table. Silly. I enlarged it. Songer shot me a disapproving glance, puzzled as to how I, usually so clever, had overlooked such a simple detail. It's an enlargement technique. You can learn it too. There were indeed many spells to master, and I couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Can I really learn them all? One by one? This is a minor spell, quite simple. You can focus on learning the most essential and powerful techniques. Even the most skilled practitioners do not master every single one. Don't rush. Take it step by step, that it's crucial to build a solid foundation. Once the topic of demon arts arose, Songer became quite chatty. She certainly had a deeper understanding of this realm than I did. I rifled through the compendium of demon arts in my mind, realizing I barely recognized any of the characters. This revelation was disheartening, as I could only comprehend simplified characters and a portion of traditional ones, leaving me utterly baffled by the intricate seal script that resembled wriggling earthworms. That it appeared that Old Wong was an ancient demon of several millennia, as only individuals from that era would utilize such characters. Furthermore, I could only read vernacular Chinese. Classical literature was essentially a foreign language to me. Thus, my performance in language classes during my school years had always been mediocre. Frustration welled within me. I was a demon, or rather, a would-be demon, with cultural knowledge, yet I felt as blind as a bat, unable to decipher the text. What use was this book to me? I angrily stomped my feet on the maple leaf, catching Songer's attention. "Little darling, what's wrong?" She lifted me effortlessly, and the mountain breeze tousled her flowing hair, making her appear like a celestial being descended from the heavens. That I found myself entranced, momentarily forgetting she was still awaiting my response. "Are you ill? Not feeling well?" She gently patted my head, and I shook my head, thinking that Songa was even less literate than I, making it pointless to confide in her. Just then, the leaf steadied itself as we descended to the base of the mountain. I spotted a row of thatched cottages. Were there inhabitants here? In my mind, demons resided in caves, while humans constructed houses. That Songer explained that those cottages were home to demons who cherished human life, taking on human forms to mimic their way of living, marrying and raising little demons, while others preferred seclusion in the depths of the forest, leading a tranquil existence, occasionally descending the mountain to alleviate boredom. Ah, so there were indeed social strata among demons. The owner of that thatched house appeared quite impoverished. Otherwise, they could easily construct a more attractive dwelling. Perhaps they have never encountered a beautiful house. All the demon-made houses I've seen are in such disrepair. I cannot fathom what a beautiful house looks like. Should it resemble the palace atop Wanyuan Mountain? Oh, I finally understood. Most demons had lived in seclusion in forests before entering the demon realm, and the fringes of those forests were often impoverished mountain villages. Hundreds, even thousands of years ago, the homes of farmers or hunters naturally resembled thatched cottages. That is for the palaces atop the mountain and our school buildings. I surmised they were likely constructed by those cultured demons who had experienced the world. That my curiosity piqued regarding the sort of demons that resided there, but Songer cautioned that intruding would be seen as a hostile act. So it was wiser to take a detour. Although demons could assume human forms, their wariness remained palpable. After flying eastward for about the duration of a tea break, we finally arrived at the so-called market town. Along the way, we encountered various demons riding an array of flying contraptions. Some stood atop enormous swords, others sat on chairs, while yet others pedaled two-wheeled contraptions, reminiscent of Nez's flaming wheels. There were even witches from the west riding brooms. The variety was astonishing. Truly an eye-opening experience that in this densely populated area. The Demon King had established administrative divisions and various levels of officials, so the city gates and walls resembled those from ancient human civilization. I gazed up at the city gate, which bore the name Mushi City. I recognized these characters as they were written in clerical script. Two lethargic demon guards lounged there, one clutching a wine jug, the other munching on sunflower seeds, dressed rather casually, resembling primitive humans draped in animal skins. The Sangha remarked that some demons, prior to becoming demons, had never seen a human or their attire, nor were they familiar with human customs. They learned everything from other demons upon entering the demon realm, and even after adopting human forms, they could not shake their old habits, resulting in appearances and behaviors that were a curious blend of both worlds. Upon entering the city, it was indeed as she described. The streets were filled with a diverse array of demons, resembling a veritable zoo. Yet, there were also quite a few who appeared remarkably human. Dressed in various styles, neatly attired, and behaving in ways indistinguishable from humans, the Sangha explained that these were demons who had long admired human culture, having interacted significantly with humans in their past lives. They relished the opportunity to emulate humanity in the demon realm, thus paying particular attention to their appearance. Chapter 29. A hasty farewell. Here, one could witness relatively well-constructed classical architecture, with various shops akin to those found in the human realm. The goods for sale here are quite similar to those found in the human realm. The people here also engage in transactions using currency, with the predominant form of currency being the coins crafted from gold, silver, copper, and iron. That I inquired of Sangha whether she had any money, to which she shook her head in response, stating she did not. She had visited Mushi City several times, but had never made a purchase due to her lack of funds. Fortunately, the creatures here do not require food and do not feel hunger, nor do they feel cold without clothing. That my intention was to buy her a more convenient outfit, such as a t-shirt and jeans, as this dress is rather unsuitable for her active nature. Thankfully, I recalled that the place where Sangha previously resided was abundant in gold mines. That I attempted to utilize the material manipulation technique I had recently learned, but was unsuccessful, for traversing the formidable barrier of the demon realm necessitates profound cultivation, a level I have yet to attain. Even Sangha is unable to accomplish this. The enchanting Sangha attracted the attention of numerous elegantly dressed men, and one gentleman, resembling a noble from the Warring States period, approached directly. With a scar on his face, he was not conventionally handsome, yet he exuded an undeniable aura of authority. "Greetings, fair maiden. You are truly captivating. I, Hua Buke, would be honored to invite you for a drink. Might you grace me with your presence?" He bowed politely. How direct he was in his approach to a lady. Sangha appeared flustered and looked only at me. I nodded, and only then did she acquiesce. It seemed this fellow was quite wealthy. Lacking funds ourselves, we could only resort to cunning schemes. Otherwise, I would never permit my Sangha to become a companion. "This little mouse of yours is rather adorable. Is it your pet?" His flattery was excessively nauseating. Can my appearance truly be deemed adorable? If I could be described as such, then even a toad could be likened to a beauty that eclipses the moon. That I frowned in displeasure, surprised that this creature's flattery surpassed that of humans. Truly, it is said that the pupil can surpass the master. He invited Sangha to what he claimed was the most upscale establishment in the city, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, a name that suggests even deities could become intoxicated here. Who knows if any deities have ever graced this place? One could easily surmise that it is improbable. After all, why would deities venture into the demon realm? Such an act would contravene celestial laws. Bring 2 pots of the finest 1,000-mile fragrance, and serve up all your signature dishes. The man, who identified himself as Hua Buke, spoke with great bravado, undoubtedly a man of wealth. That I exchanged a knowing glance with Sangha, signaling her to ply him with drink and extract funds from him. She nodded in understanding, her quick wit making her a promising ally. "Might I have the honor of knowing your name, fair maiden?" Hua Buke poured 2 cups of wine, the aroma indeed delightful, tempting me to taste. Sangha lowered her head, feigning shyness, and said, "I am called Song. I am new to Mushi City, and I would appreciate your guidance, sir." Her soft and endearing demeanor elicited a grand display of bravado from Hua Buke, who thumped his chest and declared, "In Mushi City, no one is unfamiliar with Hua. Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek me out. I assure you, no one will dare to trouble you." "Come, let us drink." Sangha declined, stating she did not drink. for she indeed had never tasted wine, that I feared she might intoxicate herself, as being unable to hold her liquor could easily reveal her true form. So I advised her against drinking. She, however, persisted in offering wine to Hua Buke, lamenting her lack of cultivation and funds, expressing her desire for a more attractive outfit. It was no surprise that he fell for her ploy, as he swiftly produced a gold ingot to gift to Song. Just as I was reveling in my good fortune, a loud voice from the adjacent table called out, "My lady, if you would join me for a drink, I shall reward you with 2 gold ingots." I turned to see an even more handsome and stylish gentleman, clad in a flowing white scholar's robe, exuding an extraordinary presence, wielding an ink-painted folding fan. He was the epitome of a refined gentleman, comparable to a cinematic star. Meanwhile, Songer remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in her meal, oblivious to her role as the catalyst for a conflict between 2 men. Clearly, Hua Buke was not one to easily concede a beauty, and an exchange of refusals would surely lead to a brawl, a clash of egos between the 2 men. They instinctively exited the tavern to avoid causing damage to the establishment. For who knows if the owner was a formidable demon? A one-on-one duel could easily escalate into a melee. Outside the city, approximately 2 miles away, several earthen mounds served as the battleground, where the coldly composed scholar and the noble clad in black robes positioned themselves. One to the east and the other to the west. The unwitting instigator of this duel, Songa, along with her little pet, watched with glee. The atmosphere was tense, and both adversaries had revealed their weapons. Hua Buke held a long sword, reminiscent of those favored by nobles of the warring states, its slender blade sharp and cold, undoubtedly a fine weapon. The scholar's weapon was the folding fan, which had now transformed into an oversized fan, serving as a formidable offensive tool when closed and an excellent shield when opened. The scholar took the initiative, sweeping his hand to open the fan, and with a gentle flick, a whirlwind arose, swirling sand and gravel into a black dragon that surged towards Hua Buke. That it seemed this fan possessed a power akin to that of Princess Iron Fan's banana leaf fan. In a flash, as the black dragon threatened to engulf Hua Buke, he steadied his stance, emanating a blue glow, and wielded his sword with a fierce shout, successfully repelling the black dragon. The scholar was taken aback, the strength of his opponent exceeding his expectations. He had intended to impress the lady, only to find himself in an embarrassing predicament. This annoyance ignited his fury. He executed a somersault into the air, shaking the fan's handle directly at Hua Buke's face. Suddenly, a spearhead emerged from the fan, striking like a serpent's flicking tongue, aimed straight at Hua Buke. It seemed this fan concealed hidden abilities. I turned to Song and asked, "Why do you not possess a weapon?" She pouted dismissively and replied, "I have no interest in fighting. Why would I need a weapon?" I pressed further, "But what if someone tries to harm you?" Songer shot me an annoyed glance and retorted, "I have my ways of handling things. You need not worry." Just then, a loud bang echoed as Hua Buke's sword clashed against the fan, both combatants suspended in midair, each employing their skills in a fierce standoff. "Transform," the scholar cried out, suddenly morphing into a golden python, swiftly coiling around Hua Buke. It appeared that Hua Buke's life was in peril. Both Songer and I watched in tense anticipation, unsure of who would emerge victorious. This spectacle was far more thrilling than a mere sporting event. I had witnessed 2 prior demon battles, each exceptionally intense. Hua Buke's dark form swelled, his presence resonating in the wind, his eyes glowing fiercely. His arms morphed into claws, heeding no hesitation as they aimed for the serpent's eyes. His head and body gradually transformed into that of a bird. I was left utterly astonished. It became clear that Hua Buke was indeed a serpent demon and a bird demon. No, he must be a magnificent eagle, I finally concluded, realizing that Hua Buke was in fact a formidable eagle, far superior to the previous bird I had encountered, capable not only of transforming into a human, but also of charming young maidens. Serpents and eagles have always been natural adversaries, and today's battle was bound to be fierce. "Who do you think will win?" Songer inquired. I shook my head, truly unsure. Observing both combatants, they seemed equally determined, making it difficult to predict the outcome. Although the golden python had not been struck in the eyes, its scales sustained numerous gashes, forcing it to loosen its grip, thereby granting the eagle a moment to breathe. Seizing this opportunity, The eagle broke free from the serpent's coils, its claws retracting to reveal grand wings, propelling itself into the sky. The immense wings spread wide, casting a shadow over the land. Chapter 30. Swiftly take flight. The moment for retaliation had arrived. Indeed, the eagle performed a somersault in midair, its legs transforming into powerful talons as it dove towards the golden serpent. Its beak aimed directly at the serpent's head, its claws reaching for the serpent's body. The impact would surely result in a gory spectacle. The songer gasped and quickly covered her eyes. "Spare me, noble warrior, spare me." When she reopened her eyes, the golden serpent had transformed back into the white-faced scholar, pleading for mercy from Hua Buke. "I was blind and did not recognize your grandeur. Forgive my intrusion upon your enjoyment." The scholar bowed repeatedly, for Hua Buke's sword was poised at his throat. The formerly dashing and aloof appearance had vanished, leaving him in a thoroughly disheveled state. His headscarf had fallen away, his hair tousled, beads of sweat and dust mingling on his pale face, his once white garments now torn and stained with red. Resembling plum blossoms blooming upon a white branch, rather striking in its own right. What a superficial fellow, I mused inwardly, lamenting the futility of his ostentation. How easily he could assume a handsome guise, yet lacked true strength. The crux lies in power. Without it, one might as well face the consequences of such frivolous pursuits. Hua Buke's face radiated triumph, having outshone his opponent in the presence of beauty. Naturally swelling with pride, he tightened his grip on the sword, his expression stern as he declared, "You have disturbed my enjoyment. What punishment do you deserve? It shall not be so simple for you to escape." The golden serpent's green eyes flickered, and it hastily rummaged through its garments, producing a pearl the size of a longan in its palm, shimmering radiantly. "This is the fruit of my arduous years of cultivation, the elixir of knowledge and wisdom. Consuming this elixir will transform you from a simpleton into a learned scholar, possessing knowledge of the cosmos and the earth, excelling in music, chess, literature, poetry, and strategy, capable of all things. Such a wondrous object exists? This is precisely what I require. With it, I could surely delve into my studies with unparalleled depth." My eyes fixated on the pearl in his hand. My mind began to whirl with schemes. "I must find a way to acquire that pearl. Do you desire it?" Songer gently inquired, truly understanding me. I nodded vigorously. "Of course, I desired it. I shall find a way to help you obtain it. Just wait and see." Song Air flashed a confident smile at me, that I remained skeptical, thinking to myself that I hoped she wouldn't cause any trouble. These two monsters were quite formidable, that in truth, I had underestimated Song Air's charm. I never imagined that the moment she uttered a word, the bead would smoothly find its way into her hands. She feigned a bit of coyness towards Hua Buke, stating, "Brother Hua, I want that bead." In response, Hua Buke snatched the bead away with a stern expression, barking at the golden serpent. "Today, for the sake of the little beauty, I'll let you off. Now scram." Turning back, he wore a beaming smile as he graciously handed the bead to Song Air. The pale-faced scholar stared in astonishment at this man, who transformed from a fearsome wolf into a gentle lamb in an instant, bewildered for quite some time, before finally realizing it would be safer for him to leave that a gust of demonic wind swept by as he awkwardly departed. "Brother Hua, you are so kind." Song Air's active charm was utterly natural, exuding an effortless allure. Even I was quite impressed. Typically, men find it hard to resist such tactics. She shoved the large pearl into my arms and said, "Little darling, hold this for your sister. When we're short on money, we can exchange it." Gasp! Both Hua Buke and I were left speechless. Hua Buke frowned, pain evident in his voice as he exclaimed, "This is a precious item. You intend to trade it for money? What a waste!" No wonder he felt heartache. Song Air winked at me and continued to play the damsel in distress. "Brother Hua, I am utterly broke. Look at this outfit. It's made of leaves that I don't even have shoes. You wouldn't regret giving the bead to me, would you?" Indeed, she had no shoes and had been walking barefoot, but her long skirt concealed it well. "No, no. Hua has no such intention. You may take it. If you ever find yourself in need of money, come to me. I have plenty. Just don't waste this precious item." I was left wondering about Hua Buke's background. How could he be so wealthy? Everything in this city is under my father's jurisdiction. Who would dare offend me? This lad truly has some audacity, not recognizing the great mountain before him. He scoffed, a mix of pride and indignation. I've long heard of a fellow known as Jade-Faced Young Man. It seems to be him. It is said he was once a cherished pet of a great scholar a millennium ago, and indeed his reputation is well-deserved, having cultivated the knowledge enhancement pill through osmosis. However, his martial skills are somewhat lacking, as all his energy seems to have been spent on this. Thus, it became clear why Hua Buke was untroubled by financial concerns and so arrogant. After all, the lord of the city was his father. Song Er secretly stuck out her tongue, not expecting to attract such a formidable ally upon stepping out. With such backing, who could we fear? Hua Buke took Song Er back to Mushi City, where he pampered her at the finest clothing store, adorning her from head to toe and even ordering several tailored outfits. They spanned various dynasties, practically allowing for an exhibition of women's fashion through the ages. Yet there was no t-shirt and jeans that I desired. The day passed swiftly, and Hua Buke reluctantly saw us out of the city. Unexpectedly, the lad seemed quite sincere. It appeared he truly liked Song Er. If she weren't already taken, he would have made a fine husband, strong and capable, with excellent martial skills to protect his wife from harm. A prestigious lineage and generous spending, he would surely ensure a life of luxury, treating women with both kindness and gentleness, accommodating every request. Song Er, do you think you might develop feelings for him? Song Er playfully tapped my head, retorting, "What nonsense! I would never like him. He's utterly unattractive. He has a scar on his face. How terrifying! Then you surely don't find me more unattractive?" I looked down at myself, feeling a bit self-conscious. If we were to talk about looks, I could certainly rank among the less appealing. Noticing my discontent, Song Er tightly hugged me and earnestly declared, "Not at all. Little darling, you will look better than any of them in the future." Such words were indeed comforting. Anyone would feel uplifted upon hearing them. I lay contentedly against her warm, soft chest, whistling and envisioning myself as a human. Would I still look the same, or would I transform into something different? That night, I consumed the knowledge enhancement pill. Despite its small size akin to a longan, I initially thought it would be difficult to swallow, forcing my mouth open wide. Yet as soon as it approached my lips, it seemed to possess a will of its own and slid down my throat. I then sat in meditation, commencing my cultivation. After completing a full cycle, my mind felt exceptionally clear, and an array of information began to flow into my consciousness that I attempted to search through it. And to my astonishment, it was effortless to read. I could fully comprehend its meaning. Wow, this thing is remarkable. I couldn't help but feel exhilarated. All thanks to Song Er. Yet, glancing at that little girl, she had already fallen into a meditative state on my bed. After days of play, it was high time she gathered her focus that I stepped outside, where a crescent moon hung high in the sky, its silver light casting a soothing glow upon me. The moonlight is the essence of heaven and earth, flowing endlessly. Whether one can harness it depends on their own understanding. These were the words of my master, Minister Wang, who claimed I was the most self-disciplined student he had taught, already masterfully practicing his unique moonlight absorption technique. Chapter 31. Demons and Immortals. I once again lay on my back on the ground, preparing to engage in my evening practice. This was my own creation, called the lying method. While most people practice sitting down, I believe that lying down allows the body to connect more fully with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enabling the maximum absorption of spiritual energy while expelling impurities through the pores. Even my master was unaware of this method of mine, and I felt it was quite effective. Although I had yet to reach the 49 days, my internal energy had already attained the Cine level. Each level has a positive and negative distinction. I was still in the negative tier, but according to records, I should be able to learn the minor teleportation technique. This is a spell that accelerates one's movement speed, enhancing it tenfold. After lying there for about an hour, I decided to give this minor teleportation technique a try. The incantation was simple, comprising only a few words. The key was to concentrate and ensure my internal energy was well prepared. Just as I was eager to begin, a gathering of dark clouds approached the indigo sky, obscuring the moonlight. Was a storm brewing? I looked up at the moon, and at that moment, several dark figures swiftly darted overhead. Like arrows shot towards the direction of the grand hall, that I strained my eyes and faintly saw points of light within the hall. Was something amiss? An ominous sense of foreboding welled up inside me. After consuming the extraordinary demon fruit, my speed had already significantly increased, and with the minor teleportation technique boosting it tenfold, this was a considerable advancement that I silently chanted the incantation, holding my breath and focusing my mind as my feet moved swiftly. Yes, it worked. My gait resembled that of a kangaroo. While they leaped several meters, I did the same. The ground beneath me seemed to shorten, allowing me to advance several meters with each step. I was determined to see what was happening over there. Curiosity has always been a flaw of mine, often leading me to meddle in matters that would be better left alone. On one occasion, two neighbors in my apartment complex had a dispute. The noise escalated between the upper and lower floors, likely due to a leaking sewer issue that I lived across from the unit above, and when I intervened, both families united against me. Had I not escaped quickly, I might have drowned in the verbal onslaught of those two shrews that I was uncertain what would unfold this time. Yet my curiosity compelled me to find out. Alas, this insatiable curiosity. After a brief moment, I reached the entrance of the grand hall. The guards at the entrance recognized me and did not obstruct my way. They knew I was Minister Wong's favorite apprentice. Given my frequent comings and goings, they naturally understood the principle of mutual convenience. However, the hall was brightly lit yet completely empty. How strange. Where had everyone gone? I distinctly saw several shadows enter here. Just then, I heard faint sounds emanating from Minister Wong's study. So they were holding a secret meeting. It must be something crucial. Otherwise, my master wouldn't convene a meeting in his own study. What could be of such importance? Unable to contain my curiosity, I quietly approached, but before I could reach the door, a flash of white light whooshed and propelled me backward. I had forgotten that there was a barrier in place there. Unless the caster removes it, outsiders cannot enter. Rubbing my backside, I quickly got up, only to find my master standing before me with a stern expression. That moment, he appeared devoid of his usual kind demeanor, looking quite angry. "What are you doing here?" His tone was far from pleasant, indicating he was in a foul mood. My mind raced. I needed a legitimate excuse. "I came to tell you some good news. I just mastered the minor teleportation technique and couldn't resist the urge to share it with you." I stammered, a perfect excuse. He looked taken aback, his voice trembling as he asked, "Really? Show me." I nodded and proceeded to demonstrate. Indeed, he transformed his anger into joy. "Excellent, excellent. My dear disciple, I never expected you to progress so rapidly. I am truly happy for you." He clapped his hands and eagerly invited me into his study. As soon as I stepped inside, I was taken aback by the sight before me. It was akin to a demon exhibition. There were all sorts of creatures: cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, and various livestock, along with wolves, tigers, and leopards, all adorned in bizarre clothing, mimicking human behavior as they bowed and knelt. This is my newly acquired disciple, Ming Long, a promising talent, and I hope everyone will look after him in the future. The meaning of this statement was quite clear, and those present were no fools. In an instant, all the demons respectfully bowed to me, leaving me utterly astonished. The sensation of being elevated above others is indeed delightful, and it is no wonder that so many individuals in the world yearn for power and influence. This is the advantage of having a master who wields authority. Thus, when one achieves success, even the lowly rise alongside. I have also basked in his glory. My master gestured for me to remain aside while he continued his meeting. I overheard a creature with a tiger's head and a human body hoarsely proclaim, "Report to you, my lord, the tasks for this month have been completed. A total of 130 new students have enrolled, and classes in the art of rapid monster transformation have commenced." My master nodded and inquired, "How many students are currently enrolled, and what levels have they attained?" A horse raised its head, snorted loudly, and deepened its voice. In response, "My lord, there are 1,250 enrolled students. Among them, 150 are at the Zheng Kuei level, 275 at the Fu Kuei level, 89 at the Zheng Ren level, 101 at the Fu Ren level, 55 at the Zheng Xian level, 32 at the Fu Xian level, 16 at the Zheng Geng level, and 23 at the Fu Geng level." The remaining students possess relatively shallow abilities, and some have been sent back. 515 students have graduated and joined the new army. I had swiftly reached the Xian level, while the best in the school barely achieved the Zhenggung level. No wonder the old man regarded me with newfound respect. At this pace, it would not be long before I distinguished myself in the school and made a remarkable impression. Their methods for rapid monster transformation could not compare to my advanced techniques. I privately believed my master was quite partial, and indeed, he was particularly fond of me. Thankfully, I am not merely a creature of the pond. A creature of the pond? I suddenly recalled the words of a fortune teller from many years ago, who claimed I was not a creature of the pond. Could this prophecy soon manifest in a monster realm? In the depths of my being, I sensed that a tremendous storm awaited me in the future. The meeting lasted for 2 hours, primarily discussing the students' achievements at the monster school and various matters concerning the newly established Monster Legion, the new army. Naturally, I had many questions. However, I understood it was not the appropriate time to inquire. Since my master had allowed me to participate in this meeting, he would surely provide explanations later. The final decision of the meeting was to establish an elite class to focus on nurturing those students with potential, with the minister taking direct responsibility for their instruction. When my master mentioned this elite class, he deliberately cast a glance in my direction that I understood his intent. I was destined to be the top student in this class. As dawn broke, the other monsters took their leave, leaving only my master and me in the conference room. Feel free to ask any questions you have. My master, as perceptive as ever, had anticipated my thoughts. I took a deep breath and expressed all my inquiries, wanting to understand the true purpose behind the establishment of the monster school, the extensive efforts to cultivate monsters, and the rationale behind forming the new army. His answers echoed some of the sentiments expressed by the minister, revealing that the involvement of the celestial realm had led to various circumstances, resulting in monsters visiting the human realm being captured. Certainly, their own misconduct played a part as well. Consequently, the Monster King had to establish a monster school to increase numbers. Chapter 32. The cat demon blocks the way. What shocked me further was the revelation that the establishment of the monster school and the formation of the new army were part of a revenge plot. This was an endeavor to seek justice against the celestial realm, which had long oppressed the monster realm, and to rescue those monsters who had become mounts for deities, effectively imprisoned by them. In fact, the bribes taken by my subordinates were sanctioned by me. My eyes widened in disbelief. This statement struck me like a bolt from the blue. In the end, he was the true instigator. My master turned to me, standing at the table, and explained, "The newly established army will undoubtedly require a vast amount of weaponry and equipment, and precious materials such as gold and diamonds are the best raw materials for refining and forging magical artifacts. Of course, even better are treasures like 10,000-year black iron and 1,000-year cold jade, but these are exceedingly rare. Additionally, the national treasury's issuance of currency requires gold and silver. Thus, I have tacitly allowed any means of collecting these materials. But aren't you concerned that they might hoard them for themselves? Such occurrences are all too common in the human realm. Humans perish for wealth and birds for food. Human greed is like a sponge soaking up water, often realizing their folly only when ensnared. Yet by then, it is too late. My master chuckled heartily, exuding confidence. Not at all. They would never dare. I was taken aback. His words held a deeper meaning, yet I refrained from overthinking. It was prudent to remain compliant in the presence of this shrewd old man. Meng Long, you must intensify your cultivation, that I have high hopes for you. You possess the potential to stand on your own and achieve great things. In the future, my plans will require your unwavering support. Once success is attained, I shall not treat you unjustly." He affectionately patted my head, adopting a benevolent demeanor reminiscent of the kind, bespectacled old gentleman at the entrance of KFC that I quickly affirmed, "I shall certainly strive to cultivate diligently. Not to disappoint your expectations, Master, that if I can achieve greatness in the future, I will undoubtedly serve you faithfully to repay your mentorship." Although I understood his motives were self-serving, a true gentleman knows how to adapt and recognize the times beneath another's roof. It is necessary to bow one's head, for what lay ahead. I would take it one step at a time. Ultimately, my objective remained to enhance my own strength. After all, if I surpassed him, he would have no recourse against me, that if I chose not to fight for him, he would be powerless to compel me. With a chuckle, I employed a minor teleportation technique and dashed down the path. The mountains and scenery whizzing past me, that I pondered that those little demons must possess some leverage held by the old man, leaving them with no choice that a war against the celestial realm. Could this also be the Monster King's intention? The Monster King described by the minister did not seem like a warmonger. War resolves nothing. Surely a ruler renowned for wisdom must understand this truth. The elite class 1 indeed felt a strong urge to meet the Monster King. Yet I also recognized that such an audience would not come easily, that I was entirely unaware of the location of his palace. All I could do was focus on improving my own cultivation, that I firmly believed that in the near future, I would surely have the opportunity to meet him. Upon returning to my dormitory, Songer was still in meditation. She often stayed with me, as she had yet to find suitable accommodation and was unsure how to build her own house. Thus, we had become, in a sense, cohabitating to I wondered if other monsters shared my fortunate circumstance of having a beautiful fiancée accompany them in their cultivation, akin to students who take a companion abroad for their studies. Thankfully, no one came to inspect the dormitory. Our accommodations were quite independent, and opportunities for classmates to meet were rare. So naturally, no one would interfere with our romantic affairs. The next day, I received a notification that the newly established elite class comprised 5 members, of which I was one. That evening, we gathered in the Grand Hall, and I finally met the other 4 legendary members. They included a green serpent, a toad, a rose, and a hunting dog. What impressed me most was that rose, which had roots for feet, branches for arms, and its entire body was covered in thorns that resembled eyes, opening and closing its petals as it spoke. Oh dear, must I learn alongside them? How annoying! They are all so ugly. Gasp! I nearly fainted. How could she find us unattractive? I found her thorns rather bothersome. The scholarly and knowledgeable rose was indeed a valuable asset, for I was now able to comprehend its speech. The other 3 seemed oblivious to her taunts. Staring blankly. This ability to communicate with various creatures and plants is a trait only true monsters possess. They can often replicate your linguistic knowledge in their minds, facilitating easy communication. Of course, this is less of an issue among the same species. A mouse can always understand the chatter of its kind, much like Song and I, both belonging to the rodent family. Each monster teacher communicates with their students in this manner. However, the language barrier has become a barrier to exchanging learning experiences among the students. Thus, the serpent, toad, and hunting dog were unaware that the rose was mocking their appearance. Achieving the ability to speak human language signifies that one's cultivation has reached a certain level. Enabling transformation into human form and acquiring human vocal organs, My Master had taken a significant step for this newly established class, facilitating our communication without barriers, which likely required a considerable expenditure of his energy. Yet this sacrifice was worthwhile, as this team, cherished by him, may one day bear significant responsibilities. Cooperation and synergy among members are crucial, and without communication, how could that be achieved? Old Wong undoubtedly recognized this, for he was a visionary monster. However, he could never have anticipated that I already possessed the knowledge pill and could understand various languages. You 5 are the cream of the crop among the students, and you will be entrusted with important responsibilities in the future. Remember to apply yourselves. As usual, his speech was filled with lofty rhetoric. The bureaucratic style of monsters mirrors that of humans. That I was weary, having not slept all night, and now having to endure his preaching was truly torturous. Now, let us each introduce ourselves, after which I will appoint your class leader. Upon hearing this, we 5 simultaneously perked up. There would be a class leader. It felt as though we had returned to our school days, though I had never been a class leader myself, often receiving reprimands for my mischief, either facing the wall in reflection or being tasked with copying texts. I had always been a poor student. Even in the workforce, I had made little progress, having not received a promotion for years. Given Old Wong's favoritism towards me, I was certain that the role of class leader would be mine. As expected, amidst the envious gazes of others, I proudly became the inaugural class leader of the Monster School's elite class. That I took considerable pride in this minor title. Finally, I had the chance to hold a position of authority. It is not that I possess such a peculiar inclination. Rather, having never held a leadership position, I find myself yearning to indulge in that experience, that I do feel a compelling desire to meet the Demon King. Yet I am acutely aware that such an encounter is far from simple, that I am utterly ignorant of the location of his palace. All I can do is enhance my own cultivation. I firmly believe that in the near future, I shall indeed have the opportunity to meet him. Upon returning to the dormitory, I found Songer still in deep meditation. Due to her inability to secure suitable accommodation and her lack of knowledge on how to construct her own dwelling, she often resides with me, which could be likened to an unmarried cohabitation. Haha, I wonder if other demons also share my fortunate circumstance of having a beautiful fiancée to accompany them in their cultivation. Much like a study companion abroad, fortunately, no one comes to inspect our dormitory, and given the relatively independent design of our living quarters, opportunities for classmates to interact are exceedingly rare, ensuring that no one concerns themselves with such romantic escapades. Chapter 33. Squirrel to the rescue. The following day, I received notification that the newly established elite class consists of 5 members, of which I am one. That evening, we assembled in the grand hall, and I finally laid eyes upon the other 4 legendary elites: a green serpent, a toad, a rose, and a hunting dog. The one who impressed me the most was undoubtedly the rose, whose roots served as feet, branches as hands, and whose entire body was adorned with thorns that resembled eyes, the petals fluttering as if engaged in conversation. Oh dear, must I study with them? How dreadful! They are all so unattractive. Gasp! Fainting. And yet she finds us unsightly. I find her thorns rather off-putting. The well-educated and knowledgeable rose is, in fact, a tremendously useful treasure. At the very least, I am now able to comprehend the speech of a flower. The other 3, however, appeared utterly baffled by her words, staring vacantly. This ability to communicate with various flora and fauna is a skill reserved for true demons, who can often replicate your linguistic knowledge within their minds, thereby facilitating communication with ease. That, of course, among the same species, there is no barrier. A mouse will always comprehend the language of its kind, just as Songer and I, being rodents, do. Every demon instructor employs this method to communicate with their students. However, the barrier of language has become a hindrance to the exchange of learning experiences among students of different species. Thus, the serpent, toad, and hunting dog remain oblivious to the rose's mockery of their appearance. Being able to speak the human tongue signifies that one's cultivation has reached a certain level, allowing for transformation into a human form, complete with human vocal organs, thus enabling speech. The master has undertaken a significant and meaningful task for this newly formed class: to eliminate the barriers to communication, which likely required a considerable expenditure of his energy. Yet such a sacrifice is worthwhile, for this team, which he holds in high esteem, may one day be entrusted with significant responsibilities. The cooperation and synergy among its members are crucial. Without communication, how could they function effectively? Old Wong certainly recognized this point. He is a remarkably far-sighted demon. However, he could never have anticipated that I already possessed the elixir of knowledge, enabling me to comprehend various languages. You 5 are the CRME de la CRME among students and will be entrusted with important duties in the future. Remember to work diligently, as usual. His speech was filled with grandiloquent rhetoric. The bureaucratic style of demons mirrors that of humans. That I felt drowsy, having not slept the entire night, and now I was subjected to his sermon. Truly torturous. Next, let us introduce ourselves, after which I will appoint your class leader. Upon hearing this, our spirits were collectively lifted. Ah, there would be a class leader. It felt reminiscent of my student days, though I had never held such a position. Often facing reprimands for my mischievous behavior, whether it be standing in the corner for reflection or being punished with lines, that I had always been a subpar student. Even in the workforce, I had made little progress, having not received a promotion in years. Given old Wong's favoritism towards me, I was certain that the role of class leader would rightfully belong to me, as predicted, amidst the envious gazes of my peers. I was honored to become the inaugural class leader of the Demon School's elite class. This minor title delighted me greatly. At last, I had the opportunity to experience leadership. Little dear, can you guess what this is? I had barely returned to the dormitory. Eager to announce my appointment as class leader, when I saw Songer mysteriously waving a small rope before me. What is this? A braid rope. No matter how I examined it, it was merely a rope, no longer than 50 centimeters, surely just a hair tie. Just wait and see. She wore an expression that suggested I would soon understand, pulling me outside. With a single utterance of long, the rope elongated dramatically, akin to the golden cudgel, stretching to a length of 5 meters. Then she commanded, thick, and the rope thickened threefold in an instant. Clearly, this was no ordinary rope. It was a long whip. Observing my astonishment, Songer triumphantly declared, "You were worried about me being bullied, right? This is my secret weapon. I had not yet perfected it until today, but now you shall witness it." With that, she leaped 10 zhang away and began to dance with the whip under the serene moonlight. In an instant, the whip created a flurry of shadows, and I was left mesmerized. Despite its origin as a mere red string, each strike carried immense force, sending shattered stones flying and leaving deep gashes in the ground. I was astounded by her prowess. Who would have thought that the seemingly delicate Songer possessed such remarkable abilities? Are you stunned? Look at your dazed expression. Songer, glistening with exertion, bounded over, her laughter echoing like blossoms swaying in the wind. After a moment of reflection, I suddenly regarded her with newfound respect. My own modest achievements paled in comparison to hers, a chasm separating our capabilities that I would often bask in my own pride. Believing myself to be exceptional, this trivial title of class leader, devoid of any real power or benefit, had filled me with an unwarranted sense of triumph. How embarrassing! I felt a wave of shame wash over me. If I could not surpass my fiancée, where could I possibly hide my face? Don't worry, little dear. You too can forge a formidable weapon in the future. I have another gift for you. Songer, ever kind and considerate, noticed my envy and swiftly sought to comfort me. That a glimmer of golden light flickered in her palm, and suddenly, several golden claws materialized. Here, these are crafted for you. I exchanged a peculiar demon fruit for a gold ingot, then spent 49 days refining it. That I wanted to surprise you without your knowledge. Try them on. Indeed, it was a delightful surprise. I eagerly extended my claws, thrilled to possess my very own magical artifact for the first time. The golden claws fit perfectly. That I attempted a few swings, effortlessly leaving marks on a tree. When I harnessed my energy, the power would undoubtedly amplify. They could be concealed within my claws, and with a thought, they would extend as if they were an inherent part of me. My joy was boundless. I could hardly refrain from exclaiming, "Long live Song." My whip technique is self-created. No one taught me. However, the golden claws do have a set of techniques. I observed a demonstration and memorized it. That I'll show you. She traced a circle in the air with her hand, and with a flourish, a large droplet of water cascaded down from above, showcasing her mastery of material manipulation. With another gesture, the droplet scattered into a membrane of water adhering to the circle. It resembled the bubbles we used to create in childhood, fashioning a wire loop. Dipping it into soapy water, and upon removal, a thin film would cling to it, which with a gentle breath would release a stream of bubbles. The water membrane, reflective as a mirror, soon formed a figure, not a person, but rather a monkey. It was none other than that monkey examiner, Ison. Isn't that the monkey examiner, Ison? I exclaimed, pointing at the figure. Indeed, that's him. I exchanged the gold ingot with him, and he taught me how to refine the golden claws, along with a set of claw techniques that I had no interest in learning, but I thought it would suit you. I felt a pang of jealousy. She had been in contact with him behind my back, though it was for my benefit. Recalling Ison's attentive demeanor towards her left a sour taste in my mouth. Chapter 34. The peculiar demon fruit. Damn it. He is my rival. Yet I must learn the techniques of my rival. However, upon reflection, for the sake of being able to confront all future rivals, I must set aside my pride. Learning these skills is of utmost importance. That I shall persevere. My pride is trivial compared to the greater consequence of losing my beloved if I cannot measure up. Class leader Meng Long is, in truth, an exceedingly irresponsible leader. Old Wang had instructed me to study independently, which is why I seldom appeared in the Grand Hall. Often, the other four would be there, listening to the Master's teachings while I remained in the dormitory, either practicing my skills or meditating. Thus, my progress far surpassed theirs that I in recent days. I had sensed a small figure within me, and Songer joyously informed me that it was my inner elixir. Once it matured, I would be able to transform. According to the records, my level should have reached the Gung level. Upon perusing this tome, I discovered that after consuming the peculiar demon fruit, my body underwent a qualitative transformation. At that moment, I could be considered half demon, for I had attained the longevity of a demon. However, I had been unaware of how to operate my internal energy or cultivate spells. Consequently, my training progressed at an unparalleled pace, allowing me to leap over the Run and Gui levels with ease. Thus, mastering the art of material manipulation required but a fraction of effort. The Gui level merely laid the foundation. The Rin level marked the beginning of spell learning. Material manipulation is a fundamental technique that must be mastered at the Zhengren level. Upon reaching the Xian level, the array of techniques to be learned expands significantly, encompassing various skills such as minor teleportation, levitation, earth evasion, sea traversal, fire summoning, water manipulation, and fire prevention, among others. While I was learning the art of fire making, I recited incantations while wildly gesturing, and to my astonishment, I managed to master it rather swiftly. Consequently, flames erupted all around, nearly setting the dormitory ablaze. That I in a panic, I hastily began to invoke the water summoning technique, leaving me flustered and in disarray. Ultimately, the fire was extinguished, but I was left drenched, resembling a drowned rat. That I took this fiery incident to heart, learning an invaluable lesson. When engaging in play, one must never toy with fire. Should one insist on playing with fire, utmost caution is imperative. Otherwise, one risks being consumed by it. However, I had become so engrossed in my own cultivation that I neglected my fellow classmates, which incited considerable discontent among them. Particularly, classmate Wang harbored resentment toward me, who was a level lower than him. At that time, I was still at the Xian level, especially after I was elected class monitor. He was particularly intolerant of my frequent absences. Whenever I appeared before them, he looked at me with a provocative disdain that I suspected that Wang would undoubtedly report my attitude towards learning to the master. True to my expectations, he protested my dedication to study and questioned my suitability for the role of class monitor right in front of me. Master, I vehemently opposed the presence of a misbehaving student in our elite class. Such behavior is a disgrace to our esteemed status. How audacious he was! Proclaiming his indignation, he resembled a small hunting dog, and perhaps due to his training, his body was covered in a golden coat of fur, which would surely elevate his worth in the human realm. He arrogantly held his chin high, exuding an air of superiority as he provoked me. The sight of his sharp canine teeth sent shivers down my spine, and I instinctively felt a wave of goosebumps. Alas, I had indeed stumbled upon my Achilles heel. This fear traced back to my childhood, when a mischievous Meng Long often sought trouble. At the age of 7, he had provoked a dog with leftover firecrackers from the New Year celebrations, intending merely to frighten it. However, the dog panicked and went on a biting rampage, and Meng Long unfortunately became the target of its wrath. The end result was that Meng Long's calf was stitched 9 times. And from that day forth, he developed a peculiar aversion to sharp dog teeth, experiencing goosebumps whenever he encountered them. Wang's toothy grin rekindled my deep-seated fear of dogs, and now I felt compelled to retreat without a fight. Meng Long, how do you propose we resolve this? The old man remained silent, tossing the dilemma back at me while observing with a smirk, clearly relishing the drama. Cursing under my breath, I resolved to give it my all today. It appears we must engage in a contest of strength to quell any doubts. Master, I concur with the competition. However, to preserve the camaraderie among classmates, we must ensure it remains a friendly spar. What say you, Wang? I knew Wang was brimming with confidence, believing himself to be my superior. In truth, during this period of self-study, I had already mastered all the demonic arts available at the Xian level, and my internal energy had surpassed it, reaching the negative Gung level. Yet he remained oblivious, convinced that my absences indicated a significant decline in my abilities. Little did he know, I had been secretly consuming extraordinary demonic fruits and studying the comprehensive tome of demonic arts. What I truly needed to overcome was my fear of dogs. The old man nodded, glancing at Wang, who was already eager to pounce. The art of war states, Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. I was not entirely familiar with the Wang's capabilities, but I steeled myself to face him, trying to ignore the menacing sharpness of his teeth. That my heart raced as he crouched low, ready to pounce, that I quickly calmed myself, preparing to counter his assault. With a resounding wong, he launched his attack with astonishing speed that I barely managed to dodge him, almost getting caught. That was close. I had underestimated his strength. When he failed to seize me, his fury erupted, radiating a palpable aura of menace. Every strand of his golden fur stood on end, resembling a golden porcupine, that I couldn't help but applaud my own imaginative comparison and let out a chuckle. This infuriated Wang even further, and in a fit of rage, he unleashed a technique to enlarge himself, transforming into a giant dog. This move reminded me of the monstrous creatures from Tales. I couldn't fathom why they all desired to magnify themselves. Surely such a size would only hinder him, and this would soon be proven true, that I shrank myself down to the size of a flea, embracing the strategy of using smallness to counteract his largeness, and stillness to counteract his movement. That my approach was sound. Although the giant dog could shake the ground with its weight, I was far more agile, that I capitalized on my diminutive size, executing my newly learned great relocation technique and levitation technique, allowing me to leap onto his back and burrow into his dense golden fur. It felt akin to Sun Wukong burrowing into the belly of the white-boned demon. From there, I could unleash my antics freely, that I sprouted tiny golden claws and scratched him playfully, deliberately avoiding excessive force. The tickling sensation proved more unbearable than pain. Indeed, he trembled all over, rolling on the ground as he cried, "Oh no, I can't take it. I'm so itchy. Spare me, I concede, I concede." I had not anticipated winning this contest so swiftly. Expending minimal effort, that I gracefully leaped off him, returning to my normal state that as Song Air had mentioned. Both enlarging and reducing oneself were quite simple. They were merely fundamental techniques. The master gazed at me in astonishment, perhaps bewildered by how I had acquired so many techniques in such a short span of time, and it seemed my internal energy had also improved. Little did he know, I had merely scratched the surface of my capabilities. Chapter 35. The Extraordinary Demonic Fruit. Part 2. I increasingly suspected that the Demon King was merely a puppet under his control, but until I had concrete evidence, I could not draw definitive conclusions. At least for now, I had no intention of voicing my concerns. "Good disciple, you have indeed not disappointed me." He applauded and praised me profusely. "With you in the demon realm, hope for our rise is on the horizon." Goodness! Such high praise made me feel quite elated that I had not showcased much of my true strength in our confrontation, so Wang appeared somewhat unconvinced. Although he verbally conceded, in his heart he had not truly accepted defeat. Nevertheless, that mattered little. At the very least, he would no longer underestimate me to my objective had been achieved, and regarding my true strength, I prefer to keep it concealed that a true master remains low-key and hidden, making it difficult for enemies to decipher one's capabilities. Meng Long, you are truly remarkable. I admire you so much. A sweet voice called out from behind me, causing every hair on my body to stand on end. Wow, her flirtation surpassed even Lin Jolene's charm. Turning around, I saw the once disdainful Miss Rose elegantly leaning against the door, striking poses. Though she had yet to cultivate into human form, I could easily imagine how enchanting she would be if she transformed into a woman. "Sister Mimi." I cleared my throat, adopting a serious demeanor. "You didn't call out to me merely to flatter your elder brother, did you?" As the first to join the master's ranks, they all referred to me as their senior brother. Mimi extended a leaf and boldly patted my head, giggling. "Not at all. I genuinely admire you, among the others. You are the smartest and most capable." She incessantly showered me with compliments, clearly with ulterior motives. I was quite immune to such flattery from a female demon. She should not assume that a few coy gestures would sway me, that I resolved to ignore her and continued on my way. Class was over, and I was eager to return and report the earlier events to Song Air, that if she knew I had made Wang concede, she would undoubtedly be thrilled. You! Stop right there. I'm calling you, do you hear me?" Mimi, seeing me disregard her, stomped her feet in frustration that I sensed an unusual presence behind me, a subtle sound of air displacement rapidly approaching. indicating a potential hidden weapon that I promptly employed the earth escape technique. Disappearing into the ground, indeed. It was a hidden weapon, a rose thorn that I pushed off the earth and emerged, only to witness the furious rose demon brandishing her thorns. "Take this, petals in the sky," she commanded. And suddenly, a rain of petals descended from above, countless crimson rose petals hurtling toward me, to make matters worse. Each petal was armed with sharp thorns that in a rush, I acted without much thought, launching fireballs into the air to incinerate the petals. In an instant, I heard Mimi let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground, followed by a fit of severe coughing, after which she lay motionless that oh no, had I been too harsh and burned her? Alarmed, I dashed over to check that I noticed that her red petals were singed and the golden stamen had turned black. This was bad. I had caused a mishap. Seeing no one around, I quickly picked her up with my mouth and activated the great relocation technique. Rushing back to the dormitory, upon seeing my anxious expression, drenched in sweat while carrying a flower, Song Air looked utterly perplexed. Just as she was about to inquire, I interrupted. "Quick, help her. I accidentally burned her." Without a moment's hesitation, Song Air swiftly extracted an extraordinary demonic fruit, squeezing a few drops of juice into her stamen, then pouring creek water infused with a blue light all over Mimi's body. I have administered the restoration technique on her, and with the effects of the peculiar demon fruit, there should be no further issues. How could you have burned her to such an extent? Songer cast a reproachful glance in my direction. Her heart is the kindest. I protested. It was not intentional. Who told her to ambush me from behind? In my panic, I inadvertently unleashed a flicker of true fire. Fortunately, my powers were insufficient to invoke the three-flame true fire. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire, and it would likely not be a matter of merely a few moments to remedy. Just as I was speaking, the rose demon coughed a few times and regained consciousness. Upon seeing me, she immediately sprang up, extending her leaves to strike at me, but her frail body caused her to collapse back down, lying there and grumbling that I retorted irritably, "Lie down. I just rescued you. And now you want to hit me? Truly, no good deed goes unpunished. Had I known, I would not have gone to such lengths to bring you back." Soaked through, the rose's appearance was quite disheveled. It seemed she comprehended the situation and ceased her insults. Yet she still turned her head away, refusing to look at me. She was still angry. All right. You two should make amends. We are all fellow disciples. How can you turn against one another?" Song intervened to mediate, and under her relentless coaxing, the rose finally extended her hands. Her leaves, towards me that I quickly plastered on a smile, hoping to shake hands and put an end to our grievances, but to my surprise, my claw met nothing but air, and the next moment, I felt a sharp slap across my face. "This is for you, you scoundrel. How could you bully me just now?" "What? Bully her?" I was utterly bewildered as I received that slap, without understanding the situation. "How did you bring me back just now?" Her voice softened noticeably, tinged with a hint of shyness that I complained. "Of course, I carried you in my mouth. My hands and feet were needed for walking. You are so heavy. It nearly exhausted me. You really need to lose some weight." No sooner had I finished speaking than I received yet another slap to the face. My anger was about to boil over that I heard the young lady muttering, both resentful and embarrassed. You. Do you not realize you have tarnished my purity? You touched me with your mouth." The last few words were so low I could barely hear them. Songer and I exchanged looks of sudden understanding, both frozen in shock, then gazed at each other in disbelief that a cruel question loomed before us. She wouldn't expect me to marry her, would she? What antiquated notion is this? This is the damned feudal society. Why are people so backward? Even the flowers of the same era remain so obstinately unchanged. The rose hails from the late Qing dynasty. Having been pampered by noble ladies and maidens, and has yet to be influenced by the ideals of women's liberation that I in her mind, encountering such a situation means I have already ruined her purity. I couldn't help but scrutinize her anew. At that moment, she had completely lost her previous arrogance, transformed into a delicate figure resembling a weeping pear blossom, with large droplets of water rolling off her gradually reddening petals. Unsure whether they were her tears or merely remnants of the water she had been drenched with, that I seemed to witness a once headstrong and domineering girl now reduced to a pitiful and delicate creature. Sobbing at my feet, that Songer and I exchanged glances. Her eyes clearly conveyed what she wished for me to do to Songer, too, hailed from several centuries past, even predating the rose. Thus, she possessed a deeper understanding and sympathy for the rose demon's plight. Having matured significantly in the demon realm, she had gained a better grasp of worldly matters, and when I spoke of marriage, she would blush furiously, fidgeting with her clothing in a most endearing manner. Little darling, why not just marry her? I wouldn't mind. Chapter 36. Boundless Spring Light. Upon seeing my lack of response, she hurriedly pulled me aside to propose such a suggestion. Goodness, is there truly a woman willing to share her husband with another? Aren't you jealous? I countered, worried that my wives might bicker and vie for my affection, that I never imagined I, Yunlong, would experience polygamy in this life. I wonder what virtues I accumulated in my past life to warrant such fortune in this one. My first wife is my earthly spouse, my second is the mother mouse Lucy, the third is Song, and with the addition of the fourth, the Rose, I now find myself with nearly 4 wives. What is jealousy? Songer inquired with wide, innocent eyes, entirely perplexed by my words that I was rendered speechless and had no intention of elaborating. Explaining jealousy to a woman who does not comprehend the concept would be akin to playing a lute to a cow. Songer is truly an oddity. Since she wholeheartedly supports her husband taking another wife, I had no grounds to oppose. To turn down an opportunity presented at my doorstep would be the height of folly. And so, I found myself with yet another fiancée, a rose named Mei Mei. When I and Ah Wong were competing, my fiancée, he was already captivated by my heroism, prompting her to seek me out immediately after class to shower me with praise. However, due to her initial mockery of our appearances, I held a poor impression of her and was disinclined to engage. The strong-willed and competitive Mei Mei grew anxious and incensed, eager to teach me a lesson for my perceived ingratitude. As fate would have it, she indeed succeeded in her endeavor that I wished to keep this matter under wraps, so I instructed Mei Mei to carry on with her classes as if nothing had transpired. I resolved to attend class more frequently to see if my master had any new spells to impart. Mei Mei returned home in high spirits that I stood at the door, observing her exuberant gait, reminiscent of street dancing due to her joyful mood, and suddenly a thought struck me. If Mei Mei were to cultivate into a human, what kind of woman would she become? Surely not an ugly one. Right. The changes in this world are indeed unpredictable. Within a few hours, I found myself with a fiancé, and however, our wedding must take place when everyone can assume human form. Otherwise, how could I possibly spend the night of our nuptials? I couldn't help but cast my gaze upon the statuesque Song, lingering on her exquisite figure for a while, that it had been ages since I savored the pleasures of love and intimacy. These days of abstinence have proven quite challenging. In the past, this girl was oblivious and often paraded around in front of me without clothes. Yet now she is cautious and no longer wishes to flaunt her nudity. Now she even wears the floral shoes I purchased for her, leaving only her face, neck, and hands exposed, which leaves me only to swallow my longing. The opportunity for such beauty is lost. By the way, little darling, this morning I went to Mushi City and bumped into Hua Buke. He looked quite troubled lately, having been busy helping his father, and has had no time to play with me. What? The extravagant young master actually has moments of diligence. Did he make any advances towards you? I quickly inquired. Always concerned for Song's safety, Song shot me a disapproving look and chided. You always think the worst. Hua Buke has been as busy as a spinning top. He only had a moment to chat with me. How could he find time to make any advances? Besides, you underestimate me. I would not allow myself to be so easily taken advantage of. I quickly offered my apologies, agreeing with her, yet I was left pondering what exactly Hua Buke was preoccupied with. Song mentioned that the taxes in Mushi City had increased recently, leading to protests among many demons, which left Hua Buke and his father quite distressed. However, this was the Demon King's decree, and they had no choice. A pang of anxiety gripped my heart as I recalled the secret meeting. The true reason behind the Demon King's tax increase was likely to bolster military funding, manufacturing weapons in preparation for my Master S revenge plan. And furthermore, Songer continued, The demon realm is currently enlisting troops everywhere. They claim it's to strengthen national defense. Regardless of age or gender, everyone is required to participate. Those who pass receive 1 tael of gold, while those of higher rank receive 20 taels. Many demons have already signed up. It seems that the urgency is genuine. My master is hastening his preparations. I regarded Songer with a serious expression, expressing my concerns. Perhaps tumultuous times are approaching. Songer, you must not enlist. It is a perilous endeavor. Of course, I will not. I want to stay with my little darling. Songer pinched my cheek playfully and made a face at me. I truly wish for her to remain carefree forever. Yet war may be on the horizon. How much longer can we continue in this way? Master, why must you be so warlike? Why disrupt the peaceful lives of the demon realm's populace? What purpose is served by bringing back those troublemakers? They were living well in the heavens and may not wish to return, but if we fail to overpower them, would we not lose both the women and our troops? If we win, who knows if the celestial sovereign will seek revenge? How long will this endless cycle of conflict persist? The previous world wars brought global calamity. What impact will the impending clash between the demon and celestial realms have on humanity? I worry that the day we go to war may herald humanity's end. Even 2 demons battling can shake the earth, blotting out the sun and plunging the world into darkness. What would it be like with entire armies of demons clashing with legions of deities? That would be akin to a nuclear explosion. It is said that a certain number of nuclear bombs can obliterate the earth. My goodness, how dangerous. The more I ponder, the more terrifying it becomes. No, I must prevent this war. To save humanity and liberate the beings of the demon realm. I felt an unprecedented sense of mission and responsibility surge from deep within my heart. Besides regaining human form and becoming a formidable demon, I have acquired a new task. Could this be the true purpose of my fate in the demon realm? I increasingly believe this is not mere coincidence, but rather a predestined arrangement. Wang Dingshan, located to the east of Wangyue Mountain, is the tallest among the surrounding peaks. The mountains rise steeply and perilously, perpetually shrouded in mist, rendering the view from below both daunting and illusory. As if obscured by a veil of white, where everything appears hazy and indistinct. Should your eyesight be sufficiently keen, you might catch sight of a grand archway halfway up the slope, emblazoned with 4 characters. Behind which lies a narrow path scarcely a meter wide. Can such a slender trail truly be deemed a royal road? This implies that there are no paths from the base of the mountain to the halfway point, with a trail existing solely from there to the summit. So, how does one reach the halfway mark? Naturally, one must ascend into the air. If that fails, one might resort to climbing like a gecko. My teleportation technique and levitation method are rendered utterly ineffective here, applicable only on relatively even terrain. However, this smooth, rugged mountainside is devoid of vegetation, offering scarcely any foothold. Even a kangaroo would struggle to leap here, let alone I. A mere counterfeit. Fortunately, mice are inherently adept climbers, and such challenges pose no insurmountable obstacle for me. Once I reach the path at the halfway point, I can finally unleash my magical abilities that I spat a couple of times, steeling myself for the ascent, moving somewhat slower than on flat ground, yet my nimbleness kept me progressing at a respectable pace. Damn it, this demon king is truly an oddity. How could he reside atop such a desolate, barren mountain? As I surveyed the landscape, my gaze fell upon the stark, barren rocks. It was a veritable mountain of stone. Chapter 37. The squirrel's gratitude. As I cursed under my breath, I quickened my pace. I could only blame myself for my underdeveloped flying skills. My mentor mentioned I still lacked a bit of finesse that I had hoped to practice a few more days before taking action. Yet the thought of war and its potential devastation stirred a sense of urgency within me. Unable to wait until I mastered flight, I sought out the Demon King. Otherwise, I would not have to endure such tribulations. The mountain was not merely tall. No matter how swiftly I moved, the ascent would be lengthy. Little did I anticipate that this length would stretch from dawn until dusk. Upon catching sight of the archway, I was nearly brought to my knees by exhaustion. At last, I had reached the halfway point. I hastily employed my restoration technique to recuperate my strength, else I would never reach the summit by dawn. After sitting in stillness for an hour, the moon ascended to its zenith. Instantly, I unleashed my great teleportation technique, striding purposefully towards the peak. The Demon King, possessing formidable magical prowess, surely had an unquantifiable level of strength. Thus, there was no concern of anyone daring to harm him. Not a single soldier was in sight along my path, that I made a beeline for the Demon King's palace. The scale of the architecture here surpassed that of Moonwatch Mountain. After all, a king must have an air of grandeur, especially with a family, servants, guards, and others needing accommodation. The earthly emperors have their 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines, and this Demon King surely had similar arrangements. Even my master, regardless of his high status, could not compare in this regard that I stealthily approached the main hall, intending to explore unimpeded, as there appeared to be no guards. However, it struck me as odd that I had yet to encounter a single sentinel. Could it be that this palace truly lacked defenses? Was the Demon King's abode open for public visitation? So approachable, so transparent. Tentatively, I took a step inside, and the moment my foot touched the ground, a thunderous voice boomed from above. "Who goes there?" Immediately, a dark shadow descended upon me, that I looked up, nearly frightened out of my wits that it was a gigantic owl, its keen eyes fixed unblinkingly upon me, its talons descending mercilessly towards my diminutive form. Good heavens, I needed to flee. A cold sweat broke out as I realized I had forgotten the incantation for my earth-burrowing technique at this critical moment, and I was about to be caught red-handed. Just as I teetered on the edge of despair, a familiar voice urgently called out, "Capture him, but spare the child." Fortune smiled upon me. That phrase saved my life. The owl's talons struck mere centimeters from me, gouging a deep pit into the ground, a testament to its formidable strength. Clearly, this guard was no slouch, likely surpassing me in ability, that I stood there, still shaken, struggling to regain my composure. Suddenly, I heard someone beside me inquire, "Ming Long, what are you doing here?" Startled, I recognized the voice. Was that not the voice of Tsangbu Pian? I turned to see him. Indeed, a man in his 40s, sporting a sparse mustache, his small eyes squinting into slits, clad in an outfit of unknown southwestern origin, and wearing wooden clogs, a most incongruous appearance that was utterly ludicrous. You're killing me with laughter. What an outfit! Could it be that such non-mainstream fashion was trending in the demon realm? I laughed until I struggled to breathe, leaving the man perplexed. "What are you laughing at, Ming Long?" "My dear disciple." He winked at me while pouting his lips. It finally dawned on me that I was still in peril, and this fellow had come to my rescue. Clearly, he wanted me to play along with his act. I quickly chuckled nervously and replied, "Master, I merely found the owl quite comical." Before I could finish, I felt several sharp knocks on my head. The man feigned annoyance, glaring at me as he scolded, "Such rudeness! Apologize to the Royal Owl Guard. He is a first-rate sentinel of the Demon King's palace." He then turned to the owl, laughing, and explained that I was merely a foolish child who had trespassed. The owl, fuming, appeared both angry and annoyed. Yet it could not afford to lose face by pursuing a quarrel with me, so it merely huffed in frustration. My apologies for the disturbance. My young disciple is mischievous and has wandered into the Demon King's abode. My savior continued to apologize profusely, leaving me feeling quite embarrassed, as I had only added to the chaos. The owl waved its wing dismissively, its expression one of resignation. Suddenly, it addressed the middle-aged man with seriousness. "Might I inquire what brings you to the palace at such a late hour?" The man replied, "It is of utmost importance, but I must ascertain whether the Demon King is at rest before I report." The owl flapped its wings and transformed into human form, donning a feathered crown, clad in dark garments, and wielding a long sword at its waist. It paced before us, hands clasped behind its back, a furrow of worry etched upon its brow. At last it spoke. "To be frank, the Demon King has not attended court for half a month." "Ah!" The middle-aged man gasped, astonished. "How could this be? Where is he now?" The guard, named Wang Ying, also displayed a look of confusion, stating, "It is said he has sequestered himself for meditation, refusing to see anyone except Lord Wang, that if you doubt it, you may go to the spirit cave and see for yourself." "Very well, I shall go at once." The man seized me and, like a whirlwind, we dashed outside the hall. He carried me a considerable distance to a secluded spot before finally stopping. You troublesome child. How did you end up in the Demon King's Golden Hall? Thankfully, I spotted you in time, or you would have faced dire consequences. The middle-aged man wagged a finger at my nose, chiding me incessantly. Who are you? How do you know my name is Meng Long? I was beginning to grow impatient. Who is this fellow, and how does he know me? My acquaintances in the demon realm are few and far between. Upon hearing my thoughts, he dramatically pretended to faint, incredulously exclaiming, You no longer recognize me? I am Tsangbu Pian. Ah, so it truly was him. I hardly recognized him in this guise. I only knew him as that flamboyantly colorful hamster. I chuckled sheepishly, genuinely pleased to see him. Having worried he had been devoured by that cat demon, it turned out he was quite well. How foolish I had been to worry for so long. That cat demon? Ha! It was already my defeated foe. Surely, it is hiding away somewhere to recuperate, and it won't emerge for a while. Songbu Pian began to boast about his victory over the cat demon, recounting how he had revealed its true form after the 1118th round of their battle. Having been unable to locate me, he had to return to the demon realm, only to unexpectedly encounter me here. As I listened to his fantastical tales of bravado, I thought to myself, boasting about defeating someone after over 1,000 rounds. How shameless. Surely he had suffered significant injuries as well, and was likely eager to find a place to heal, never having sought me out. Fortuitously, I had escaped unscathed, and now found myself thriving under the Minister of Education's auspices. How did you manage to get up here? Did no one impede your progress along the way? Without a pass issued by the Demon King, most ordinary demons cannot ascend these heights. The royal road is lined with countless demon guards. Songbu Pian curiously lifted me up, examining me as if to ascertain whether I had undergone some transformation. Surely not. I came up here quite brazenly. Not a single hindrance met me along the way. I encountered neither guards nor even a blade of grass. I was astonished. My journey had been remarkably smooth, akin to traversing a mountain devoid of life, with not a sound to be heard. Chapter 38. I am a man. Oh, I see now. Songbu Pian sniffed, suddenly enlightened. You carry no trace of demonic energy. Only demonic essence could draw out those hidden soldiers. However, you also lack any trace of human essence. How peculiar. You exude an ethereal quality. Even ghosts possess their own aura, yet you do not seem to be a ghost. Ghost? My goodness, I was taken aback, hastily exclaiming, I'm not a specter. I am no ghost. Look, I have a shadow. I pointed to the shadow cast on the ground. One large and one small, the larger belonging to him. And the smaller to me. Did he sniff me again, expressing his confusion, before turning to inquire, By the way, how did you end up here? Where have you been all this time? I had anticipated this question, and thus began recounting my extraordinary experiences, embellishing them with flair, as I animatedly declared my intention to become the class leader under Minister Wang. A look of shock overtook his face as he exclaimed, What? You actually chose that old fox as your master? I nodded. Indeed, what's wrong with that? Am I not allowed to take him as my mentor? Song Bupian's expression grew grave, and he solemnly informed me, I possess considerable evidence that your master harbors ill intentions towards the Demon King, aiming for power and usurpation, that he is undoubtedly a treacherous and cunning character. That cat demon was sent by him as an assassin, targeting every trusted confidant dispatched by the Demon King to the human realm. He seeks to prevent the Demon King from amassing strength and nurturing new talent. Currently, he has nearly monopolized power in the court, and I am gravely concerned for the safety of His Majesty the Demon King, which is why I hurried back from the border overnight. Alas, my suspicions were indeed correct, that my master was unequivocally a villainous traitor. Yet, why was he so benevolent towards me? Needless to say, he seeks to exploit you. With your aptitude, it won't be long before you achieve mastery, and when that time comes, he will undoubtedly demand your allegiance. Song Bupian, as usual, was prying into my thoughts that I shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, What if I never become a master? That's simple. Song Bupian made a gesture as if beheading, audibly mimicking a crack sound, as if I were unaware that losing one's head would indeed make such a noise. Goodness, how terrifying! I was taken aback, realizing that being his disciple could be perilously fraught. Of course, What use would he have for someone useless, don't you think? Do you believe that the eliminated students from the Monster Academy were sent back to the human realm? No, they were all devoured by him. What? This revelation struck me like a thunderclap, leaving me momentarily speechless. With each one he consumes, he enhances his power. Truly, consuming other demons provides little benefit. In fact, those whose inner cores do not resonate with his can even harm themselves. This is one of the reasons he disregards the Demon King's objections and continues to recruit from the human realm. A gruesome image flooded my mind, transforming my master's benevolent visage into one of grotesque savagery. His gaping maw feasting upon countless frail lives. Do demons die too? As far as I knew, demons were immortal. How could they perish? Song Bupian nodded. They do die as long as your inner core is destroyed. There is no hope for reincarnation, that if the physical body is destroyed, it is not such a grave matter. Merely a few centuries of cultivation, and one can bounce back. Those who can cultivate into demons are certainly under his manipulation. From what I know, he has devised a rapid cultivation method that allows perceptive students to reach the level that would normally take 500 years of cultivation within just 1 to 200 years. Recently, he has been enlisting soldiers. This too must be one of his machinations. Such a brazen attempt to oppose the Demon King is exceedingly audacious. Finally, I emerged from my shock, slowly shaking my head as I said to Song Bupian, "No. He has an even greater scheme. The power grab may merely be a small facet of this plan." This time, it was Song Bupian's turn to be astonished. He could scarcely fathom that my master's ultimate goal was to wage war against the celestial realm. Insanity! That madman, to challenge the celestial realm. How could he even conceive of such a thing? Song Bupian murmured in disbelief, and I could see he was on the verge of madness. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "This is bad. The Demon King must be in danger." Before I had a chance to react, he whisked me away, using a time-space transfer technique that I in the blink of an eye. We arrived outside a cave. Wisps of white mist seeped from the crevices of the cave entrance, and two flickering, everlasting lamps at the entrance seemed perilously close to extinguishing, just as he took a step forward. A flash of golden light illuminated the cave mouth, revealing two armored guards who swiftly brandished their long halberds to block our way. By order of the Demon King, no one is permitted to enter during the seclusion period. Song Bupian snorted coldly and forcefully pushed aside the halberd, declaring, "Then why should Minister Wang be allowed in? Why am I, Song, denied entry? You have some audacity, not recognizing who I am." The guard on the left coldly regarded us, impassively stating, "We do not know. We are merely following orders. So we kindly ask you not to create trouble for us." Song Bupian, incensed, seemed on the verge of striking, and tensions escalated to the brink of conflict that I hastily tugged at his trousers, squeaking loudly. After all, they wouldn't understand my words that I urged. Let us just leave. They are numerous, and we cannot win against them, that if a fight breaks out, many soldiers will surely come to assist. Song Bupian glanced down at me, seemingly finding merit in my words, and thus he suppressed his anger and led me away till we activated the quickly fly propeller, soaring through the air like a helicopter, heading southeast towards his stronghold, Rooster Crow's Mountain. By the time we arrived, dawn was breaking. The gentle morning light bathed the southern woods in a soft glow, revealing a glimpse of a glazed roof amidst the lush greenery that I surmised that this must be Song Bupian's estate. It seemed he was rather affluent, possessing such a valuable manor. "Here, this quickly fly is a gift for you. I shall teach you how to use it." As my feet touched the ground, the propeller shrank as if it understood its owner's command, finally reducing to a size smaller than a mouse's hair, resembling a brooch pinned to my fur. Really a gift for me? I thought, exhilarated. This device could serve as both a flying machine and a weapon, proving quite useful. Song Bupian was indeed generous. "Of course, you will have important tasks ahead, requiring means of self-defense." He spoke while unraveling the barrier surrounding the estate. That moment, voices emerged from within the high walls. "Is that Bupian returning?" A tall man dressed like a fortune teller emerged from the main entrance, waving a feather fan. That he bore a tuft of white hair, appearing elderly, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, defying his apparent age. Following him were several individuals of diverse appearances: a fisherman, a Taoist with a wooden fish, and a woman whose eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and whose brows resembled the famed Shishir. She was strikingly beautiful, yet appeared fragile, with delicate shoulders and a slender waist, moving gracefully amidst the odd company of men. Song Bupian approached, clasping his fists in salute. "Thank you all for coming to welcome me. I have returned." He then spread his arms, drawing me from the ground into his grasp. Chapter 39. Promotion Examination. Everyone looked on in astonishment, casting puzzled glances at me. "Oh, this is the soul gained from my journey. Come, let us discuss inside." Upon entering the glazed mountain manor, I was astonished to find it a quintessential classical garden, its design rivaling that of Suzhou's humble administrator's garden. However, its uniqueness lay in its harmonious integration with the natural landscape. With small bridges and flowing waters, pavilions and towers were all present. The mountain paths and water corridors meandered gracefully, ancient trees and sugarcane obscuring the sun, creating a delightful summer retreat. "Wow, this is truly remarkable. I can't believe such a poetic garden exists here," I marveled. "The designer must be extraordinary." Song Bupian, brimming with pride, replied, "Indeed, I engaged the illustrious jade-faced young master for the design. His reputation is well-deserved. Would you not agree?" Jade-faced young master? Wasn't he that the snake demon defeated by Hua Bujua? I hadn't anticipated his artistic prowess to be so high. He was indeed a rare talent. I couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. Our group of 5, along with a mouse, settled by a pavilion beside a pond, where several servants, resembling deer with human bodies, served tea. Song Bupian announced, "Please enjoy. This is premium Longjing tea that I acquired in the human realm. A tribute meant for the emperor." Indeed, the fragrance was delightful, prompting me to swallow in anticipation as I perched on his shoulder. "Don't rush. You'll get a taste soon. Allow me to introduce you all. This is my little brother Meng Long, now the chief disciple under the treacherous Wang." Upon hearing this, the other forewore expressions of astonishment. Song Bupian had me stand on the table as he introduced each of them in turn. The fortune-teller was named Xiong Ben, which made me chuckle inwardly. When reversed, it became Ben Xiong, a clever name. He was likely a bear demon. The fisherman was a carp spirit, named Yu Zhuanlanged, and no wonder he always had a peculiar odor. It was the scent of fish. The Taoist tapping the wooden fish was a transformed yellow weasel named Huang San, that is for the beauty resembling Lin Daiyu. I had assumed she was merely another flower demon like Mei Mei, only to discover that she was a bona fide fox spirit. In my experience, fox spirits were typically beguiling, yet this one bore no trace of seduction. In comparison, I found Mei Mei more reminiscent of a fox spirit that I greeted each of the 4 in turn. These 4 are all trusted confidants of the Demon King, originally numbering 10, but the other 5 have already gone missing. They are likely met with misfortune. They had received a decree from the Demon King, instructing them to venture into the human realm to select high-quality demon seedlings for covert cultivation. By that time, the Demon King may have already sensed Minister Wang's treachery. However, it seemed the news had leaked, prompting the old Wang to dispatch 10 assassins to follow them, hunting them down. Consequently, not only did they fail to complete their mission, but 5 of them had vanished without a trace. Song Bupian sighed heavily, continuing, "Now, even the Demon King may find it difficult to escape calamity." What has happened to His Majesty the Demon King?" The others exchanged alarmed glances. Song Bupian recounted everything that had transpired at Wangding Mountain. I carefully sensed the atmosphere at the entrance of the cave and concluded that the essence within was not that of the Demon King at all. It was demonic energy. Yet, the Demon King is the only creature in the demon realm devoid of such energy. A silence lingered for 30 seconds, as each of them wore a somber expression. Speechless. The news was indeed disheartening. "Oh, and there's another significant discovery." He pointed at me. "This brother Meng Long is also an anomaly, for he too lacks demonic energy." The 4 were taken aback, each sniffing the air. Their expressions filled with confusion did I, however, felt indifferent. The absence of demonic energy was merely a fact. After all, I had yet to be issued a demon identification card, so it was entirely normal for me to lack such energy. No! Song Bupian shook his head, refuting my notion that he asserted that any sentient plant or creature that has practiced demonic arts possesses demonic energy, including those who practice such arts themselves. Then I must truly be an anomaly, I mused. This must be destiny. The fortune teller, Xiong Ben, wore an expression of profound understanding of fate that he gazed at me, calculated with his fingers, and suddenly his face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "A strange omen! A strange omen indeed. Though this brother Meng Long possesses a human form, he bears the guise of Arcane in the mortal realm. He is but an ordinary man, yet in the demon realm he shall undoubtedly be extraordinary. The demon realm is bound to witness a tumultuous upheaval, and a new ruler will surely emerge." He fixed me with a meaningful gaze, as if he comprehended the past and the future. Alas, my powers are limited, and I cannot delve deeper. At this proclamation, shock rippled through everyone. Their faces were etched with disbelief and deep concern. Could this new ruler possibly be him? The fisherman, Yu Zuanlang, incredulously pointed at my head that, of course, this was a riddle no one could solve. None of us knew the answer. Song Bupian, seemingly the leader among the four, raised his hands on either side and declared, "Regardless of whether Meng Long is the future ruler, we must now seek his assistance in locating the Demon King. However, we are all aware that Wang the Thief possesses unfathomable powers that protect Meng Long from harm. We must wholeheartedly aid him in enhancing his cultivation, ensuring he can defend himself at a critical moment." He then turned to me and asked, "Meng Long, we can only rely on you now. You must be cautious before Wang the Thief. If you acquire any intelligence, you must inform me using the 1,000 Miles secret sound technique. Shortly, I will teach you several self-defense techniques. We will collectively impart our powers to you. Although it may seem like hastening the growth process, we have no other choice." I nodded, thinking that since I was a secret undercover agent, ensuring my safety was indeed of utmost importance, that I wondered what they would teach me, that I expected Song Bupian to instruct me on something novel. But after a lengthy session, it turned out to be techniques I had already mastered, such as the Earth Escape technique and the Transposition technique, that I demonstrated the spells I had learned, and their astonishment was palpable. They could hardly believe I had only studied for half a year. Truth be told, half a year is quite a long time. 10 days in the demon realm equate to a year in the mortal realm. Half a year had already elapsed, while 18 years had passed in the human world. I felt a wave of melancholy wash over me. My wife in the mortal realm had likely grown into a weary woman. Could it be that Wang the Thief has invented a new accelerated method for demonic arts? Song Bupian gazed at me incredulously. Aside from the 1,000 Miles secret sound, I knew the other techniques he mentioned, and I was even aware of some he did not name. "Not at all. I'm merely somewhat of a genius," I boasted. But the others could not comprehend, so they looked at Song Bupian for translation, that he whispered to the group, probably deliberating over what to teach me. The final plan was as follows. The 5 of them would unite to elevate my internal energy to the Zhenggung level, hastening my inner elixir-s maturation, allowing me to transform into human form sooner, and subsequently teach me various other spells. They would also instruct me on how to refine magical artifacts. Chapter 40. Entering the Demon Realm, although the Complete Guide to Demonic Arts is an excellent self-study resource. And despite Wang the Elder claiming it encompasses all demonic arts, there are bound to be countless extraordinary methods in the world that cannot all be included. Thus, receiving true teachings from these masters is indeed a stroke of luck. Self-study is liberating, yet face-to-face instruction yields far greater efficiency and results. The 5 led me to a secluded chamber, where they sat in a circle while I positioned myself among them. Song Bupian instructed me to relax completely and take a nap, assuring me that upon waking, I would attain human form. This was a long-held dream of mine, that I was so excited that it was difficult to fully relax. As a result, Song Bupian had to employ hypnosis to send me to sleep. In my dreams, I returned to the human realm, to the home I had long been apart from. I saw my wife, Lu Wan, bustling back and forth between the living room and bathroom, mopping the floor. Time had indeed not spared her. Deep-set wrinkles had formed at the corners of her eyes, and her eyelids appeared heavy, As if she had not fully awakened, that I also caught sight of my aging parents. Sitting on the sofa, staring vacantly at my portrait on the wall, occasionally wiping their eyes. Ming Long, my child, you have been gone for 18 years, yet your father and I remain here, mere remnants of our former selves. It is truly a tragedy, my mother lamented, pounding her chest in sorrow. Lu Wan hurried over to comfort the elderly woman, for she was a good daughter and law. It seemed that for these 18 years, she had been caring for my parents. Mom, please don't be sad. Ming Long would not wish to see you in pain if he were watching over you. I nodded incessantly, but they could not see me, nor feel my presence. That as night fell, Lu Wan lay alone on the large bed that once belonged to both of us, tossing and turning restlessly, lost in her thoughts. The furniture in the room remained unchanged, showing signs of wear over the years. She had never brought herself to replace any of it. That my poor wife, was she missing me? Had she spent the past decade and more in such solitude? My heart ached, nearly bringing me to tears. Suddenly, a female voice pierced through the silence. Brother Tsong, your hypnosis doesn't seem to be working. Look at him. He is still dreaming, and his emotions are running high. Is all our effort to be in vain? It was the voice of the Lin Diyu Fox spirit. Two male voices nearby echoed in agreement. Damn! How can this guy have such a strong sense of self? Song Bupian cursed. Just then, my dream abruptly vanished, and my mind was left in a void that I lost consciousness for an indeterminate time until I was startled awake by the sound of birds chirping. I reluctantly opened my eyes. I was struck by the harsh brightness. Before me was a pink gauze curtain, with the ceiling and beams above. This was not right, that my mind struggled to comprehend, as this was not the usual sight I woke up to. Typically, the first thing I would see in the morning was the dust on the floor. After all, no mouse ever sleeps lying down, unless it has kicked the bucket. That I always slept like a dog, sprawled out or curled up like a cat. Thus, it took me a moment to process the scene before me, until I finally realized the change in my body, that I had regained my human form. Imagine being a person for 30 years and suddenly transforming into an ugly rat, only to reclaim the body you thought lost. How could one not feel overjoyed and exhilarated? It was an indescribable state. Perhaps one could label it as ecstatic. That I leaped from the bed, eager to admire my new form. Just then I noticed a copper mirror in the room. I had no idea whose room this was, and I clearly saw a silly-looking person grinning back at me. Wait, I wasn't wearing any clothes. In my excitement, I had completely overlooked that detail. That I quickly covered my lower half with my hands, glancing around to see if anyone was present. Relieved to find no one, I allowed myself a chuckle at the rarity of seeing my own nakedness. That is this really me? My hands rested on my abdomen, feeling the smoothness of my skin, which had once bore an unsightly scar from an appendectomy at 25. Now, it was gone. Even more puzzling was that the face in the mirror bore no resemblance to my former self. I had previously been single-lidded, yet now my eyes were distinctly double-lidded, and my face, once square, appeared overly delicate, almost feminine. Coupled with the long, black hair cascading down my shoulders, I could easily be mistaken for a woman. Were it not for the distinguishing feature between my legs, I might genuinely think I had transformed. What happened to the old me? I longed to see my original appearance again, though not particularly handsome. It was undeniably me. Now this strikingly handsome man, was he truly still me? Frustrated, I pinched my muscles. They felt firm and resilient, not inferior to those of any renowned athlete. Moreover, I seemed to have grown taller. Now standing at a height of around 185 centimeters, how on earth did they transform me into this? Who did they use as a reference? I called out a few times, but no one responded. Where had they all gone? And they hadn't even prepared any clothes for me. How could I possibly venture out in the nude? I pondered for a moment. I couldn't remain here indefinitely. Thus, I began to search around and ultimately discovered a method to conjure clothing for myself. However, it required my internal energy to be at the Zhenggung level. Hadn't they mentioned elevating me to that level? I decided to give it a try. That I focused my energy, feeling a wave of comfort as strength coursed through me. It seemed genuine. I had indeed leveled up, following the steps of the transformation technique. I first needed to find a material similar to fabric. That I set my sights on the pink curtain. It was the perfect material that I pointed at the tent with one hand while placing the other palm against my mouth, making a resolute decision, and then concentrated on envisioning my jeans, t-shirt, and that pair of Li-Ning sports shoes. Before long, the items I desired manifested themselves on the bed, and naturally, the tent had vanished as well. Wasn't it the same when Song Air transformed leaves into skirts? Now, I could assist her in her modifications. I cheerfully donned my attire, yet that long mane of hair still proved to be rather bothersome. Thus, I gazed into the mirror, conjuring a pair of scissors, and with a flick of my wrist, I deftly trimmed my hair into a neat inch-long bob. This was the hairstyle that was all the rage in the mortal realm, with the front slightly longer so I wouldn't resemble a convict. Though it was my first attempt at cutting hair, and I was doing it myself, I executed it with surprising finesse. After all, if I made any mistakes, I could simply let my hair grow back and try again. This was a skill that no barber possessed. I could very well establish a hair design center in the demon realm. I applauded my own idea. It was undoubtedly a reliable avenue for making money. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. "May I ask if Master Minglong has risen?" I responded and opened the door, only to find a young maid standing outside, holding a stack of clothing. "Ah, you are already dressed." My ensemble astonished her. Indeed. Chapter 41. The certification ceremony. I scratched my head and smiled. Looking down at her from such a height was quite an unfamiliar sensation. Previously, it was others who gazed down at me, and I could only look up at their lofty figures. "The master has requested your presence in the front hall." Oh, it was them. I had been intending to find them. After all, they had transformed me into this state, so I ought to express my gratitude. Guided by the young maid, I followed her to Spring Arrival Pavilion. The 5 masters were already seated, awaiting only my arrival. The first to express surprise was Tsang Bupian. "Ah, Minglong, my young brother, why are you dressed like this?" Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, realizing, "Oh, I remember now. People from your place dress like this, and women too. Truly a decline in manners." I nearly choked on my indignation. How antiquated and narrow-minded he was to claim that women in jeans and t-shirts were a disgrace. The others erupted in laughter, with the alluring Yun-Yang covering her mouth, laughing until she could barely stand. That it was a rare sight to see her so joyful. She usually bore a sickly demeanor. I touched my striped t-shirt dismissively, stating, "I believe this is the attire I should wear. I cannot get accustomed to your kind." Returning to the matter at hand, I urgently inquired of Tsang Bupian why I could not revert to my original form. "This body was not mine." He patted my shoulder, saying, "Your original flesh was destroyed, wasn't it? Once something has vanished, how could it possibly return? This body is merely a mouse transformed to house your soul. Look, isn't it quite handsome? The mouse you occupied had decent attributes, probably just reaching adulthood, with tender skin and flesh, and this is its form after cultivation." I examined myself, stroking my chin. I had yet to sprout any facial hair. Surely I wasn't too young. However, judging by my physique, I hardly appeared underdeveloped. The Taoist rose from his chair and circled me, declaring, stalwart and imposing, a true man. Such looks are coveted even by me. I scoffed. If beauty is all it takes, it's simple enough to transform oneself. That notion is misguided, exclaimed Xiong Bin, waving his feather fan. No matter how lovely one may appear, those with discerning eyes will see through the fade. It is better to be genuine, to be oneself. I understood now that I ought to express my gratitude to the little mouse that provided me with this splendid guise, though I had always thought it rather unattractive, though it was indeed better looking than the bald one. "Try using your power. Do you feel anything within?" Song Bupian was most concerned about whether my abilities had grown. If I failed, their efforts would have been in vain. They all appeared somewhat wearied, and I quickly nodded, and the 5 of them displayed expressions of delight. With the support of my inner strength, the true importation of demon magic commenced. I was to learn various demon techniques from the 5 masters, techniques that I had yet to master, but which they were adept at. For instance, on the first day, I learned the 1,000-mile secret sound technique from Song Bupian. To validate our learning's effectiveness, we positioned ourselves at the top and bottom of Cockcrow Mountain, separated by several kilometers, and made a phone call. This communication method was far superior to anything in the mortal realm. It required no number, no telephone lines, certainly not the convenience of mobile phones. There was no need for base stations. Simply thinking of the person would transmit one's voice directly to their ears. Not only could spoken words be conveyed, but unuttered thoughts could also be communicated. Such advancements are unimaginable to ordinary mortals that in fact, many technologies in the demon realm are vastly more sophisticated, surpassing human capabilities by countless magnitudes. Yet their concepts are strikingly archaic. For instance, my ordinary attire in the mortal realm was viewed by them as bizarre garb that I spent the entire morning learning the secret sound technique, conducting 3 trials in total, and finally succeeded on the last attempt. Song Bupian praised. "Kid, you possess talent. No wonder old Wong took a liking to you. Indeed, you are a gem. Had I known, I would have scoured the Boundary Mountains to find you before he snatched you up as his disciple." "Humph. Why didn't you come looking for me?" I had waited so many days without a sign of anyone that I rolled my eyes. What use was hindsight? The afternoon's lesson was the utilization of quick flight. Upon his mention, I realized I had forgotten about this ability. But where had that brooch gone? When I awoke, I was completely bare, lacking even a fig leaf. Song Bupian laughed heartily. "It's on your back. It is transformed into a mark." I turned around, but could see nothing. So I sought a leaf to conjure a large mirror. Indeed, on my back was an emblem resembling a propeller, seemingly inscribed while I slept, that MY word. How had it merged with my body? "Oh, it's like this. While you were asleep, I took a drop of your blood for it. Now it possesses sentience and recognizes you as its master. With your blood essence, it can naturally integrate into your body. This will make it easier for you to control." I was skeptical. Could it truly be so? "If you don't believe it, you can give it a try." Song Bupian chuckled beside me, quite generous in bestowing such a treasure upon me. I inwardly exclaimed, "Quick flight, come forth. Let us soar for a while." It responded swiftly. In the next moment, it flew out from my back, expanding as it ascended above my head, lifting me into the air. I pointed, and it flew in that direction. I commanded it to move, and it obeyed, so obedient. "Hey, how is it? Not bad, right?" Song Bupian called out from below, as he too activated another quick flight and rose into the air with me, saying, "Look how it can still perform this way." The 2 propellers expanded even larger, and Song Bupian, standing atop one, had it whirling and darting about. Additionally, quick flight had many other uses, such as transforming into flying daggers during combat or elongating and snapping into 2 sharp short blades. It reminded me of Jay Chou's lyrics. "The wind gently swirls around the martial arts hall, the moon directly above, suffering from the power directed at me. Yet it is the one that gets hurt. Below the dual blades, I swing to sever. That color, Chinese yellow, revealing all grievances through the piercing gaze of the phoenix eyes, re-editing history through the lens, giving rise to imagination, overlooking violence from the rooftop as it spins in place." "What are you reciting?" "A spell," Song Bupian inquired. Intrigued as I danced with dual blades while mumbling rhythmically, I replied that I was singing, that he muttered, "How unpleasant. I thought you were chanting scriptures." I burst into laughter. It seemed Jay Chou's songs were not well received by demons. "Let me perform a piece." Song Bupian brandished dual blades, striking a pose as he began to sing and dance. "How can one say there are no garments? I share a robe with you. When the king raises an army, I sharpen my spears. Together, we share the same enmity. How can one say there are no garments? I share the same marsh with you. When the king raises an army, I sharpen my halberds. Together, we act as one. How can one say there are no garments? I share the same clothing with you. When the king raises an army, I sharpen my armor. Together, we march on." The song resonated with a poignant and solemn tone, and I too was moved by a sense of melancholy akin to the cold winds of the Yi River. Where a valiant warrior departs never to return, that it became evident that Song Bupian's age far exceeded my expectations. He must have been several thousand years old. Chapter 42, taking on apprentices and masters as the song concluded. He lingered, gazing into the distance, lost in thought, as if reminiscing about some deeply etched memories that on the summit of Cockcrow Mountain, amidst the swirling shadows of blades and figures, the sounds of wind and pine intermingled with the sharp whooshing of weapons. Song Bupian imparted his sword techniques to me, that he was a commendable teacher, I had to admit. Compared to old Wang's esoteric teachings, his explanations were much more straightforward and comprehensible. Moreover, he personally demonstrated each technique, displaying remarkable patience and never growing weary, that I had always been curious about how such a marvelous weapon was forged. Song Bupian explained, "This quick flight is my proud creation, but crafting weapons is not my forte. Tomorrow, that insufferable Taoist will teach you the art of weapon forging. He excels in refining pills and crafting weapons. Though his temperament is solitary and proud, considering your rapid progress, he will undoubtedly see you in a new light." Huang San's alchemy room serves as my classroom on the second day of my studies. Standing before the enormous alchemical furnace, I cannot help but marvel at its size. What a magnificent contraption! Thankfully, the room is sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, where would such a behemoth fit? Huang San, noticing my awe, proudly declared, "This is an artifact of the Supreme Old Lord, known as the Bagua Furnace, that I found it. There is no better furnace in the entire demon realm." What? The Supreme Old Lord's alchemical furnace? How on earth did he come by it? What incredible luck he must have had. A wave of jealousy washed over me. When would I stumble upon such a treasure? Years ago, when Sun Wukong wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Palace, he kicked over the Supreme Old Lord's furnace, which subsequently fell to the mortal realm. Thus, the infamous Flaming Mountain came into existence. Later, when Tang Sung journeyed to acquire scriptures, he passed by that place, and Sun Wukong was compelled to atone for the mischief he had caused 500 years prior, repeatedly seeking the Bull Demon King's wife to procure the banana fan. Ultimately, the fires of Flaming Mountain were extinguished under the fan's might, allowing Tang Sung and his disciples to continue their westward pilgrimage. The abandoned furnace left behind was fortuitously collected by Huang San, who immediately recognized its value. Huang San regaled me with tales of his illustrious treasure-hunting exploits. Most demons, even if they were to discover such a treasure, would likely be unable to shrink it down for transport. Yet Huang San possessed a unique talent in this regard. The magical furnace seemed imbued with a spirit, as if it had endured great hardships during its years of neglect in the mortal realm. Upon recognizing Huang San as its worthy master, it obediently followed him. What a twist of fate! I mused that the Supreme Old Lord must possess numerous alchemical furnaces. Losing one was likely of little concern to him, as he would hardly deign to descend to the mortal realm in search of it. Who would care for the loneliness and sorrow of an abandoned object? The lid of the furnace lifted, exhaling a few puffs of air, as if to lament the Supreme Old Lord's cruelty, that I jested. "Dear fellow, do you wish to return to the Duoshui Palace?" I merely intended it as a light-hearted inquiry. But to my surprise, the furnace began to tremble, its body twisting as it raised its lid, shaking it like a rattle. Clearly, it was determined to remain in the demon realm. Typically, demons would not have such opulent conditions for refining magic artifacts. They would merely use a small furnace, lacking the immense capabilities of this Bagua furnace. Thus, the items it produced were indeed extraordinary. For instance, the quickly fly that was bestowed upon me by Song Bupian originated from this very furnace. The primary materials for crafting magic artifacts consist of gold, combined with various minerals to form an alloy. However, gold is exceedingly rare in the demon realm. Although it is plentiful in the mortal realm, transporting it poses significant challenges. Each time pure gold undergoes forging and attempts to cross the boundary, it experiences tremendous repulsion. Moreover, if one were to transport too much, the celestial realm would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to investigate, using it as a pretext for subduing demons and vanquishing evil. Consequently, demon kings strictly prohibit their subjects from pilfering gold from the mortal realm. Since ancient times, it has been said that gold can lead one to immortality, and there is indeed some truth to that notion. The golden elixir can grant eternal life, yet only the golden elixir refined in the Supreme Old Lord's Bagua furnace can bestow immortality upon those who consume it. Huang San remarked that the sorcerers of the mortal realm are all mere blusterers. Throughout history, emperors have held a fascination with alchemical elixirs, but eternal life remains an unfulfilled dream for them all. An idea began to form in my mind. If the Bagua furnace can refine the golden elixir, and the golden elixir can grant immortality, could I perhaps use this furnace to create one for my wife in the mortal realm? Thus, I set aside thoughts of crafting magical artifacts and sought Huang San's guidance on how to refine the golden elixir. Song Bupian, who boasted significant abilities, turned red in the face and awkwardly admitted that he too was clueless when I inquired about the process. This was the supreme old lord's secret recipe, and deciphering it was indeed a formidable task. He had attempted it hundreds, if not thousands, of times without success. It seems he is not as skilled as he claims. I couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment wash over me. However, I can teach you how to refine other elixirs, such as the Return to Origin pill, the Soul Recalling pill, and the All-Poison Immunity pill. Among others that, of course, I also know how to create enhancement and aphrodisiac pills, all of which are safe and devoid of side effects. Aside from the golden elixir, there is no elixir I cannot teach you. If you wish to learn, I can instruct you, but I will only teach each once. How much you comprehend is entirely up to you. He tilted his head back, hands clasped behind him, truly assuming an air of authority. Then can you refine the scholarly acumen pill? As soon as the question left my lips, his expression shifted from light to dark, his mouth moved without sound. It seemed I had stumped him. He had mocked others for boasting, yet it appeared he too was quite the braggart, although Huang San had a penchant for exaggeration. He truly possessed a wealth of knowledge in elixir crafting that I decided to focus on a few important lessons, such as the all-poison immunity pill, which can counteract all toxins, a rather useful concoction. Additionally, I learned the methods for creating enhancement and aphrodisiac pills. Upon seeing my interest in the latter, Huang San regarded me with an odd expression and quietly asked, "Are you fond of such pursuits? Do you often visit pleasure houses?" My face flushed as I quickly shook my head. I explained that I had multiple wives, just in case I needed to manage unexpected situations in the future. The aphrodisiac pill, after all, could enhance the romantic connection between spouses. That he suddenly spoke in a hushed tone. "Would you care to accompany me down the mountain tonight? I can show you a thing or two." I stared blankly. "Where to?" He stomped his foot in frustration. "To the pleasure house." "Of course. 6 li down the mountain lies a town renowned for its fragrant pavilion." I was not particularly interested. The rampant spread of STDs in the mortal realm posed considerable risks, as many who sought fleeting pleasures were gambling with their health. Moreover, in this demon realm, where it was likely that no protection was available, I found the prospect quite daunting. Nonetheless, I was genuinely curious to witness what a demon pleasure house might entail. Would they feature grotesque forms, perhaps a pig's head with a human body, or a human head with a serpent's body? Would their excitement lead them to reveal their tails, much like that bald rat creature? Driven by curiosity, I ultimately decided to accompany Master Huang San on this evening's venture. Visiting a pleasure house, to avoid drawing too much attention, I changed out of my beloved jeans and t-shirt, opting instead for a more conventional outfit, a long robe and short boots, topped with a scholar's hat to conceal my cropped hair. In the mirror, I beheld a vision of rosy lips and white teeth. A youthful figure with an elegant demeanor, truly an enchanting young lad. Chapter 43. Dreaming Dragon learns the craft. I couldn't help but fret. What if many demons take a liking to me? What if someone tries to force themselves on me, and I cannot fend them off? Huang San reassured. "Fear not. While you are indeed handsome, not every demon will desire to spend the night with you. Only those of skill can afford the price of such indulgences." It turned out that demons sold their bodies to enhance their abilities. Each patron must allow them to absorb a portion of their power, which constitutes the payment. Hence, the clientele of the Fragrant Pavilion typically comprises skilled individuals like Song Bupian and Huang San. I rubbed my nose. It seemed I was not yet worthy of such pursuits. Huang San had mentioned that a minimum level of skill was required, akin to my current state, perhaps even slightly surpassing it. I was not in a position to reap any benefits. Only demons of a higher caliber could provide what they sought. However, should someone truly develop feelings for you and wish to engage without payment, it would be best not to refuse. Otherwise, you might offend them and risk damaging the relationship. I dismissed Huang San's warning. After all, who would engage in a transaction without benefit? Demons, it seemed, were much like humans in this regard. The night enveloped the rooster-crowing mountain in profound silence. The entire estate lay shrouded in the deep hues of night, lanterns flickering beneath the eaves as a gentle breeze blew. Outside the estate, 2 shadows ascended into the sky, one tethered beneath a propeller, the other riding atop an enormous wooden fish, swiftly gliding down the mountain. Before long, the two arrived in a bustling marketplace that resembled a city that never slept. Despite the late hour, the streets were ablaze with light and vibrancy. Dressed as a scholar, I blended into the crowd alongside Huang San, marveling at the various wares on display in this lively night market, almost forgetting our intended destination. "Hey, we're here. What are you still staring at?" Huang San pulled me along, and as I looked up, I found myself standing before the fragrant pavilion. Just as depicted in television dramas, the exuberantly adorned young women at the entrance eagerly beckoned to potential patrons. The only difference here was the absence of a madam. The women willingly sold their services, paying a monthly rent to the fragrant pavilion landlord. The establishment boasted 3 stories, each filled with countless rooms, resembling a well-established inn, and to my surprise, the young women here were remarkably beautiful, contrary to the grotesque images I had envisioned. The charming maidens, in all shapes and sizes, adorned in various styles, were plentiful. Some leaned gracefully against the railings. Others held fans while gazing longingly. Some welcomed guests with playful smiles, while others engaged in flirtatious banter. The patrons were equally diverse, each with their own unique appearance. "Take care of yourself. I shall proceed ahead." With that, Huang San eagerly turned and entered a room named Spring Blossom. Soon, laughter echoed from within, indicating that Huang San was indeed a frequent visitor. My entrance did not cause much of a stir. It seemed the demons recognized that appearance was not paramount, but strength was the key. For them, transforming their looks was an effortless task. Yet, I was confident that the women here were genuine in their beauty, as skilled practitioners could easily discern their true appearances. After all, who would be inclined to engage in intimate relations with an unsightly partner? I wandered the second floor, feeling rather bored and contemplating descending to the night market for some entertainment when suddenly, a sweet, melodious voice called out to me. "Young sir, you appear quite unfamiliar. Are you a new guest?" Upon turning around, I beheld a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a red silk tang suit, her gaze imbued with longing as she cast flirtatious glances my way. Lacking experience in dealings with courtesans, my face flushed crimson, and I found myself at a loss for words. She pursed her lips, revealing a hint of pearly white teeth, and with a soft, melodious laugh exclaimed, "Look at you, your face is all red. Is this your first visit?" I could only nod, feeling awkward as I stammered, "Yes, it's my first time, just browsing. Come, join me in my chamber." She beckoned me with a wave of her hand, throwing me a seductive wink. Dazed and flustered, I felt as though I were under a spell, and I found myself following her into her room. The chamber was elegantly adorned, filled with a lingering fragrance that bespoke refinement, and no sooner had I seated myself than she enveloped me. "Let us start with a drink." She delicately picked up an amber-hued cup, poured some wine, and brought it to my lips, inadvertently spilling some into my embrace, that in my dazed state, I nearly drank it, but suddenly jolted back to reality and hastily pushed her away. This woman was not to be underestimated. Her skills surpassed mine. I quickly extricated myself and headed for the door, but just as I reached it, she called out again, "Young sir, come back. Turn around and take a glance at me." A warm sensation brushed against my ear. The faint scent of her perfume wafted near. As her warm body pressed closely against my back, two delicate arms glided from beneath my armpits to caress my chest, her hands exploring restlessly. "Come on. Dear, turn around. Sister is waiting for you." Her voice was enchanting, almost hypnotic. My head began to throb, and I knew I should not turn back, yet my body betrayed me, and I found myself pivoting towards her. Her face was exceptionally alluring, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure. Oh no, I must not gaze into her eyes. I attempted to shut my eyes, but in those crimson depths, I glimpsed my own reflection, and my willpower crumbled, leading me to step closer to her. That my self-awareness remained intact, yet I was powerless to resist, like a commander bound by chains, helplessly watching as others directed my troops. "Come now." "Yes, to the bed." Under her influence, I lay back upon her bed, shedding my garments. "What a fine young man," she exclaimed, her hands exploring my muscles, eliciting sounds of astonishment. Her fingers slithered across my chest like serpents. Instead of enjoying the moment, I felt parched and overwhelmed, cursing Huang San 1,000 times. Damn it, I had heeded his misguided advice. Wasn't he had said that those of lower status would not find me appealing? How had I ended up here? A fair-skinned beauty soon found herself atop me. Be good. Come kiss your sister here. Two cherry blossoms suddenly presented themselves, bright and tender, exuding an irresistible fragrance, and I could not help but part my lips. Just then a sharp voice rang in my ear. Ming Long, wake up, wake up! My body jolted, abruptly halting my movements. That voice was achingly familiar. Suddenly, a figure clad in purple appeared at the foot of the bed, causing the enchanting temptress to scream in fright. Who are you? How did you get in here? In the blink of an eye, the enchantress had donned her attire and stood defiantly, her brows arched in anger. Pointing at me on the bed, it seemed someone had interrupted her plans, and she was furious. The newcomer, a woman in purple, paid no heed to the outburst, raising 2 fingers to her lips while pressing a hand against my forehead. Commanding, Ming Long, awaken! Her voice resonated like a divine revelation, and I instantly regained my senses. Before I could utter a word, she gracefully descended, her demeanor haughty, and with a cold smirk remarked, Qing Shi, you've become overly excited. You even forgot to set the barrier. Don't you think that's rather careless? Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Damn, 2 female demons were at odds. I momentarily forgot my recent peril, intrigued as I settled back on the bed to watch the confrontation unfold. Chapter 44. The Grand Art of Enchantment. One clad in red, the other in purple. Both were stunningly beautiful, their appearances unmatched. One was livid, her eyes bloodshot and radiating fury, while the other remained calm and unfazed. I shan't waste words with you. Step aside. Did I intend to take him with me? The woman in purple beckoned me, signaling for me to follow. That I hurriedly donned my clothes and positioned myself behind her, feeling a sense of shame at needing protection from a woman of such stature. The red-clad enchantress, who had just been brimming with tenacity, suddenly fell silent, retreating to one side, allowing us to stride forth unabated. Curiously, I glanced back at her and saw her seething in frustration, her feet stamping in exasperation. That I chuckled inwardly. Ah, it seems she has met her match. Surely, the newcomer was more formidable, and thus she dared not impede our exit. Once outside, I inquired of the purple-clad lady, Who are you, and how do you know my name? Ming Long. Why did you rescue me? She remained aloof, her demeanor frosty, casting a piercing glare my way as she led me out of the fragrant pavilion. Upon reaching a secluded part of the street, she released me and turned, her tone stern. How did you end up here? Who brought you? I was taken aback. Did I know her? Were we familiar? However, my questions were soon answered. With a swift motion, the purple-clad lady brushed her hands across her face, revealing herself as Lin Daiyu, Yin Yang. Wow! It's you! I exclaimed, astonished, my mouth agape for quite some time, my cheeks flushing. Caught in the act of visiting a brothel by a beautiful teacher was undeniably a source of embarrassment, with no choice. I recounted the entire story, naturally implicating Huang San as well. Upon learning he had brought me, she stomped her foot in anger, cursing vehemently. I've long heard of his lecherous ways, acting so irresponsibly. I can't believe he would try to lead you astray. Just wait until I return. I will give him a good scolding. Anyone who dares to take up his business shall be driven away. Goodness! What a bold proclamation. Did she possess such authority? I had my doubts. Yin Yang let out a confident huff, stating, I am the proprietor of Xiangxiang Pavilion. Naturally, I have this right. However, aside from Song Bupian, no one else knows. This brothel serves solely to gather intelligence. I mused. Huang San, don't blame me. It was your neglect that led me into the clutches of that serpent demon. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, you would have been taken advantage of. She poked my forehead, clearly irate that I queried. Huang San claimed they wouldn't find me appealing, as I have nothing of value. Your cultivation may lack allure, but your essence is quite the delicacy. Upon saying this, Yun Yang's cheeks flushed a delightful shade, making her all the more charming. Ah? So that was it. This insufferable Taoist had clarified that I nearly lost my virtue because of it. Moments ago, I felt guilty for betraying him. But that guilt swiftly morphed into schadenfreude. Serves him right. Let us see how he fares from now on. As the hour grew late, the streets began to quiet. Yun Yang insisted on escorting me to her residence. Beneath the moonlight, two figures swiftly glided towards the southwestern corner. By the way, what kind of magic did that serpent demon employ that made me so compelled to obey her? That is the art of seduction. Only a select few female demons possess such skills, and that green serpent is still lacking in proficiency. Otherwise, your consciousness wouldn't have remained so clear, and awakening wouldn't have been so easy. Most demons lacking sufficient cultivation and resolve fall prey to it, willingly climbing into their beds. I stuck out my tongue, realizing I owed Yun Yang a great debt of gratitude. She proceeded to explain the nuances of seduction. The art of enchanting the opposite sex was termed charm magic, while the art of beguiling the same sex was known as allure magic. This ancient sorcery was rare even among the demon realm. Male demons typically did not wield it, making charm magic a formidable skill. It could control not only one's body, but also one's very consciousness, compelling one to move in a specific direction, unable to resist. Wow, that's incredible. I could hardly contain my excitement, envisioning the possibilities should I master this art. What a surprise tactic against formidable foes at the very least. It would allow for a swift escape. That my mind raced with possibilities, and I resolved to persuade Yun Yang to teach me. Yet, if other male demons could not learn it, would I be able to? Rest assured, I will teach you. You shall become the very first male demon to master the art of charm. However, you must promise never to misuse it or bully women. It seemed Yun Yang had already planned this. My heart leaped with joy, and I eagerly raised my hand to pledge. I can hardly manage my own wife. Please, teach me. In truth, I likely wouldn't have the leisure to entice other women. Yun Yang led me to her courtyard, a hub for gathering information. She was directly responsible to the Demon King, essentially the head of spies that, of course, leaders typically did not engage in espionage themselves. But the Demon King has been missing for some time. Do you have any news? The intelligence was still lacking in timeliness and accuracy. They had not even grasped the situation of the missing Demon King until Tsang Bupian discovered it. Yun Yang sighed, brushing her forehead in frustration. However, I have received the latest news. The old man Wang's ultimate goal for warring with the heavenly court might be related to his son. His son is in the heavens? Had he become some celestial steed? No wonder he harbored such disdain for those who treated subdued demons as mouts. How amusing it was that the son of the most powerful minister of education in the demon realm had become a steed in the heavenly realm. What a ridiculous notion! It was no wonder he was so anxious. It must have been a tremendous blow to his pride. It remains unclear. I am still in the process of investigation, Yun Yang remarked as she removed her hairpin, allowing her cascading hair to tumble down to her waist. Subsequently, she shed her purple cloak, revealing her delicate, rounded shoulders. Though slender, her figure was perfectly proportioned that in contemporary times, she would undoubtedly be a model. And with her ethereal beauty, one could only imagine the number of men who would fall at her feet. What are you doing? I gasped, my words stumbling out. Just moments ago, I had escaped from the clutches of a snake demon. And now I found myself ensnared in the lair of a seductress. Could my luck be so dire? She smiled enchanting as ever and said, "Don't you wish to learn the art of seduction? You urged me to expedite the process, did you not? I shall teach you now. To master this, you must first learn to withstand temptation, and the first test is a challenge." Hastily, I sat cross-legged, focusing my gaze inward, allowing her to strip down to the barest of garments, while she performed an array of alluring poses and gestures before me that I held a firm confidence in resisting the ordinary. After all, I had trained my willpower when Songer first transformed into her human form and pranced about unclothed before me. If I hadn't, I would have succumbed long ago. Yet, seeing my indifference, Yun Yang intensified her efforts. She tugged at my belt, her hands wandering into my garments, teasingly brushing against my skin while whispering in my ear that I felt my resolve wavering, my focus slipping. Still, I fought to maintain my composure, refusing to yield. I didn't realize you had such resilience. I had closed my eyes, drenched in sweat, feeling her loosen my clothing, her soft form pressing against my perspiring back, creating a relentless friction wherever her hands roamed. A searing heat followed. Chapter 45. The first descent from the mountain, my internal energy surged restlessly, a torment I could hardly endure. The most alarming part was her hand slipping into my trousers, inching its way toward my most sensitive area, that I couldn't take it anymore. Overwhelmed, I opened my eyes, gasping for breath. That in my mind I cursed, "What a cunning seductress! Her skills are indeed formidable." She showed no hesitation in exposing her bare upper body. Witnessing my struggle only elicited a soft, mocking laughter from her. "Can you not endure? If you can pass this test, it would demonstrate your unwavering willpower." "Alas, I doubt you can." She sighed, clearly disappointed with my performance. That I hung my head like a defeated dog. Frustrated with my inability, it seemed I could never embody the virtuous Lu Xianghui. In the celestial realm, there exists a Buddhist scripture that I cannot utilize without severe discomfort. However, since you lack demonic energy, I shall grant you a chance. She produced a scripture, and I perused it, committing it to memory in mere moments. Thanks to my extensive knowledge, I could recite it flawlessly within a quarter of an hour. As I chanted, my mind gradually cleared. Immersed in the recitation, I entered a state of transcendence. Later, Yin Yang informed me that while I chanted, a golden light enveloped me, rendering her every seduction ineffective. Even her alluring arts fell flat before my newfound strength. "So, does this mean I can now resist your seductive powers?" The potency of the Buddhist teachings was indeed extraordinary. She nodded, gazing at me in disbelief. "I never imagined it would suit you so well. I thought it would languish in my possession. Typically, demons suffer headaches upon contact with these scriptures. I cannot fathom why you are the exception." I scratched my head, chuckling. Perhaps I am merely an incomplete demon. As dawn broke, I grew anxious about whether Huang Sen would seek me out. Upon mentioning his name, Yin Yang's expression soured. She insisted I remain here, allowing him to search to his heart's content. Amused, I noted that despite her age, she retained a childlike temperament, somewhat akin to Song, and I continued my studies in seduction. For women, resisting male temptation is generally easier than the reverse. Thus, attempting to seduce a cunning fox spirit, especially one as sophisticated as her, proved a daunting task, resulting in a painfully slow learning curve. That I pleaded, "Master Yin, please spare me. I cannot possibly tempt you. Teach me the art of seduction instead." After a day's efforts, I had yet to succeed in enchanting her, leading to a growing sense of discouragement. Yin Yang pondered for a moment before nodding. "True, to ensnare your master is indeed a lofty aspiration. Return and contemplate it yourself. That for this art of seduction, I have yet to master it myself. That I have never successfully bewitched anyone of the same gender." My jaw dropped in disbelief. It seemed this technique was indeed quite advanced. Suddenly, I recalled her face-changing technique, which was also a remarkable skill. That I turned back, requesting her instruction. That I employed rather desperate tactics, persistently pleading until she relented and agreed to teach me. Her face-changing technique was sophisticated, based on the art of seduction. While most could easily be discerned by skilled practitioners, her skill was different. Even experts could not unveil her true form, as they would invariably be entranced. That I learned 2 new techniques, yet neither succeeded, leaving me quite disheartened, having once considered myself somewhat exceptional. Yun Yang reassured me that this was normal, as no male demon had ever mastered it. My confidence took another blow. Before nightfall, I returned to the Ji Ming Mountain Villa, where Tsang Bupian was anxiously berating a weasel. Huang San had grown frantic in my absence, and upon his return, he revealed the truth. "All's well that ends well. Thanks to Master Yun Yang." I brushed it off nonchalantly, reluctant to elaborate on such embarrassing matters. My schedule was tightly packed with lessons in water manipulation, the mysterious art of Qimin Duanjia, and divination, alongside remedial classes in magical artifacts with Huang San. Each day was filled to the brim, leaving only the evenings for me to ponder the lack of progress in my seduction skills. "Young master, you're washing water." A young maid named Bayer stood at the door, head bowed. She had been assigned by Tsang Bupian to attend to me. A plump little rabbit spirit, I had never been accustomed to being waited on, finding it awkward to hear her refer to me as young master, even needing to assist with dressing. "That's enough. You may go and rest now." I waved my hand dismissively, intending to send her away when a thought struck me. Why not attempt the art of seduction? "Come back, buyer," I called, using what I believed to be my most charming voice, following Yun Yang's teachings. I aimed to awaken the yang energy within me to release an enchanting fragrance, then peer into her soul, controlling her thoughts to transmit my will to her, compelling her to obey my commands. "What are you doing, young master?" She turned to me, blushing fiercely under my unblinking gaze. Alas, her reaction indicated I was still unsuccessful. "Do you not smell a fragrance?" The allure of the green snake's scent was potent, yet Yun Yang's was colorless and odorless, difficult to detect. This was the distinction between high and low levels of mastery. The buyer shook her head, bewildered. Defeated, I thumped my head, realizing I was indeed trapped in the fate of a man attempting to master the art of seduction. The following day, I approached Song Bupian, laden with questions about why I could not learn the art of seduction from Yun Yang. Upon hearing this, he burst into laughter. "You will never master it. Throughout history, no male demon has succeeded because to practice this skill, one must undergo castration." What a shock! I was appalled. The price was far too steep, and no wonder male demons shied away from it. That mischievous Yun Yang had played a trick on me. Fuming, I descended the mountain to confront her. Recently, she had been residing in a courtyard, and as I stepped inside, ready to question her, she preempted me. "So, how goes your progress?" Her eager expression suggested she anticipated good news. I waved my sleeve, exclaiming in anger, "I cannot possibly learn it unless you allow me to become a eunuch. Are you not clearly mocking me?" She bowed her head in silence, letting out a soft sigh. "I believed you were different from others, capable of mastering it, that I never expected you would fail. For years, I have researched this technique, hoping to create a miracle by nurturing a male demon capable of using it." Yet, seeing her sorrowful demeanor, my ire diminished significantly. She had genuinely tried to help me. Blaming her for my shortcomings felt unjust. The cyclical seasons of the demon realm mirrored those of the human world. Upon my arrival, the human realm was on the cusp of winter, while here, it blossomed with the vibrancy of spring. Time slipped away quietly, the cherry blossoms blooming and the trees shedding their leaves, until I departed Jiming Mountain, greeted by frost-kissed leaves rivaling the flowers of February. With a bounty of knowledge and Song Bupian's earnest guidance, I boarded my meticulously modified swift flight, soaring toward Wangyuan Mountain, ready to embark on my undercover journey. Chapter 46. The First Descent from the Mountain, Part 2. This learning experience marked a significant elevation for me, not only enhancing my internal power to a higher tier, but also transforming my very essence. I acquired numerous practical spells. The swift flight had been refined to 3 leaves, enabling me to fly faster than before. The sole regret was my inability to master the art of seduction, without a solid foundation. The face-changing technique was unattainable. Nevertheless, I could now resist the art of seduction, ensuring that Yun Yang's sacrifices were not in vain, that I am certain that I hold a special place in her heart. Otherwise, she would not have made such considerable sacrifices for me. At the moment of parting, I distinctly observed the glimmer of unshed tears in her eyes, intertwined with profound sorrow, as if she possessed a multitude of words, yet found herself at a loss to articulate them. She was but a lovesick vixen. The old bear had foretold that I was doomed to encounter romantic entanglements, and it appears he was indeed correct. After so many days away from Wangyuan Mountain, I felt compelled to concoct a plausible excuse for my absence. Otherwise, it would be challenging to explain myself to Master Wang. Prior to my departure, I had confided in my beloved Rose, requesting her to cover for me, claiming I had descended the mountain in pursuit of enriching my experiences in the world. Even when I was at Jiming Mountain, I discreetly sent messages to them, assuring them not to worry. Upon my return, I did not notify anyone. Instead, I ascended the peak with haste, eager to surprise them. It had been far too long since I had seen my dear Song, and I missed her dearly. To avoid drawing attention, I transformed into the guise of a mouse, opting for a low-profile approach. As soon as I stepped into the dormitory, I could hardly contain my excitement, calling out, "Songer, I have returned." Yet, to my astonishment, the silence within the room was deafening. How could it be that no one was present? I quickly sent a message to her, informing her of my return and urging her to come back at once. However, even by nightfall, I had yet to lay eyes on my song, and a profound sense of worry enveloped me. Where could she possibly be? It seemed I had no choice but to inquire with Mei Mei. I dashed towards the main hall, assuming they would be in class at this hour. Yet, the hall was eerily empty, devoid of any presence. Even the mantis gatekeeper was nowhere to be found. How peculiar. I wondered, where could they have all gone? I consulted my tortoiseshell for guidance and discovered that what I sought was likely to be found in the east, that if only I possessed sufficient power, I could ascertain the precise location. Alas, I was not yet capable of such feats. Thus, I resolved to fly eastward, searching as I went. What could have transpired? The divination indicated ominous foreboding. Anxious, I fervently hoped for the safety of Songer and the others. Upon my return from Jimming Mountain, I noticed dark clouds gathering ominously in the east, obscuring the sun. Initially, I assumed it heralded rain, but now it seemed a portent of something far graver, that my lack of experience rendered me insufficiently attuned to such signs. As I berated myself, I hastened toward the east. Occasionally, figures rushed past me, appearing frantic and tense, seemingly headed toward the same destination. What could be amiss? After traversing 2 mountain peaks, I finally beheld a vast clearing, densely packed with countless heads that a closer inspection revealed that these were 2 opposing factions. That on the left, a large iron cage was surrounded by one group, and as I strained my eyes, I was taken aback. Inside the cage were all the students from the elite class, along with the mantis gatekeeper and my beloved song. Some were familiar faces, teachers and classmates from the monster school. How could this be? Why were they all imprisoned? The opposing faction appeared armed and brimming with hostility. At the forefront stood a bearded man, his eyes like twin orbs of fury, mounted upon a striped beast, adorned with a phoenix-winged golden crown. Clad in silver-scaled armor, a crimson cloak billowing behind him, wielding twin golden hammers with an imposing it seemed that even celestial beings had steeds. Apparently, monsters could possess mounts as well. To the right. Another group was present, though significantly outnumbered. Leading them was none other than my master, Minister Wang. He remained composed, exuding an air of calm as he stood atop a grand elephant, though unencumbered by armor. His presence was no less commanding. The elephant, towering over the tiger, allowed him a vantage point that belied any sense of inferiority toward his adversaries. You treasonous scoundrels, surrender the demon king at once. Otherwise, I shall slay your disciples, ensuring their souls are forever lost. My word, the bravado of the man atop the tiger was astonishing, that I concealed myself atop the mountain to observe the unfolding events. Curious to see how Master Wang would respond. With righteous indignation, he declared, "The sovereign has entered seclusion. Menghu, do you dare to rebel?" The news had spread swiftly. How did everyone know of the Demon King's disappearance? My master insisted the Demon King was merely in seclusion, treating the others as fools. Who was this Menghu? He appeared to be a formidable general. To that moment, 5 figures approached from the southeast. Squinting, I realized it was Tsang Bupian and his companions. That I hurriedly gestured for them to halt, uncertain of which side they aligned with, as I myself was equally perplexed regarding my stance to rescue Songer. I ought to side with my master, yet, to avoid colluding with traitors, I seemed to lean toward the other side. Meng Long, you are here too. We came as soon as we heard the news. Tsang Bupian landed beside me, inquiring about the situation. That I replied that I had just arrived and was uncertain. What brings Menghu here? Exclaimed Xiongban, alarmed. A border general cannot abandon his post. Does he dare to commit such an egregious act? Has he received news and seeks to seize this opportunity for rebellion? In the absence of a unifying leader, many with some degree of power harbored ambitions of seizing control. The allure of authority was ever potent. It appears neither side is virtuous, I muttered, contemplating Tsang Bupian's potential insight regarding which faction might prevail. Suddenly, a flash of golden light shot toward my master's elephant. That was Menghu launching a surprise attack. That scoundrel aimed to catch us off guard and achieve victory through treachery. Yet, as the golden light approached the elephant's trunk, it abruptly halted, as if an invisible, formidable shield had materialized before my master. With a resounding crash, the golden light fell harmlessly to the ground, creating a sizable crater. Ah, it was the golden hammer. Once radiant and magnificent, it now lay sullied with mud and grime. How utterly disgraceful for the general. It had not even grazed my master's fur, that I mused. Is this the caliber of opponent who dares to challenge my master and usurp the throne? Song Bupian and the others wore solemn expressions, uncertain whether to be awed by my master's prowess or concerned by Ming, whose feeble attempt at combat. Your master is indeed formidable, but one must not underestimate Ming, whose tiger army. They are the mainstay of the demon realm's border defense. Song Bupian, ever astute, observed. Ming, who has long harbored rebellious intentions, and this event serves as a convenient pretext for him to act. Let them engage in mutual destruction while we reap the benefits. The key is to ascertain the whereabouts of the Demon King and bring him back. I couldn't help but worry for my master's grand plan, before even engaging the enemy. Discord had arisen within our ranks. Would he be able to manage it? Just then, chaos erupted on the battlefield as both factions clashed at my master's new army, comprised largely of fresh graduates from the monster school. Faced a dire lack of combat experience, despite having comparable strength. However, the numerical disadvantage was glaringly apparent, and no matter how capable my master was, he couldn't shield so many subordinates. He alone could match thousands. But his followers were in dire straits. The scene was one of a bloody tempest, a sight too horrific to behold. Chapter 47. The Drunken Immortal Tavern. I was most anxious for those trapped in the iron cage. For within were my two wives. With a firm stomp, I prepared to rush down to rescue them, but Song Bupian restrained me. Ming Long, what are you doing? I stammered, pointing toward the cage. My two wives are inside that cage. I must save them. The expressions of the five were filled with astonishment, especially Yun Yang, who, after her initial surprise, cast me a look laden with resentment. That cage is Ming, whose prized possession, known as the impenetrable golden cage. No one can open it without his key. How do you intend to rescue them? Ah, what was to be done? Song Bupian's words left me feeling utterly vexed. Yet, observing the fierce clash between Ming Hu and my master, one wielding a golden hammer with the air of a deity, while the other brandished a short sword with a smirk, they initially exchanged long-range attacks that shook the mountains and rumbled the earth, cloaking the sky in darkness. They seemed to realize that such a battle was detrimental to environmental preservation, as a careless misstep could collapse several mountains and severely disrupt the landscape, jeopardizing future generations. Thus, they swiftly transitioned to close combat. That was my first time witnessing my master's skills, rather than a fight. It felt more akin to a performance, with him toying with Ming, whose movements were fluid and graceful, rendering the golden hammer ineffective. This infuriated Ming who erupted in fury. Nevertheless, my master's weapon was at a disadvantage. The short sword could hardly contend with the weighty golden hammer. He had no choice but to evade, with limited opportunities for counterattack. That I had indeed underestimated Ming Hu. He possessed considerable skill, even if his initial surprise attack had failed, while the two titans clashed. Their mounts were not idle either. It was unclear what sorcery Ming Hu's striped tiger employed, but suddenly, it sprouted 3 heads, each mouth spewing fireballs like cannon fire, while the elephant's trunk frantically sprayed water to extinguish the flames. Its bulk rendered it less agile, unable to evade all the attacks, forced to rely on water to counter the fire. The heavens seemed to join the fray, for what began as ominous clouds transformed into a tempest. Lightning flashing and thunder crashing. The chaos echoed through the valley, reminiscent of a wailing hellscape. My master's short sword found an opening, slicing half of Ming Hu's crown, leaving him disheveled and in disarray. As they ascended into the air, both summoned their powers to strike at one another. Ming Hu transformed into a white tiger, pouncing at my master's face, but missing entirely. That my master executed his temporal shift with finesse. Already standing behind Ming Hu, smirking. Ming Hu, I shall no longer entertain you. Behold, the cosmic binding rope. A crimson rope shot forth from my master's sleeve, swift and precise, coiling around Ming Hu's claws. Ming Hu was momentarily stunned, for what he encountered was truly beyond his previous experience. His master's skill rendered him momentarily forgetful of his escape, that in that fleeting moment of distraction, the rope had securely bound him. He struggled with all his might, but to no avail. Whenever he attempted to enlarge, the rope would loosen. Whenever he tried to shrink, the rope would tighten, ensnaring him ever more tightly. His master, brimming with pride, laughed heartily, proclaiming, "You might as well cease your futile struggles. It is of no use. This rope is crafted from a millennium of red silkworm silk, combined with my 500 years of rigorous training. There is absolutely no possibility for your escape." Such a formidable contraption could have been deployed much earlier. Yet he chose to engage in a prolonged contest of strength that I could not help but feel a tinge of annoyance. Wouldn't it have been simpler to bind him sooner? I had forgotten that one must never be too absolute in their judgments, and my master had also neglected the perils of hubris, just as he boasted that Meng, who could never escape. With a swift touch of his feet to the ground, he vanished in an instant, rope and all in the blink of an eye. He had utilized a technique of earth evasion to slip away right beneath our noses, taking with him the massive iron cage that held many captives. Everyone was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events that my master surely had not anticipated Menghu's cunning. He sighed heavily, filled with regret. Such a splendid opportunity had been so easily squandered. The members of the Tiger Army, seeing their commander had fled, no longer wished to linger in battle and began to retreat, each piloting various flying crafts, disappearing in the blink of an eye, along with the injured and the remnants of their force. Although it was a retreat, it was executed with calm and order. It was evident that this was a well-trained unit. I scarcely had time to greet my master, hastily piloting my swift fly in pursuit of the direction taken by the Tiger Army. Behind me, Song called out, "Where are you going?" Without looking back, I replied, "To rescue my wife." My wife had been captured. How could I not be anxious? Just moments ago, I believed my master would capture Menghu, subsequently freeing Song Air. Yet unexpectedly, he had escaped and I was left to devise my own means of rescuing her. Though Menghu had slipped away, his lair should remain intact. He would undoubtedly return to regroup, so all I needed to do was locate the Tiger Army's encampment. Swift fly, swiftly. Hurry and catch up with them. My urgency was palpable, fearing that the furry-faced fiend might lose his temper and harm Song Air and the others, leading to their irrevocable demise. Such cruelty would be unimaginable. Swift Fly seemed to understand my feelings, intensifying its efforts to fly faster. Alas, the heavens were unkind, and rain began to pour. The raindrops were as large as broad beans, pelting down relentlessly, drenching me to the skin in no time. The speed of Swift Fly was significantly hampered. Cursing the wretched weather, I had no choice but to seek shelter from the rain. There was a pavilion by the roadside, and without a second thought, I dashed inside as I stripped off my wet clothes. I contemplated whether I should modify Swift Fly into a helicopter that required no fuel, allowing me to remain sheltered from the sun and rain. Ah, how embarrassing. Why are you undressing here? A clear, youthful voice emerged from a corner of the pavilion that I was taken aback. It turned out there was someone else present my carelessness had prevented me from noticing upon entering in the dim corner sat a child, her bright eyes innocently watching me. Little one, my clothes are soaked. I must remove them to avoid falling ill. One could hardly believe that a monster would catch a chill from wearing wet garments. But children are easily deceived. She nodded thoughtfully, responding with an "oh" as she slowly stood up. Only then did I realize she was a girl, her hair tied in 2 small braids, appearing no older than 4 or 5. Dressed in a short red coat, her embroidered shoes were filthy, and her face resembled that of a dirty calico cat. Yet around her neck hung a large, golden key that I could not help but furrow my brow, pondering what kind of household this child belonged to, where adults neglected their responsibilities at such a tender age. She was left unattended, oblivious to the dangers that might lurk. Perhaps it was because I had yet to have children at over 30 that I felt a particular fondness for little ones. I resolved to do a good deed and return this young girl to her home first. As I reached to pick her up, she did not shy away, allowing me to embrace her. She extended her chubby hand towards me, saying, "Look, I'm bleeding here." I looked down and indeed saw a significant cut on her plump arm, oozing blood. "Oh dear, how did you get hurt? Let me help you bandage it." I quickly tore a piece of cloth to bind her wound. I sneaked out to play this morning without telling Daddy. Then it started to rain, and I slipped and fell." The little girl rambled on, showing no fear of pain. Truly, she was a playful child, oblivious to the encroaching darkness as she failed to return home. "Where do you live? What is your name? What does your father call himself? What is your home phone number? I'll escort you home once the rain stops." I assumed her home was nearby. However, she widened her eyes, perplexed, shaking her head, saying, "Daddy is just called Daddy. I'm called Wan Wan, and I don't know where my home is. What is a phone?" I was flabbergasted. This little fool, I almost exclaimed in frustration, at her age. She did not even know her father's name. Doubt if I were ever to have a son or daughter, I would ensure they knew their father's name, their address, and ideally their phone number, to avoid such a situation where a good Samaritan like myself would be at a loss for how to help. Oh right, I had forgotten that there were no phones in the demon realm. How vexing. Encountering a child who knew nothing severely dampened my confidence in my good intentions that I could only continue to inquire, hoping to glean some information about her home. "Which direction did you come from?" She pouted, tilting her head as she pondered, then shook her head timidly, murmuring, "Wan Wan forgot." I was completely charmed by her innocence. Now I found myself in quite a predicament. I wished to return her home, but without knowing where she lived, I could not simply abandon her here. That would violate my principles. Good deeds must be pursued to their conclusion. One must escort the Buddha all the way west. The key issue was that I was also in a hurry. As darkness began to descend and the rain continued unabated, it appeared that I would have to spend the night here with her. I gathered some branches, dried them off, and used a fire technique to start a small blaze, settling down beside her. The little girl had a round face and a lively demeanor, proving to be quite endearing. She began to chatter away about her family, mentioning numerous mothers and a plethora of uncles and aunts that I was astounded. What sort of family was this? Her father seemed quite the libertine, marrying so many wives. How could he manage? "What do those uncles and aunts call your father?" I pressed on, hoping to uncover some clue. She thought for a moment and replied, "Old man, I remember Uncle Zhu calls him that." "And what does your mother call him?" "She calls him husband. Why can I call my father Daddy?" Ah! It seemed she was an only child. With so many mothers, how could she be the sole offspring? Was there family planning in the demon realm? "That's because your father has only you as a child," I said, patting her head, pondering what games she might enjoy. I had no idea what amusements little demons favored, so I summoned Swiftfly to entertain her, though it was quite reluctant to play the part of a bamboo dragonfly. The girl squealed with delight, chasing after Swiftfly as it flitted about. Much like a kitten pouncing on butterflies as they played, the girl gradually revealed her true form. She was indeed a cat. A large white cat, to be precise. I watched in astonishment as she leaped and bounded, suddenly realizing she must be a tiger, not merely a cat. A white tiger. A small white tiger. Countless thoughts rushed to my mind, and I came to a startling conclusion. This little white tiger was likely Meng Hu's daughter. The many people in her family were probably members of her father's tiger army, and the key around her neck, could it be the key to the iron cage? My heart raced with excitement at my audacious speculation. If my assumptions were correct, then Song Air and the others could indeed be saved. I could not suppress my grin, laughing heartily. What a stroke of fortune! "Little one, does your father look like this?" I gestured, describing her father's appearance. She bounced over to me, transforming back into her child form, and asked with glee, "Uncle, do you know my daddy?" It seemed my hunch was right. I endeavored to conceal my inner joy, nodding in affirmation. "Yes, I saw him this morning. However, he lost a fight and had to flee." "How could that be? My daddy is very capable." She gazed at me in disbelief, unable to accept that her father could lose, that if I were in her shoes, I would find it hard to believe as well. In a child's eyes, a father is always a mighty, heroic figure, capable of anything. That I, too, idolized my father in my youth, considering him remarkable until one day I realized I had grown taller than him by half a head, causing the grand image of my father to fade from my mind. Given this, I am also reluctant to tarnish her father's reputation, to sully the radiant image he holds in his daughter's eyes. She is still young and deserves to remain carefree for a while longer. He possesses a large iron cage, claiming that anyone who misbehaves can be confined within. However, most of the time, That cage is reserved for the little birds he captures. What a waste to use such a formidable contraption merely for birds. Is this key capable of unlocking that cage? She nodded and replied, "My father has another one." I gently guided her, step by step confirming my suspicions. Although the information was extracted from a child, at least I now had a plan for the next step in my rescue mission. Ah, Songer, await your husband's gallant arrival to save you. My heart swelled with joy. Though I maintained a composed exterior, the little white tiger was utterly enchanted by my bamboo dragonfly, yawning repeatedly, yet unwilling to let go that I proposed. How about borrowing this bamboo dragonfly for a day? Dear child, her eyes sparkled with excitement, clapping her hands in delight. But first, could you lend me the key? Just for a moment. I promise to return it once I'm finished. I stealthily executed my plan, feeling rather like the big bad wolf deceiving Little Red Riding Hood. Yet for the sake of rescue, I had to play the role of a trickster. After a brief moment of contemplation, the little white tiger handed me the golden key. Insisting that I assure her it would be returned promptly and that I would not disclose this to her father, I accepted the key and nodded repeatedly that, of course, I would not and could not tell her father. Eventually, she succumbed to sleep, clutching the bamboo dragonfly in my embrace. Children are forever innocent and naive. She could not discern right from wrong nor understand the dangers of trusting a stranger. So she easily entrusted her father's precious key to me, an ill-intentioned outsider, that I couldn't help but reflect that perhaps children in the human realm are far more mature. Nowadays, children are taught not to converse with strangers, not to let them into their homes, to call for help when faced with danger, and even to discuss romantic interests in kindergarten. They are often more sophisticated than adults by first or second grade. Yet, the world of demons differs significantly from that of humans. The education they receive reveals that stark contrast, and no matter how much one learns from others, there remains an inherent gap in understanding. After a night of torrential rain, the downpour finally ceased at dawn. The morning sun bathed the freshly washed forest paths in a gentle glow. The birds had already commenced their daily morning exercises. Chapter 49. The Scholar's Concoction. I shifted my aching arms, realizing I had spent the night cradling the little white tiger. She slept soundly, a smile gracing her chubby face. The wounds on my arm had nearly healed. Indeed, she was a creature of the supernatural. Why had Meng-Hu not come searching for his daughter? At that moment, a cacophony of voices reached me from afar. Indeed, Meng-Hu had come looking for his daughter. Though not in person, he had sent others in his stead that I surmised he was still bound by ropes that I decided to follow them back, as their leader mentioned that Meng-Hu would reward me. The little girl awoke, eager for my embrace, which suited me perfectly. It ensured Meng-Hu would comply. The leading little white tiger referred to him as Uncle Kai, a robust fellow with an upturned nose. It was unclear what creature he was. Meng-Hu's stronghold lay at the foot of a mountain called Donglai, where numerous tents had been erected that it seemed word had already spread back, for Meng-Hu awaited their arrival. As expected, he appeared, still bound by ropes, struggling to move as he hopped awkwardly along, that a grand general reduced to such a sight elicited suppressed laughter from several soldiers. "Father, are you practicing your rabbit hops?" The little white tiger's remark left Meng-Hu utterly embarrassed. His face flushed as he struggled for words that he could only avoid the question and thank me. "Brave warrior, I am grateful for your return of my daughter. I hope I haven't made a fool of myself." He called one of his subordinates to fetch my reward from the tent. "Wait, I desire nothing but to inquire how many individuals you can spare." His astonishment was palpable. Clutching the child tightly, I feared my leverage might slip away and stated my demands. Clearly, Meng-Hu was no fool. He realized that his daughter was his Achilles heel. My bargaining chip. His expression darkened as he solemnly replied, "What if I refuse?" I feigned nonchalance while holding the child. "Then the consequences may be grave. Your precious daughter will." Should he decline, I would simply take the child and devise another plan for rescue. For I still possessed the key. That he furrowed his brows, his thick, bushy eyebrows knitting together in contemplation for 10 seconds before reluctantly conceding to my terms. Elated, I noticed the child gazing at me with her bright, contrasting eyes, curiously inquiring. "Uncle, what are you and father discussing? Are you coming to visit my home?" I gently patted her head, responding softly, Not at the moment, that I have other matters to attend to. Please return to your father and avoid wandering off alone. If you fall into my master's grasp, Meng Hu, you shall be doomed, that I thought to myself. Since this was a transaction, it was only fair to release one in exchange for another. Meng Hu recited a few incantations, and the cage materialized before me. The individuals inside gazed at me in astonishment. They did not recognize me nor comprehend the imminent events that moment. I had assumed a human form, and they would never know I was once the little mouse named Meng Long. To prevent any treachery from Meng Hu, I insisted he release the captives first. Only once they were safely away would I relinquish the child. Reluctantly, he complied, that I could see his teeth clenched in frustration, wishing to rend me to pieces, that I had traded one for many, which understandably displeased him. Yet, this individual was of monumental significance. He had no choice but to acquiesce as he commanded the cage to be opened. I discreetly informed Song to hasten her departure with her companions, ensuring they would not fall back into their clutches. She cast me a puzzled glance, full of questions, that I reassured her that I would explain later, and urged her to flee. Once their figures had vanished from sight, my heart finally settled. I released the little white tiger. "Father," she exclaimed joyfully as she bounded towards him. But after a few steps, she turned back to ask, "Uncle, are you truly not visiting my home?" My heart softened instantly. What a delightful child! Regrettably, I could never be a guest in her home, only an adversary. I smiled and waved goodbye, watching her retreating figure, lost in thought for a moment that if only this world were devoid of conflict, devoid of violence, it would be a truly splendid place. With their safety assured, I found myself ensnared in Meng Hu's circle. Would he allow me to depart so easily? Certainly not. He was no fool, nor were his subordinates. Soon enough, 4 or 5 armed individuals surrounded me, tightening the noose. My reluctance to leave with them stemmed from several reasons. First, I wished for their safety. Second, I desired the little white tiger's safety. And third, Meng Hu remained bound, seemingly powerless against his restraints. This presented me with my final bargaining chip, that I searched thoroughly and indeed found a record of a method to untie this millennium-old red silkworm thread. I had not anticipated such crucial information would be included, indicating my master held great favor and expectations for me. With the worst-case scenario in mind, I resolved to take a gamble and test the fruits of my learning over these past days. Come, let me stretch my limbs. I exaggeratedly flexed my wrists, then struck a classic pose reminiscent of Huang Feihong, leaving those little demons, unaware of my true abilities, thoroughly baffled. However, this display would only deceive them. I could not hope to fool Meng Hu, who was likely aware of my true capabilities. Thus, he remained unfazed by my bravado, calmly directing his subordinates on how to attack me. So many against just me. "Meng Hu, you are no hero." My taunt struck home, as he smirked with disdain. "Very well. I shall ensure you are thoroughly defeated." He pointed to one of his subordinates, instructing him to engage me in single combat. That I continued to provoke. "All right, if I win, you must not make things difficult for me. You must allow me to leave." I spoke these words with trepidation, uncertain of my opponent's abilities. Meng Hu, being a person of stature and status, would seem petty if he refused my request. Thus I had once again secured a potential opportunity to escape, provided I could defeat my adversary. Facing me was the very individual the little white tiger referred to as Uncle Kai, the one with the upturned nose. With a swift motion, he conjured a steel trident in his hand and, without uttering a word, lunged at me. That I quickly dodged the attack, realizing the gravity of the situation. The bamboo dragonfly was still forgotten with the little white tiger. Of course, her key remained in my possession. That I, in a moment of desperation, I recalled the golden claws Song had given me. Now that I had transformed into a human, would they still fit my hands? My doubts were not a reflection of Songer's skill, but rather my experience with truly formidable magical artifacts. The 8 trigrams furnace was unique in the demon realm. Thus, I believed no weapon could rival its craftsmanship. Indeed, the small golden claws Songer gifted me were only effective in my mouse form and were useless now that I had transformed as the steel trident, wielded by Uncle Kai, approached with menacing speed. I could not help but silently plead, "Quickly, Kwai Fei, return to me." At the moment when the steel fork was about to pierce me, 2 knives materialized in my hands, arriving at the perfect moment to parry the attack. Chapter 50. The little shifting technique that I was both astonished and delighted. This swift flight truly resonated with my very soul, justifying the considerable effort I had invested in refining it within the Bagua furnace for so long. The two knives in my grasp danced like colorful butterflies, while the third knife, undeterred, lay in wait to launch a surprise attack on the beast known as Chao Tianbai. The sudden appearance of these three knives utterly disoriented him. He flailed about in a frantic attempt to defend himself, and in a moment of carelessness, my third knife severed a piece of his sleeve. Elated, I steeled myself and pressed forward relentlessly, just as I believed victory was within my grasp. The situation abruptly shifted. Chao Tianbai discarded the steel fork and began to unleash his true power. Before my eyes, his clothing tore apart, revealing a wolf head tattoo on his chest. His eyes glowed a vibrant green, and his ears sprouted black fur, transforming into those of a wolf. That in an instant, a wolf-headed, human-bodied monster materialized before me, pounding its chest like a fearsome gorilla, muscles rippling as it let out a chilling howl that echoed in the surroundings, summoning countless wolf howls in response. Shortly thereafter, hundreds of wild wolves emerged from seemingly nowhere, each drooling as though they had not fed in days, eyeing me as their long-awaited prey. These were the largest species within the canine family, possessing slender chests, powerful backs and legs, and remarkable speed, born hunters and a significant threat to livestock. Until now, I had only encountered wolves in a zoo, those that seemed to have lost their wild instincts, and never imagined I would face a true pack of wolves, especially one so vast and terrifying that a cold sweat immediately broke out along my spine. How dare he summon such beasts to besiege me? A direct confrontation would surely lead to my demise beneath their fangs. Before I could devise a strategy, the wolf pack, under Chao Tianbai's command, launched their assault. Three wolves charged at me from three directions, and without needing my command, my three knives instinctively struck. In an instant, there were three mournful howls as heads rolled. Enraged, Chao Tianbai's fury erupted, and with a sharp whistle, 7 or 8 wolves joined forces to attack me. He gazed at me coldly, undoubtedly eager to witness my downfall. With only 3 knives at my disposal, I was left pondering how to counter this new threat. In a moment of inspiration, I leaped into the air. The wolves, too swift to halt, collided with one another in a disarrayed tangle. They could only attack from the ground, leaving me momentarily safe in the air. However, I had yet to master the art of flight. My aerial maneuvering could only last so long before I would descend. And at that moment, I would have to rely on my swift flight technique. The 2 knives swiftly transformed into propellers, suspending me aloft, while the third knife remained ready as a weapon. I felt an immense sense of relief, grateful that I had modified it earlier. Seeing his wolves fail to subdue me, Chao Tianbai stomped his feet in rage, launching himself into the air, his claws morphing into wolf heads that charged at me with incredible speed. I barely had time to swing my knife before one wolf's jaws clamped onto my chest, tearing away a significant portion of flesh and clothing while I narrowly evaded the other. I had assumed that monsters were impervious to pain, but I was utterly mistaken. Blood stained my chest, and the agony nearly rendered me unconscious. I quickly activated my restoration technique to staunch the bleeding. After consuming a yellow recovery pill, the pain diminished drastically, and my muscle cells began to regenerate rapidly until I was restored to my former self. It was truly miraculous, and I felt a surge of excitement. I would need to refine more of these for future use. The pain stimulated my nerves and ignited my fierce fighting spirit. I brandished my knife and recited the Iron Wall incantation, enhancing my defensive capabilities, then concentrated all my energy into the blade. I could not remain on the defensive. It was time to strike back. Little Cosmos, explode. I felt as if I were a saintly warrior standing on the precipice of life and death. Ice tides and cold waves. This was the ultimate technique of Yu Zuanlang. I had witnessed its power before. The massive water column froze everything in its path, only to shatter into countless pieces afterward. While I certainly lacked his level of mastery, my strike, powered by all my energy, was still formidable enough to shatter Chao Tianbai's protective aura and send him tumbling back in a wave of icy surf. This was not ordinary water. It bore a chilling aura. Before long, frost began to form upon Chao Tianbai's wolf head, shaking him to his core. Though I had not turned him into an ice statue, He was certainly suffering, seizing the opportunity while he was disoriented. I unleashed a relentless barrage of icy water attacks, cascading toward him with bone-chilling force. The pack of wolves below had already been thoroughly drenched by the icy deluge, no matter how resilient their fur. They could not withstand such frigid rain that in no time, they scattered in all directions. Many of the demon soldiers caught in the crossfire were sneezing uncontrollably that I had learned from observing others that in a fight. It was wise to keep a safe distance. However, without Meng Hu's orders, they dared not retreat, and thus they too faced the consequences alongside Chao Tian. I secretly reveled in my triumph, at last. He would know my strength. All my diligent training and perseverance were beginning to yield results. Just as I was basking in my success, Chao Tian, having plummeted from the heights, miraculously staggered back to his feet. He trembled as he glared at me with murderous intent, grasping his steel fork in one hand and, with a grimace, retrieving a wolf-faced shield from his chest. I realized that the wolf tattoo was indeed a defensive artifact. A cloud of white mist rose above him, gradually taking the shape of a menacing wolf that a faint red glow enveloped his body, as if proclaiming his indomitable spirit. Truly, he was a wolf unafraid of death, I mused. Meng Hu was fortunate to have such reckless subordinates. However, such formidable forces should be directed against enemies, not kin. Chao Tian soon regained his strength, but his attacking power was evidently diminished. The force behind his steel fork had waned considerably, granting me a moment's respite as I too had been draining my energy. That I adjusted my stance while evading his attacks, executing the 36 continuous knife techniques with fluidity, creating a cascade of knife shadows. Yet each assault was deflected by his shield. Clearly, this was no ordinary shield. I realized that if I continued in this manner, I would merely exhaust myself to no avail. That in a moment of distraction, Chao Tian's steel fork lunged toward me. I hastily braced my knife against it, preventing him from pressing down. This was purely a test of strength, and we gritted our teeth, exerting all our might. Akin to a tug-dash of dash war, that in the end, I summoned every ounce of my strength to push him back, panting heavily from the exertion. That my internal and physical energies were nearly depleted, and I could only rely on elixirs for restoration. Regrettably, I had forgotten to bring the mighty god pill given to me by Huang San. That I had no choice but to recover slowly using my restoration technique. That it seemed that Meng Hu's subordinates had a penchant for fire. Or perhaps fire was their forte. During Meng Hu's confrontation with my master, his fire-breathing mount had caused quite the commotion. Now, Chao Tian showcased his own fiery prowess, perhaps in retaliation for the earlier freezing. According to the principle of the 5 elements, water extinguishes fire, while fire overcomes metal. Thus, I quickly concealed my knife's blade and began to chant a water incantation to summon the nearby river's waters for assistance. A waterfall formed before me, but I had not anticipated that his flames were no ordinary flames. They were the true fire of Samadhi, and Chao Tian's powers still surpassed mine. The true fire of Samadhi could not be extinguished by mere river water. And I had no strength left to unleash another ice tides and cold waves. Chapter 51. The Secret Meeting. Consequently, the searing flames quickly ignited my clothing, enveloping my entire being in fire. That I rolled and tumbled in the air, the excruciating agony piercing through my senses, reducing them to mere numbness. My only response was pain. In that moment, my swift flight was far more resilient, having endured scorching heat for days in the Bagua furnace. It was unaffected by this minor blaze. Sensing the dire situation, it revved its engines to escape. That I was oblivious to whether anyone pursued us or where my swift flight intended to take me. And soon I succumbed to unconsciousness. The essence of my swift flight was derived from a drop of my blood. Its energy and propulsion were entirely dependent on my body. Thus, when I suffered grave injuries, it desperately carried me away, only to eventually collapse into a river, unable to fly any longer. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying on the riverbank, utterly immobilized and racked with pain. The 3 leaves of my swift flight appeared lifeless. Its once silver-gray and golden-edged form, now devoid of vitality, transformed into a dark hut. Lacked the strength to return to my back, lying pitifully beside me as the flowing water cascaded over it. I had no strength left, lying there quietly from sunset to nightfall. The North Star gleamed brightly in the satin-smooth sky, and apart from the sound of flowing water and the chirping of insects, there was an eerie silence that I longed to summon Song Bupian, my master, or Song Air for assistance, yet I could not muster a single ounce of internal energy. The energy within my dantian dissipated continuously, and the internal elixir, now humanoid, flickered dimly that I pondered methods for self-rescue, striving to gather a sliver of internal power from my limbs and bones. And at last, I managed to set my restoration technique into motion for a brief cycle. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. These elements constitute the world, that if I could harness the power of these 5 elements, I would possess an inexhaustible source of strength that I recalled Xiong Ben's words. If one immerses oneself in a drop of water, one can gain the power of all water elements, that if you immerse yourself in a conflagration, even the most ferocious flames shall not harm you in the slightest, for you have become one with them. Allow the 5 elements to magnify and transform within your being, and you shall emerge invincible. That I contemplated this notion in stillness, gradually forgetting my anguish, that I envisioned myself as a droplet of water, playfully frolicking in a secluded stream. Each of my cells transformed into a droplet, countless droplets converging to form my corporeal form. At times they surged, at times they were tranquil, sometimes dispersing, and at other times coalescing. In dispersion, they were formless. In gathering, they took shape that I even felt as if I was the meandering stream, quietly flowing towards the vast ocean. That boundless, endless sea was my mother. I lay in her embrace, enveloped in comfort and serenity. Indeed, a refreshing and soothing sensation gradually filled my entire being, as I sensed a gentle breath converging from every part of me towards my dantian. The obscure inner elixir began to radiate with light. It was as if I truly curled up within my mother's womb, incessantly absorbing her energy, that I surmised that this might be the essence of water's power. The water molecules were racing against time to mend my injured cells, replacing the damaged ones and repairing the injured tissues and muscles. They were merely water, yet they accomplished such feats that I was astonished and profoundly moved by the gifts that water bestowed upon me. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered that my body had become transparent, that I could clearly see fish swimming through me, with only my head resting on the riverbank retaining its corporeal form. This must have been a most horrifying sight, an unembodied head turning from side to side by the riverbank, with a foolish grin lingering at the corners of my mouth that I could not help but applaud my own brilliance. Kumamoto was right. In the realm of mortals, I am an ordinary being. Yet in the realm of demons, I am surely extraordinary. That so effortlessly did I catch a glimpse of the supreme path of the demon realm. I ought to express my gratitude to that ball of true fire. I imagined it must have drawn upon his lifetime of cultivation. Had he not exhausted himself, he would surely have pursued me. And for reasons unknown, Menghu did not send anyone to eliminate me. Did he believe I had not been defeated? Or perhaps he deliberately sought to grant me a chance for escape? These questions elude my understanding, but if I were to encounter him again, I could not tell whether we would be foes or allies. Personally, I do not harbor animosity towards Menghu, for I believe a person capable of training such a formidable team must possess a unique charm. However, Song Bupian holds a rather pessimistic view, believing Menghu to be a traitor taking advantage of the situation, akin to my master. Who is right and who is wrong will undoubtedly become clear in time. True gold fears no fire. This is an undeniable truth. By the following day, I had fully regained my normal state, not only in peak health, but also brimming with vigor and lightness. I felt as though my power had ascended once more. Yet my poor companion, Kwai Kwai Fei, was gravely ill. No matter how I called, he remained unresponsive, as if in a death-like slumber. Left with no choice, I took him to Jiming Mountain to seek out Huang San and Song Bupian. Without a means of flight, the journey became arduous, compelling me to employ my flying technique. There was no alternative. I had to press on. Initially, at Jiming Mountain, my insufficient power had prevented me from achieving flight, and the summoned clouds had proven disobedient, refusing to carry me. That I had attempted to emulate Song Air, seeking to glide on a leaf, but my allure did not match hers, and the leaves would not cooperate. It is said that all flora and fauna in the demon realm possess distinct personalities, And this assertion proved to be true, that I took a deep breath, propelled myself with my legs, and suddenly soared into the air. Looking down, I gasped in horror. Previously, with Kwai Kwai Fei by my side, I had flown swiftly and steadily, allowing me to forget this significant weakness of mine. Now, relying solely on myself, I was acutely aware of the dizzying height. Oh dear! How high it is, my heart raced, and I plummeted downwards, following my body in a rapid descent. This was my second experience of falling from such heights. The first had been when I was cast off a cliff at Jishan, fortunate to be rescued by Song Air. This time, however, luck was not on my side. I landed with a thud, thankfully onto a pile of grass, which cushioned my fall and spared me from injury. In truth, I could have shrunk myself to the size of an ant, which would have posed no issues at all, but in my state of panic, I had completely forgotten that I clambered out from beneath the grass, my body and face adorned with hay, accompanied by the foul stench of chicken droppings. How absurd! Had I stumbled into a chicken coop? Glancing around, I noticed several hens glaring at me with indignation, and it dawned on me that I had inadvertently interrupted their nesting. Before long, a flock of roosters approached, and after much clucking and clamor, they resolved to expel me, the unwelcome guest. They formed a tight circle around a particularly flamboyant hen, as if to guard her from any potential harm. Could that hen be the queen of the chickens? I had never encountered a matriarchal chicken society before. Could they be a matrilineal clan? I reasoned to myself as I scurried away, ducking and covering my head amidst the avian assault. What a pitiful sight it was, being pursued by a horde of chickens. That moment, a languid, elderly voice emerged from a nearby grass hut. Who is it? Who disturbs my precious chicks while they are hatching? An ancient man, frail and decrepit, emerged, wielding a bamboo pole. Chapter 52. The Revenge Plan. I was taken aback. This was undoubtedly the oldest man I had ever seen. His skin resembled the parched earth of the Lust Plateau, marked by deep creases, and on his head were but a few sparse strands of hair. Each word he spoke caused his entire frame to tremble, and he wore baggy trousers secured by a hemp rope at the waist. That a few chicks chirped excitedly around his feet, revealing that the flamboyant hen was indeed hatching eggs. That I quickly offered an apology. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to. I accidentally fell from the sky and landed in your chicken coop. Generally, peculiar-looking demons tend to possess irritable tempers. This was my experience, having recently been embroiled in a conflict. I had no desire to escalate matters further. Thus, I endeavored to appease him, hoping this demon would exhibit some reason. The old man raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing me from head to toe, and asked, "You don't appear to be a novice. How is it that you cannot even fly? How could you fall from the sky?" His words made me feel rather embarrassed. Indeed, it was a shameful predicament. My face turned crimson as I scratched my head, stammering, "Well, I have a fear of heights." The old man scoffed dismissively. "Pathetic. Come, play a game of chess with me. Otherwise, you'll have to remain here to tend to my precious chicks until they hatch. You want to be allowed to leave." His tone was quite domineering, indicating he was not an ordinary individual. That I thought, why not? Engaging in a game of chess to diffuse potential conflict could be a good thing. The old man set up a chessboard in his dwelling, playing against himself. "Finally, someone to play chess with," he exclaimed with childlike delight, clapping and cheering, which was quite amusing. He was truly a whimsical old demon. The Go was my forte, and I'm not boasting. I have had a talent for it since childhood, though I never aspired to compete or gain recognition. So you want to find a name Ming Long among China's renowned players. That a demon who plays Go must be extraordinary. That was my instinct. The board was made of stone, square-shaped, with 4 legs beneath it, featuring 17 lines running vertically and horizontally. That I was taken aback. According to Wei Handan's records, the boards of the Wei and Jin dynasties and earlier had 17 lines, totaling 289 intersections, with each color having 150 pieces. But this was unlike contemporary Go, which has a board with 19 equidistant vertical and horizontal lines, forming 361 intersection points. The old man noticed my expression and chuckled. "What is the matter? Afraid to play against me? A challenge." I thought to myself, I won't back down. Although I was initially unaware of the rules and methods from that era, I must not forget that I am a product of extensive knowledge and the transformative elixir. And such a minor issue could not deter me. Go is a profound discipline. During the Han and Wei dynasties, it was utilized as a crucial tool for cultivating military talent. Historical figures like Cao Cao, Sun Tzu, and Lu Xun excelled in both the battlefield and the chessboard. I glanced at the old man, pondering whether he might be a demon from that period, as his chessboard resembled a battlefield. I adhere to the principle that offense is the best defense, a strategic philosophy in Go that prioritizes initiative through aggressive play. Typically, one cannot defend against an overwhelming attack, necessitating keen discernment of targets and timing. As I enter the mid-game, I seize an opportunity to execute a move that captured 3 of his stones, causing the old man to stomp his feet in frustration. I had initially assumed his chess skills were exceptional. It turned out he was merely blusterous. By nightfall, I had won 2 games, yet the old man remained obstinate. Regardless of the darkness or the passage of time, he clung to me, insisting we continue playing until he bested me. This was quite distressing. He wouldn't let me leave. And I had matters to attend to. Upon reflection, if he wished to win, then I would let him. Thus, in the 7th game, I deliberately left a few openings for him to secure a victory. At dawn, we had played chess for an entire day and night. All right, now that you have won, I humbly concede. May I take my leave now? I inquired cautiously, apprehensive that he might refuse. What a peculiar old man. He likely found prolonged solitude in chess quite dull. Hence his unwillingness to release me. I can see you let me win on purpose. No way. I cannot allow you to leave. His eyes widened, and with a puff of his beard, he began to act like a mischievous child. Unless you take me as your disciple, he exclaimed. I was taken aback. How could I possibly accept this old man as my disciple? He could easily be my great-grandfather. Ignoring my protests, he had already knelt before me, bowing his head. Master, please allow your disciple, Sun Gu, to pay his respects. Reluctantly, I found myself compelled to accept this elderly rascal as my pupil. Upon reflection, it might not be such a bad arrangement. After all, if I was his master, he would have to heed my commands, wouldn't he? If I chose to leave, he could not possibly stop me. I could merely teach him a few token lessons and be done with it. A surge of delight coursed through me. With such a disciple, who would dare to bully me? I had always believed this old rascal to be an extraordinary master. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the chicken coop outside. When we arrived, we were indeed startled that a snake, as long as a carrying pole, was locked in a standoff with a group of chickens. The serpent's eyes were fixed greedily on the rear of a large speckled hen, seemingly coveting the egg beneath her. Sun Gu let out a thunderous shout, scaring the snake away. That it was truly a cowardly creature, possessing only the appearance of menace. That I shrugged and remarked, Disciple, what sort of chicken is so precious? He quickly corrected me. It's not the chicken that's valuable, but the egg. What sort of egg could be so precious? My curiosity was piqued once more. Once he had chased away the other roosters and hens, I leaned closer to the speckled hen, parting a tuft of feathers. What lay beneath was no ordinary egg, or was it even an egg? It was slightly larger than a duck egg, smaller than a goose egg, neither white nor red, but a kaleidoscope of colors that I could swear that the hues were not painted onto a multicolored egg, indeed extraordinary. No wonder he treasured it so dearly. What is this egg? I inquired. He replied with pride. This is not a mere trinket from the demon realm, but a divine artifact from the heavens. How could a heavenly artifact end up in the demon realm? I expressed my skepticism. Fearing I would not believe him, he quickly began to recount its origins. 2,500 years ago, before Sun Gu had grown so old, he was said to be quite handsome and charming. He was frequently visited by fortune in matters of love, but he had high standards, desiring nothing less than the most beautiful creature in the demon realm, the peony spirit. The peony was the queen of flowers, breathtakingly beautiful, unmatched in grace. However, she was a frigid beauty, never smiling at anyone. Despite this, suitors flocked to her in droves, countless in number. Sun Gu and his friend, Luo Kun, were among them. One day, while drinking, the two lamented why the peony never smiled. That in a moment of melancholy, they hatched a plan to wager their treasures against one another. Whoever could make her smile would claim the other's prize. Luo Kun's treasure was this very multicolored egg, a gift he had received during a mission to the heavenly realm, which he had intended to return to the Demon King, but had instead kept for himself. At that time, the Demon King was not the current one, but rather his father. S for Sun Ji's treasure. It was a suit of golden armor, boasting formidable defensive capabilities, akin to the legendary Iron Cloth and Golden Bell. In truth, Sun Ge had no solid strategy in mind, but fortune favored him. The very next day, he encountered a rare opportunity. Then on that day, the peony ventured out for a picnic, but unfortunately, the weather turned foul, and she was caught in a torrential downpour. The mountains unleashed mudslides, a terrifying sight. Our peony was particularly unfortunate, lacking swimming skills and having no maidservant or servant to assist her. She found herself trapped in a great tree, half submerged in water, with the tree swaying perilously, threatening to topple. That moment, a hero emerged. Sun Ge happened to be returning from Luo Kun's side and fortuitously stumbled upon the distressed lady. What followed was a classic tale of hero rescuing beauty. And naturally, the peony fell in love with her savior, leading to Luo Kun's loss in the wager. The multicolored egg thus belonged to Sun Ge. However, despite his possession of the egg, he had no idea of its purpose. He wished to hatch it, but after thousands of years, it remained unchanged, showing no signs of breaking. When he consulted Luo Kun, he too was at a loss that in the end, Luo Kun revealed that he had stolen it from the heavens, rather than it being a gift. Perhaps it is merely a stone? I speculated. After all, what kind of egg could remain unhatched for thousands of years? It might very well be a colorful stone resembling an egg. After all, earthly rainflower stones are quite beautiful. Sun Ge paused, his eyes glazing over for a moment, muttering, "That could be true. Perhaps it is not an egg, for this my wife left me. I should have realized sooner. I have been so fixated on hatching it. How unworthy." It turned out that since acquiring the egg, Sun Ge had been singularly focused on hatching it, establishing a chicken coop for the purpose. Initially, the peony was enchanted by this lifestyle, but having grown accustomed to the adoration and pleasures of the world, she soon grew weary of such a mundane existence. She repeatedly urged Sun Ge to abandon this place and forget about the egg. But he refused to listen. Consequently, his wife left in anger. Yet he remained undeterred, continuing his noble pursuit of hatching the egg, often passing the time by playing chess alone. Such persistence was admirable. I gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable, sacrificing so much for something that may not even be an egg." The old man sighed deeply, a look of regret crossing his face. "I now deeply regret my choices. Alas, it is all this egg's fault." As he spoke, he reached beneath the hen to retrieve the egg, preparing to smash it on the ground, that I quickly intervened, snatching it from him. It was still warm from the hen's body. After examining it, I noted that if it were a stone, it was exceptionally smooth. Weighing it in my hand, I remarked, "What a pity to break it. It would make a fine decoration, or perhaps I could sell it. After all, rarity adds value. If you don't want it, you could give it to me. After all, a disciple should at least pay some tuition." He nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. I shall give it to my master. But what will I do now?" His eyes were filled with confusion, having lost the focus of his life. Leaving him at a loss, that I stomped my foot in frustration, unable to contain my exasperation. "Fool! Of course, you should go find your wife. No need for that. She has already married someone else." "What?" I was taken aback. Over the centuries, it would indeed be quite unreasonable to expect a demon to remain celibate. Finding someone else to marry is entirely normal. The older demons tend to be more open-minded than in Confucius' time. Open relationships were all the rage, and he was a product of such unions that in earlier times. Relationships were even more chaotic, with infidelities being commonplace. Moreover, the demon realm lacks the stringent rules of the human world. Marriages are quite free. However, the Rose I encountered was an exception. When I brought her home, she insisted I take responsibility, that I strongly suspected this was her intention all along. "Forget it. From now on, I shall follow you, master. This way, I can play chess with you anytime." I considered the benefits of having a companion. Having someone by my side during battles was certainly preferable to being alone. Sun Ge was overjoyed, quickly returning to pack his belongings to join me. I recounted my past conflicts with Meng, and informed him that I needed to go to Chicken Crying Mountain to rescue my swift friend. Upon hearing of my misfortunes, Sun Ge was filled with righteous indignation, determined to seek vengeance on my behalf, that I could not dissuade him. Seeing his evident strength, I allowed him to go. Before departing, he summoned a cloud, declaring that it would henceforth belong to me. The cloud obediently awaited my assent. With great delight, I exclaimed, "Good disciple, I shall take my leave now. You must avenge me, and then find me a chicken crying mountain. Remember to bring Meng Hu along." He agreed, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Time was of the essence. I quickly leaped onto the cloud, racing toward Chicken Crying Mountain like a shooting star. Suddenly, I felt an itch on my chest that I reached in to scratch it, only to be pecked by something, causing me great pain that I flung open my clothing, discovering that the multicolored egg I had hidden in my chest had cracked slightly, revealing a tiny, pointed beak that I was taken aback, nearly tumbling from the cloud. What on earth was this? For safety's sake, I hastily instructed the cloud to halt, anxiously observing what might emerge from the egg. Could it be a dinosaur? As I scrutinized the little beak, it did not resemble that of a dinosaur at all. It looked quite akin to that of a chick. The shell was gradually being pecked open by the beak. And soon a fluffy, yellow head emerged now I was reassured. It was indeed a little chick that struggled to free itself from the confines of the shell, its bright eyes darting toward me. Then, it emitted an astonishing cry, "Mama!" I promptly collapsed onto the ground in disbelief. What sort of chick was this? It had just hatched and was already calling me Mama, evidently mistaking me for its mother. I quickly shook my head, attempting to clarify my gender to the chick. No, I am male. You cannot call me Mama. You should call me Papa. No, wait, I am not your father. I do not even know who your father is or who your mother is. It paid no heed to my words, continuing to call me Mama, flapping its wings and affectionately pecking at my face, causing both ticklishness and pain that a chick that could fly, and called me Mama right after hatching. Son Go, this is the treasure you have labored over for thousands of years. I held it in my hands with a bitter smile, unsure of what to do next that I set it down on the ground, intending to walk away, but to my surprise, as soon as I turned around, it flew onto my shoulder, crying out, "Mama, Mama!" I puffed out my cheeks and glared at it, shouting loudly, yet it continued to follow me, calling out for its mother while displaying an expression of profound grievance. Even shedding a few tears, that was as if I were the wicked mother intent on abandoning it. All right, I surrender. I conceded defeat to this peculiar little chick. However, you must not call me Mama. Refer to me as Father. Do you understand? I endeavored to make it comprehend my gender. Hurriedly nodded vigorously and immediately changed its address to Father. Good. Now come along, my child, to the rooster's calm mountain. It squinted its eyes into crescent shapes, joyfully nestled in my embrace, glancing around with curiosity. Observing its elation, I couldn't help but pat it gently, and an unexpected softness blossomed within me, as if this little chick were truly my offspring. I never anticipated that the day I had long awaited would arrive so swiftly, and that I would finally be called Father. Even more astonishingly, by a mere chicken that I pondered whether it was a rooster or a hen. After all, if I were to embrace the role of a chicken father, I ought to discern whether it was my son or daughter that I looked down and found it had already dozed off in my arms. Snoring softly, that I chuckled helplessly and continued on my journey, hoping that Songbupian would not find it too strange upon our arrival, since I had previously informed Songbupian of my whereabouts through a secret message. He was already waiting at the entrance upon seeing me safe and sound. His joy was palpable. "Meng Long, I was worried about you. It's wonderful that you're unscathed." He excitedly embraced me, that I quickly halted his large hands, making a shushing gesture to prevent him from waking my newly recognized child. Songbupian and the others looked at me with puzzled expressions as I cautiously retrieved the sleeping chick from my embrace. In an astonishing turn of events, the drowsy chick instantaneously transformed into a sleeping infant that I fumbled to adjust my hold, lacking prior experience with cradling a baby, and thus I felt rather clumsy. Everyone present was dumbfounded, including myself. They exchanged bewildered glances, ultimately directing their questions toward me. "Meng Long, could it be that you've accelerated the timeline? Has the child grown this much in just a few days?" I chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Don't look at me. I'm just as perplexed as you are. It was merely a chick. How did it turn into a baby?" I followed them into the mountain lodge, still cradling the slumbering child, and quickly recounted my encounters with the little white tiger, the exchange of identities, and my narrow escape from danger, including my meeting with the elderly Sun Gu and the origins of the egg. The chick and this child. They appeared astonished and curious, touching the child's head, examining its little arms and legs, even checking between its legs, and concluded decisively that it was a little boy. They proclaimed it to be a young rooster spirit. However, Song Bupian soon overturned this conclusion, citing the absence of any demonic aura on the child, declaring it did not seem like a spirit at all. Then what exactly is he? Could it be a human? Yet he undeniably transformed from a chicken that I shot Song Bupian a helpless glance. It seemed uncovering the truth would be quite a challenge. He is a bird, a colorful bird with an exceptionally long tail. We have never seen such a creature in the realm of spirits. After scrutinizing the child's true form, Song Bupian ultimately arrived at a final conclusion. The others also began to piece together the clues. And to my astonishment, their descriptions seemed to match that of a phoenix, a mythical creature from ancient lore. As Sun Gu had claimed, the egg was stolen from the heavens. Perhaps it truly was a phoenix egg. Unexpectedly, the infant stirred awake from their commotion. "Father," he reached out his arms for me to hold him, while telling Song Bupian, "Go away, go away." The words were startling, resonating throughout the surroundings that I observed Song Bupian's flabbergasted expression, suppressing my laughter at the sight. This was no ordinary child. He spoke right from birth, undoubtedly possessing exceptional intelligence. Proudly, I lifted him and declared, "From now on, this is my son. We shall name him Xiaolong." Xiaolong clapped his hands joyfully, exclaiming, "Xiaolong, Xiaolong." I cast a sly glance at the 5 individuals who appeared utterly dumbfounded, clearing my throat and saying, "Since it's the first time I'm meeting you, you ought to present a welcoming gift." During our 5-day sojourn at the Rooster-esque Call Mountain, Xiaolong received 5 remarkable gifts: a longevity lock, a red belly band, a golden bracelet, a jade ruby, and a luminous pearl. Each of these treasures was worth its weight in gold. For instance, the red belly band, despite appearing ordinary, was sturdier than steel, impervious to blades and spears. That as for the longevity lock, it would automatically emit golden light to fend off any ill-intentioned individuals approaching Xiaolong. That I was envious beyond measure, for I had never received such an abundance of treasures. This little fellow quickly became familiar with everyone, and within 5 days, he was able to walk, run, and jump, thoroughly exploring every corner of the Rooster-esque Call Mountain. Regrettably, my injuries from the rapid flight had taken a toll, and I feared it would be a long time before I fully recovered. After waiting for several days without a word from Sun Gu, I began to worry. Could I have misjudged him? Was this old fellow truly incapable of handling Meng Hu, even when he was bound? I could only send a secret message to inform him that I would be returning to Wangyuan Mountain, urging him to meet me there. To my surprise, that rascal replied that he was already at Wangyuan Mountain, engaged in a brawl. That I was taken aback. Wangyuan Mountain was my master's stronghold. Had he gone to confront my master? I hurriedly requested various medicinal pills from Huang San and set off in haste back to Wangyuan Mountain. It would be inconvenient to have Xiaolong accompany me, so I decided to leave him at the Rooster-esque Call Mountain. This little rascal had a sweet tongue, even going so far as to recognize Lin Daiyu, Yun Yang, as his godmother, fitting in quite well. Riding on the Nimbus, I swiftly made my way to the summit of Wangyuan Mountain. Once a place devoid of soldiers, it was now bustling with patrolling guards. Upon my arrival, I was immediately surrounded by several demon soldiers. That turned out that there had been an altercation earlier, injuring many, and I was mistaken for an accomplice. That I anxiously attempted to explain, but they were unwilling to listen. They clamored to bind me. That I extended my hands and said, "Bind me if you must. We'll settle the score once we reach the main hall." The leader of the group regarded me with disdain, and within moments, I was tied up like a dumpling, prepared to be taken to the main hall atop the mountain. Just then, an unidentified object came hurtling through the air, striking the demon soldier's head and eliciting a loud cry. It was merely a small stone. Soon after, a barrage of small stones rained down from the sky, resembling a hailstorm. The demon soldiers were left lamenting their misfortune, as the stones fell swiftly and accurately, making evasion a daunting task. Then a voice boomed from above, "Release my master at once. Hurry, or there will be consequences." Could it be Sun Gu? I looked up to see a peculiar cloud in the sky, from which the stones were descending. That I couldn't help but chuckle. This old man was hiding in that cloud, pelting stones at the soldiers that I quickly shouted to the sky. Sun Gu, that's enough. Stop throwing. Suddenly, a balding head poked out from the cloud. My newly acquired disciple. Recently, I had garnered quite a bit. A disciple, and now a son. It all seemed rather surreal. It was undoubtedly he who had caused the ruckus at Wangyuan Mountain. Why haven't you released my master yet? Sun Gu bellowed from the cloud. The little demons, having experienced his ferocity, dared not disobey. Promptly assisting in untying the ropes binding me, that I seized one of the demon soldiers and inquired, "Where is your leader?" "Why isn't he here to manage the situation?" The little demon trembled in fear. Yet the previously disdainful leader now approached me with utmost respect, saying, "The leader is not at Wangyuan Mountain. He is overseeing the newly recruited tiger army by the Wuli River. Earlier, our Lord Huang and that old man in the cloud had a confrontation and lost. They are preparing to send someone to report to the leader." Ah, my master is swift in action. Having already recruited Meng Hu. No wonder Sun Gu was unable to locate him and came to Wangyuan Mountain. Who else remains on the mountain? Only our guard team. Everyone else has gone to Wuli River. There is a graduation ceremony taking place there? A graduation ceremony? How could I possibly miss it? Surely, I should be graduating now. I immediately summoned the Nimbus, calling for Sun Gu to join me as we headed towards Wuli River. I could hardly contain my excitement. It had been a while since I had spoken to Song Air and the others. And what of that Rose? The last time I saw her, she was still caged. Had she transformed into human form now? Were they all attending the graduation ceremony? From a distance, I could see the flags waving along the banks of Wuli River. A sea of heads gathered. My master, as always, was perched upon his elephant, exuding an air of authority and solemnity that I guessed that beneath his calm demeanor lay joy and satisfaction, that I wondered what methods he had employed to swiftly bring Meng Hu to heel. I spotted Meng Hu being led by ropes, his hands bound, walking ahead of the elephant, with my master holding one end of the rope. What a sight, a once majestic general reduced to a mere servant for my master. Truly, to the victor belongs the spoils. Regardless of how formidable one might be once captured, there was only one fate awaiting them. At that moment, a small, youthful voice rang out. "Daddy, come save me. Hurry, come save me." Upon hearing the sound, I turned my gaze to see a small girl enclosed within a large iron cage behind the elephant. That a jolt of shock coursed through me. Was that not the little white tiger? The very cage she had used to confine birds was now imprisoning her instead. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon me. I comprehended how my master had compelled Meng Hu to surrender, that he must have, like me, grasped the weakness of Meng Hu. Alas, little white tiger, I had cautioned you before my departure, advising you not to wander recklessly. Why did you not heed my warning? Now, not only are you trapped, but you have also caused your father's distress. Meng Hu cast a backward glance, tears streaming down his cheeks. Before familial bonds, even the mightiest of men exhibit vulnerability, that he beseech my master. Lord Wang, I concede. Please uphold your promise and release my child. She is innocent. My master toyed with the key in his hand, laughing heartily, and replied, "I assure you, I shall not break my word. However, the time is not yet ripe." I was left pondering the tricks my master was up to. It suddenly struck me that Meng Hu possessed another key, one that I held. That I promptly instructed Sun Gu to remain hidden among the clouds and not to run amok before descending the mountain. I was determined to devise a way to free the little white tiger. Before I could reach my master, I found myself surrounded by a multitude of soldiers. "Master, it's me!" I shouted towards the top of the elephant. At that moment, I still bore the appearance of modern attire, having transformed into a different persona, clad in clothing that must have appeared peculiar to them, while it was plausible that others could fail to recognize me. I doubted my master's keen eyesight would falter. In an instant, surprise illuminated my master's face. He gracefully floated down from the elephant and landed before me, grasping my shoulders tightly and shaking me with excitement, exclaiming, "Ming Long, it truly is you. Why have you returned only now? Your return has certainly taken me by surprise." "Ha!" I replied with pride. "Master, I hope I have not disappointed you." He beamed, patting my shoulder and nodding vigorously. "Your progress is astonishing. After just one descent, You are no longer the same." He beckoned me to join him atop the elephant. What an unparalleled honor. I felt countless envious gazes directed toward me. It was evident that Ming, who recognized me as well, he exclaimed in astonishment, "How could it be you? You re still alive. Had I known you were his disciple, I would never have allowed you to leave unscathed." I chuckled softly and replied, "Then I thank you for that." My master, astonished, queried, "Were you the one who rescued the school and its students?" I nodded. "Indeed." However, escaping was not as simple as it sounds. I nearly failed to make it out. That was just the beginning. Upon hearing this, Meng, who scoffed and turned away, clearly filled with regret for having shown me mercy. The kindness shown to an adversary is a form of cruelty to oneself, a cardinal sin in warfare. Meng, who, a commander who cherished his soldiers, had misplaced his compassion. My master urged, "Quickly, go partake in the graduation test. Your return is most timely." It turned out the examination had yet to commence. I certainly wished to attend the graduation ceremony. The graduation test took place on the riverbank across the tumultuous Wuli River. To reach the venue, the first challenge was to traverse the surging, crashing waves of the river, which spanned 5 li without a single boat in sight. It all depended on one's own abilities. Failure to cross meant immediate disqualification. I was the last to arrive. I became the final participant to cross the river. Just before my departure, my master looked at me and cheerfully remarked, "I hope you can claim the title of this year's best graduate." With unwavering confidence, I replied, "No problem." It was not boastfulness. Given my current prowess, I doubted any of the graduates from the Monster Academy could rival me. Across the vast expanse of the river, my fellow candidates were entirely absorbed in the examination, scarcely aware of the happenings on the opposite bank. Having transformed into a human form, I remained unrecognized, and no one paid particular attention to my presence. There were a total of 50 candidates. During my absence, I was unaware of the developments. It was evident that my classmates in the elite class had significantly improved their skills, as I noted their names on the list. Including Miss Mei Mei. They had managed to uphold the reputation of the elite class, successfully crossing the river. Those lacking competence were not even considered. The participants were, at the very least, capable of transforming into human forms. Men and women donned a variety of attire. Not only did they fail to recognize me, but I too was unable to identify any of them. I wondered which rose belonged to which beauty. This test was considerably more challenging than when Song Air entered the monster realm. The first task required the demonstration of a harmonious interplay of water and fire, where one hand summoned water while the other conjured fire. Both actions occurring simultaneously, I completed the examination with ease. Such a trifling feat was hardly a challenge. The second task involved a puzzle of intellectual acuity. The patterns were not complex. Yet each was distinct, ranging from dramatic scenes to landscapes, and even promotional posters. An eclectic assortment seemed the test creators had meticulously examined human affairs, investing considerable thought into these questions. The examiner was none other than the monkey. I knew him to be a capable aide of my master, held in high regard. After passing this stage, only half of the candidates remained. The third task posed the greatest challenge, carrying a degree of danger within a specified time frame. We were to navigate a passage laden with concealed traps to foster teamwork. Candidates drew lots to form pairs, with any unpaired individuals assigned partners by the examiner if both members accomplished the task simultaneously. They would pass. Failure by one meant disqualification for both. My partner was a stunning beauty, her figure rivaling that of Shu Qi, adorned in a perfectly tailored qipao that accentuated her elegance and grace. However, her expression was rather aloof, as though everyone owed her a substantial debt. I remarked, "Number 15, do you truly intend to face such a perilous test in that attire?" Lacking knowledge of her name, I had to refer to her by her examination number. Though she was indeed beautiful, her choice of clothing would undoubtedly hinder her. One wrong move, and she might tear her outfit. Chapter 56. A small test of strength. She cast a cold glance my way, her tone unamused as she retorted, "Don't worry, just take care of yourself." I was momentarily speechless, taken aback by her words. In this era, it seemed that beauties often possess strong personalities. Throughout the afternoon, only a few pairs succeeded. I couldn't help but wonder if past graduation exams had always been this arduous. If so, Those who obtained their diplomas would indeed possess formidable skills. The sun gradually descended, yet this did not hinder our examination. Monsters do not require dinner. The banks of the Wu-Li River were illuminated by blazing torches, brighter than daylight itself. The entrance to the passage was an ordinary door, mirrored by another door for the exit, that as we stood at the entrance, she appeared somewhat anxious, casting uncertain glances at me. I gestured for her to proceed, saying, "Let us go. Together, we can succeed." The door swung open, and a powerful suction immediately drew us inside. Ah! We both screamed in unison. Upon entering, we found ourselves plummeting into an abyss, our bodies spinning uncontrollably as we descended, enveloped in darkness that I in the chaos. A smooth little hand tightly grasped mine. Soon after, a warm body pressed against me, and a panicked voice exclaimed, "No, I fear the dark. Goodness." It turned out she was a monster terrified of the dark. Just moments ago, she had been so insistent that I look after myself without concern for her. Oh, the irony of a strong-willed beauty. Eventually, we landed with a thud, my backside colliding with something hard that I surmised it must be the ground. Yet my body was pinned beneath hers. I realized it was candidate number 53 that I had become her cushion. I summoned a flicker of flame at my fingertips, illuminating our surroundings. "Beauty, I believe it's time for you to rise from my back." Number 15 quickly got to her feet, but just as she did, a shadow loomed overhead, forcing me to leap up and pull her aside to evade the oncoming threat. That we both emerged from the encounter covered in dust, looking quite disheveled. That I reignited the flame. But upon seeing the creature that had approached us, goodness, it was a massive cauldron. If one were to cook with it, an enormous iron spatula would be required. Looking ahead, a dark tunnel lay before us, devoid of any visible exit. The walls were stone, and as I illuminated the area with fire, I advanced cautiously, wary of the traps that might lie in wait. Beauty number 15 followed closely behind, her bravado from earlier replaced with caution as she stayed glued to my side. "Watch your step," a female voice screamed, but it was too late. That my right foot had stepped onto a rope, and with a thunderous crash, the ground beneath us collapsed once more. That we found ourselves in free fall again, this time landing in a snake pit. Hundreds of poisonous snakes hissed and flicked their tongues at us in a show of defiance. The space above us had been sealed off. What should we do? Number 15 looked at me with wide eyes, confirming my suspicion that she was not a snake monster, but if she were, there would be no reason for her to feel helpless against her own kind. I pointed to the fire in my hand. Using fire as a weapon was the best course of action. Only by eliminating the threat of the snakes could we devise a plan to return to the surface. Upon seeing my intent, Number 15 also conjured flames, momentarily keeping the snakes at bay, for they still feared fire. That I drew a circle of fire around us and ignited numerous sparks among the serpents, driving them to scatter in all directions. Number 15 even resorted to using hidden weapons, the nature of which I was unaware, but before long, she had dispatched several venomous snakes. The flames consumed the remains, filling the air with the acrid smell of charred flesh. The thick smoke stung our eyes and noses, forcing us to utilize our internal breathing techniques to survive. After a cacophony of thunderous crashes, the serpents finally retreated, and before us lay a newly revealed passage. This time, Number 15 ventured ahead of me, but after just a few steps, she exclaimed, "Oh no," and spun around, pulling me back in haste. I turned to see, to my horror, a dark swarm of bees charging towards us. That I in a moment of desperation, I quickly pressed her down and activated a shrinking spell, reducing us to the size of mice. The clumsy bees zipped past us in a frenzy. That I wiped the cold sweat from my brow, realizing how perilously close we had come to disaster. It was impossible to tell how much time had elapsed, and whether we had exceeded our limit. Without delay, I grasped her hand and urged her to run forward. We could not afford a moment's hesitation lest we risk failure. The next stretch of the passage was exceedingly narrow, barely allowing one person to pass. After a short while without incident, I felt a surge of joy, thinking we were nearing the end. Little did I know, the walls on either side suddenly began to constrict, forcing me to brace myself with both hands. "Hurry, hurry," I shouted to Number 15, who hesitated for a moment before dashing ahead. That I cursed inwardly, feeling her lack of gratitude. Not even a simple thank you was offered as I was on the verge of being crushed. However, it became clear that her escape was futile without me, and indeed, she soon turned back to be why this time I was nearly at my limit. She found a wooden stick and wedged it between the stone walls, attempting to expand it into a sturdy stump. Yet, mere seconds later, the makeshift support crumbled to dust. Nevertheless, those fleeting moments had granted me enough time to escape. Time was not on our side, and we rushed forth with urgency. I could almost see the door ahead. Victory felt tantalizingly close. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that danger escalated. A barrage of arrows rained down upon us from all directions, leaving us with no means of escape. The ground beneath our feet was solid stone, offering no refuge, and my only option was to use a time-space shifting technique that I was momentarily paralyzed, watching as the arrows hurtled towards us. Suddenly, number 15, her face smudged and resembling a calico cat, emanated a faint glow. In an instant, thousands of roses blossomed around us, forming a dense floral sphere that enveloped us completely, leaving no gaps for the arrows to penetrate. The once delicate petals transformed into an impenetrable barrier, repelling the onslaught of projectiles. The floral sphere began to roll us forward gradually, but soon it came to a halt, and the rose wall began to shatter. In that moment, a hint of satisfaction graced number 15's serious visage, and as petals rained down like confetti, she slowly collapsed to the ground. In that instant, I instinctively positioned myself to cushion her fall. Number 15. What has happened to you? I cried, noticing her pale complexion and tightly shut eyes. My urgent inquiries fell on deaf ears as she remained unresponsive, her brow unfurrowed. Panic surged within me, and I shook her vigorously while shouting, "Wake up!" Yet, she lay still, as lifeless as a statue, devoid of any vitality. As I lifted her, I realized we had already reached the exit, surrounded by silent onlookers who bore witness to our plight. "Congratulations, you have successfully passed the examination." Eisen approached, offering his congratulations. "What good is passing if she is already dead?" I shot him a cold glare, my heart brimming with unexpressed fury. This examination was utterly merciless. What of the candidates who had not emerged? Were they, like number 15, forced to sacrifice their lives without a satisfactory outcome? It suddenly dawned upon me. Those petals, they were rose petals. She was Mei Mei. She must be the rose spirit. She had given her life to ensure my success. For we had both passed, albeit at the cost of her life. Chapter 57. The rose spirit Mei Mei. Eisen smiled faintly and said, "She will not perish. Spirits do not succumb so easily. She has merely exhausted her powers and fainted." I leaned in to check her breath. Indeed, she still breathed. Frantically, I retrieved a healing pill and administered it to her. In my panic, I had almost forgotten the treasures I possessed that could save her. At that moment, two burly men pushed through the crowd, calling out, "Junior sister, Mei Mei, are you all right?" I recognized them as my classmates, yet could not tell one from the other. Just as I was about to speak, the taller of the two erupted in fury, launching a punch towards my chest while cursing. "You scoundrel! Forcing a woman to sacrifice for you. Are you even a man?" Caught off guard, I stumbled back, nearly losing my footing. This man was remarkably strong that I wanted to explain, but before I could utter a word, a flurry of punches descended upon me that I had no choice but to defend myself. As the other brute joined in, targeting me as their sole opponent. Swiftly, I transformed into a paper-thin form, slipping between them and delivering a kick to each. How infuriating it was, unreasonable and unwilling to listen. They simply attacked. It was time they learned a lesson. At that moment, number 15 stirred awake, weakly urging us to cease our fighting. I dashed to her side, muttering, "I had no intention of fighting. They attacked without reason." She leaned against me, her captivating smile disarming my frustration. "Elder brother, do not hold it against them. They do not recognize you." Stunned, I stood speechless. This girl was indeed Mei Mei. How could she possibly recognize me? Seeing my astonishment, she explained, "Do not forget that we are from the same school. Do not forget that you once burned me with fire. I remember your method of igniting flames clearly. I recognized you back then. That time, we were both ensnared by the fragrant trap set by Meng Hu, and I vaguely saw someone who appeared to be our savior. "It looked just like you. Was that truly you?" I nodded. Feeling a swell of pride, it was undeniably delightful to admit to a beautiful woman that I had rescued her. Moreover, this enchanting lady was to be my fiancée, yet I realized with relief that my earlier worries were unfounded. May had blossomed into such splendor as a human that I found it impossible not to marvel. Yet her current attire, a tattered cheapao, left much to be desired, revealing her porcelain skin. What a predicament! I could not allow her to be exposed. Without delay, I transformed her ragged clothing into a stylish t-shirt and jeans. Grinning mischievously as I whispered in her ear, "My wife must not be exposed." This made her blush profusely. The two young men finally recognized my identity, their expressions mirroring the incredulousness I had felt when May first called me elder brother. All participants in the graduation test received identification badges, symbolizing their legitimate status as spirits. A golden medallion was awarded. As usual, due to the absence of the Demon King, Minister Wong presented the awards. This time, however, the number of graduates was pitifully low, only 6 in total. All 5 top students were included, along with a boy from the third-year second class. It was only when I was collecting my graduation certificate that I learned who my classmate Wang was. He regarded me with a distinctly unfriendly gaze, reminiscent of past encounters. However, now there was a tinge of jealousy in his eyes, which I knew stemmed from his infatuation with May. Clearly, the Rose Spirit was the object of affection for these 3 men, but unfortunately for them, I had already established my claim that I suddenly recalled my promise to fulfill my vow once I became human. And the same applied to Song Air. I had pledged to marry her upon my transformation. That as dawn broke, we had finally completed the intricate procedures, becoming true spirits. However, all graduates would be enlisted into a new army established by our master. Due to the exceptional difficulty of this examination, all 6 of us would be appointed directly to positions rather than starting as mere foot soldiers. The appointments would take place in the afternoon, and many people were already gathering to congratulate us. Amidst the crowd, I spotted Song Air, who first offered her congratulations to May, expressing curiosity about her attire. "May, how did you acquire this new outfit? It looks so peculiar." May gestured towards me, saying, "He gave it to me." Upon turning, Song Air was taken aback. "Ah, you are the hero who saved us." She had yet to recognize my true identity, that I chuckled inwardly, signaling to May not to reveal my secret. "Yes, that's me, Miss Song Air. It seems you've gained a bit of weight since we last met." I feigned a serious appraisal. Women dread being told they have put on weight, and my words instantly prompted her to scrutinize herself. Her face scrunched up as she sniffed uncertainly. "Have I really gained weight?" She then turned to May for confirmation. May was already in stitches, unable to contain her laughter. "What should I do? I wonder if the little darling feels the same way, that I haven't seen him in ages. Last time I heard his voice, he said he was back, but when I returned, no one was there. That scoundrel, he tricked me. But how is he? Where is he?" Song Air flitted between concerns for her appearance and my well-being, wearing a troubled expression. Suddenly, she seemed to have an epiphany, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Hey, how did you know my name is Song Air? Did you already know my name when you were at Donglai Mountain? Who exactly are you?" I burst into laughter, transforming into a tiny mouse and leaping onto her shoulder, declaring, "I am your husband." She was taken aback, a mix of surprise and joy flooding her features as she hurriedly pulled me down, pressing me against her cheek. "You rascal," sob. "You just tricked me. After such a long absence. I was so worried about you." In no time, her tears dampened my fur, and a wave of guilt washed over me as I extended my tongue to taste her salty tears, softly whispering, "Do not weep. Look at all these onlookers. Have I not returned?" Not only had I returned, but I had also graduated. It took an entire year, yet 36 years had elapsed in the mortal realm. 36 years. What a toll they could take on a person. I eagerly anticipated the day I would return to the human world. For any creature possessing an identity card could apply for a visit to the human realm that I had assumed my master would assign me a prestigious position. Yet by the end of my tenure, I saw no sign of my official rank. Wang, Qing Shi, and the boys from Class 2 had each become the vanguards of the red, yellow, blue, and green armies, while May, being a woman, was relegated to logistical support. Though demons do not require provisions in battle, Injuries still necessitate treatment, and the logistics team was composed entirely of female demons. Just as I was feeling dejected, a voice suddenly pierced my thoughts. Master, what is so commendable about this position? It would be better not to have it at all. Once appointed, one must serve that old man Wang. It was Sun Gu, who, unable to endure the monotony, had transformed into a bee and alighted upon my shoulder. I pondered, could I truly refuse to accept this position? If he wished for me to take it, how could I dare decline? The new army's marshal was initially a senior from our 15th cohort, but due to severe injuries sustained in battle against the Tiger Army, he had temporarily withdrawn to recuperate. Chapter 58. The Return of Rose Mei Mei. Part 2. This position had thus become vacant, and no final decision had been made regarding a replacement. That I could not help but think, could it be that my master intended to offer me this opportunity? However, in the end, my master said nothing to me. The new army was stationed at Woolly River, and with the addition of Meng Hu's Tiger Army, the task of assimilation and organization was urgent. Consequently, my master was quite busy. Although Mei Mei was required to accompany the army, she could not return to Wangyuan Mountain with me. Yet in order to fulfill our betrothal, I resolved to take her back for our wedding. Thus, I decided to request a leave of absence from my master. That night, under a moonless sky with a brisk wind, the military camp at Woolly River was quiet, save for the patrolling guards. After much contemplation, I and Mei Mei approached my master's tent. That a formidable barrier barred our entry, that I realized my master must have pressing matters to attend to. Otherwise, he would not have erected such a barrier. 2 demon soldiers were fast asleep at the entrance, and I could not help but shake my head. How could we wage war with such discipline? If we were to confront Meng Hu head-on, the outcome would surely be disastrous. I shouted from the entrance, Master, Meng Long wishes to see you. After a moment, the door opened, and I led Mei Mei inside. To my astonishment, my master had changed his usual attire. Donning a long pink robe, his long hair cascading down to reveal an aged face. The sight was utterly bizarre. I was taken aback, wondering why my master had such a peculiar penchant for feminine garments. Even more astonishing was the presence of another individual in the room. Meng Hu had been unbound and stood there in a daze, seemingly oblivious to our presence, his expression vacant. Both Mei Mei and I were so astonished that we momentarily forgot our purpose. Speak. What is it you desire? My master offered no further explanation, keeping his back to us. Whether it was the size of the robe or something else, his posture appeared somewhat frail that I hastily conveyed my intentions. I wished to marry Mei Mei and sought his approval. I had initially considered asking whether I would be exempt from joining the new army, but upon reflection, I realized that it was perhaps better not to join, just as Sun Gu had remarked. Once involved, one must adhere to their directives. That in truth, I suspected that even if I refrained from joining, I would still be obliged to follow his orders. Resistance was a notion beyond my capabilities. I simply lacked the strength. After a brief moment of contemplation, my master acquiesced to my request, and even offered his congratulations. That a smile broke across my face as I replied, I forgot to mention, I shall not marry just one. I intend to wed 2. His expression shifted to one of surprise, which quickly turned to irritation as he retorted, How is it that you, having just become human, already aspire to emulate a man with multiple wives? I was left speechless, astonished to encounter a demon who upheld monogamy, and he was none other than my master. It seemed he was a creature of unwavering loyalty to his spouse. This is indeed a lengthy tale. But rest assured, master, should I marry, I shall take full responsibility. I noticed that throughout my speech, Meng Hu remained impassive, as if in a deep slumber, his eyes wide open yet devoid of life. How peculiar. Had he fallen under some spell? Very well. Master shall not hinder you. However, upon your nuptials, you must promptly return to me. I have important tasks to entrust to you. This is also why I have refrained from assigning you a position. You must understand your significance in my eyes. I shall not treat you unfairly. His previously irate countenance transformed into one of kindness. In an instant, he extended his hand, producing a rope. I realized it was the very rope that had bound Meng Hu, a seemingly impenetrable cord. This rope is a gift from your master. You must take good care of it. Instructions for its use can be found within the Great Collection. Be warned, however, that once you bind an enemy, one end must be held in your hand. Otherwise, should the enemy touch the ground, they can escape underground. He referred to Ming, who, chuckling softly, experience is the best teacher. And I would certainly learn my lesson. With this rope in hand, would I not be empowered? My spirits lifted, and taking advantage of my master's good humor, I cautiously inquired about the fate of Xiao Bai Hu and Meng Hu. He smiled mysteriously and replied, I have my own plans. But Xiao Bai Hu is still so young and innocent that I hope Master will not bring her harm. After all, it was because of her that I was able to rescue numerous teachers and students from the school. Moreover, it was she who exposed Meng Hu's vulnerability, rendering her contributions invaluable. Mei Mei echoed my sentiments. Having witnessed my efforts during that exchange, that MY Master pondered for a moment before finally conceding to my request. The news of my impending marriage spread rapidly, and by the next morning, visitors arrived to offer their congratulations. Just as I, Song Heir, Mei Mei, and my apprentice prepared to depart for Wangyuan Mountain, according to regulations. Graduates were not permitted to remain in their previous dormitories. However, as I had yet to secure new accommodations, my master graciously allowed me to stay in my old quarters until I could find a new home. Sun Ge was overjoyed at the prospect of attending my wedding, thrilled at the prospect of having two beautiful teachers-in-law. He was even more excited than I was. Just as we were about to leave, Wang, along with Ha Dong the toad and Yu Qing the green snake, came charging toward us, their faces flushed with anger. The new army had been established solely by my master, and each soldier and officer donned uniforms. Unlike Meng Hu's tiger army, where only the general wore military attire. Thus Wang and his comrades, clad in shiny new armor, surrounded by a throng of soldiers, cut quite a formidable figure. Their intentions were clear. I knew they had come from Mei Mei. Wang brandished a large blade, shouting, I have never believed you to be superior to me. Only heroes deserve beautiful women. If you have the guts, let us duel. If you lose, you shall not take her away. A chorus of agreement followed. I glanced at Mei Mei and Song Heir, both of whom nodded in approval of my taking on this challenge. However, Sun Ge disagreed, asserting that a wedding should not be marred by conflict. Furthermore, such a fight would disrupt the auspicious timing of the ceremony, which was not worth it. He proposed, Master, why not let the two teachers-in-law proceed while I resolve this matter? I considered this and found it agreeable. Urging him to avoid harming them, that I then summoned my cloud, Jin Do Yun, carrying my soon-to-be bride toward Wangyuan Mountain. Wang, head held high and foot stamping in frustration, watched us depart, that I knew he could not match the speed of Jin Do Yun, even if he tried to pursue. He would be unable to catch up. That I chuckled to myself, pondering what method Sun Ge would employ to deal with them. It would surely be entertaining. Yes, I recounted the strange encounters I had experienced after leaving Wangyuan Mountain to Song Heir and the others. I refrained from mentioning my visit to the brothel. They listened in astonishment. Oh dear, it seems your abilities now surpass mine. You can even summon Jin Do Yun. From now on, you must protect me. Song Heir exclaimed. Filled with sentiment, I recalled the time when my master had been absent from Wangyuan Mountain, and Meng Hu had launched a surprise attack, catching everyone off guard and resulting in our capture. Since then, security at Wangyuan Mountain had been significantly tightened. That I wrapped my arm around Song Heir's waist and laughed. It was Sun Ge who called upon Jin Do Yun. His prowess is indeed unfathomable. With this apprentice at my side, I felt no fear of being outmatched in battle. This old rascal was the finest gift heaven had bestowed upon me, that I wondered who was more formidable, him or my master. I had never been one for ostentation. So I planned to keep the wedding low-key, inviting 5 masters from Jiming Mountain to serve as witnesses, ensuring that it would not attract excessive attention. Moreover, with my master's golden seal, the guards on the mountain would not dare to provoke me. The journey was smooth, and I finally returned to my long-absent abode. Though the house was modest, it comfortably accommodated a table of guests. Before long, the guests from Jiming Mountain arrived. That MY little son had grown quite tall. Upon seeing me, he dashed into my arms, seeking affection. That he was indeed fortunate to be able to attend his father's wedding. Chapter 59. In the veil of fate, I was uncertain how weddings were conducted in the demon realm. So I had to rely on their assistance. The brides would gather in Mei Mei's dormitory, and I would go to fetch them. The customs were ancient, but I insisted on wearing a suit and insisted that Mei Mei and the others wear wedding dresses. Since they had never seen such attire, I personally designed and crafted the garments that MY son, eager to participate, insisted on being the flower boy. I entrusted the finished wedding dresses to Yun Yang, who was acting as both the bridesmaid and the wedding officiant for Mei Mei and Song Air. She carefully cradled the dresses and said, "Congratulations, Ming Long. Yun Yang has prepared this wedding robe for you, though it seems you will not need it." "What?" I awkwardly rubbed my hands together and replied, "No matter. I shall accept any gift. The quality of the red robe is quite commendable. It must be crafted from superior silk." "Thank you, Yun Yang. I shall save it for my next occasion." Next occasion? Am I to marry again? The moment the thought escaped my lips, I found myself momentarily stunned. Yun Yang stifled a laugh, her ethereal beauty today reminiscent of a daffodil that I couldn't help but once again suspect that she might be a fox spirit. Before departing, she cast a lingering glance at me, filled with myriad emotions that I, not being a fool, understood that her heart was heavy with unspeakable feelings. Alas, I have incurred yet another emotional debt. Just as I was about to step out to welcome my bride, Sun Gu arrived, that it was inevitable that we would clash with the guards on the mountain, that I mentioned he was my disciple, to their disbelief. Even Song Bupian was taken aback, stating that Sun Ji's prowess far surpassed his. Being a venerable elder of the demon realm, typically, individuals of his caliber retreat into the mountains, yet I had unexpectedly accepted such a disciple that I chuckled. Is that not a good thing? After all, do you not serve as his master? Observing their expressions turned to one of reverence. I secretly found it amusing. Soon they would discover he was a quintessential old rascal. Without further delay, I hastened to gather my entourage to proceed with the wedding. The two brides had long awaited our arrival. Initially, according to their wishes, the brides were to be veiled until we entered the bridal chamber, but I could hardly contain my impatience and lifted the veil at the doorstep, provoking a chorus of reproaches. Under their vehement insistence, I reluctantly replaced the veil. Both brides were dressed to rival the beauty of Shishir and outshine Diaochan's Song Air, epitomized purity and beauty, while Mei Mei exuded a mature and alluring charm that stirred my heart. Tonight I intended to indulge thoroughly, haha. Xiaolong held the wedding dresses of the two brides with a serious expression. I had dressed him in a little suit complete with a bow tie, making him both dapper and adorable. Alas, I had not found a little girl to pair with him, that I should have brought Xiao Baihu along. I wondered if Master had released her yet. Upon my return from fetching the bride, I was greeted by a motley crowd of various demons. They resembled grotesque beings, assembled from diverse anatomical parts of humans, animals, and plants that I was accustomed to such sights. For they were indeed demons, albeit not yet fully transformed into human forms. Those were students from the demon school, and among them were humanoid demons, presumably the teachers. The entrance and the entire mountainside were adorned with an array of vibrant flowers. As my clouds descended, a red carpet unfurled beneath my feet, leading directly to my door. Firecrackers ignited instantaneously, and with each step we took, countless petals rained down from above. Our party was left speechless in astonishment. We had not anticipated such thoughtfulness from the teachers and students. The leading teacher, Ganbu, snapped his fingers and a thunderous cheer echoed through the mountains. "Congratulations on your joyous occasion. May you soon bear noble offspring." The spectacle was truly awe-inspiring. Perhaps it was due to my past rescue of them that they held me in such high esteem and gratitude, thus orchestrating this delightful surprise. The decorations in the bridal chamber had undergone a complete transformation. Crimson lanterns at the entrance heralded celebration, while green vines adorned the walls, interspersed with vivid blossoms. A landscape screen divided my room in two, and they had even suspended the luminous pearls from Master S' palace above my head. The auspicious time has arrived. Let the ceremony commence. Song Bupian, as the wedding officiant, had rehearsed his lines countless times, and being his first time as MC, he was understandably nervous. Adorned with a large red flower, I took the hands of both brides and began the ceremonial bowing to heaven and earth. At this juncture, a conundrum arose. Song Bupian suddenly whispered to me, which bride is to be the principal and which the secondary? I must first bow to the senior wife, and then to the junior one. I had not considered this dilemma. In my mind, there was no distinction between wives and concubines. However, according to the order of arrival, I should bow to Song Air first, once we entered the bridal chamber. I could finally lift the veil. The entrance was crowded with onlookers eager to glimpse the bride, and Yun Yang handed me a scale. I gently lifted it, revealing two exquisite, bashful faces to the throng. Wow! An exclamation of awe erupted. My joy and pride were beyond words. As night fell, the revelry outside was only just beginning. Tables laden with fresh fruits and fine spirits appeared from nowhere, and the demons treated my wedding as a festival, indulging in feasting and merriment until dawn. Eventually, even the mountain guards joined the festivities that I had intended to keep a low profile, but the wedding had turned into such a lively affair that why not so young disciple relished this atmosphere. Practically going wild, one hand clutching a wine jug while the other engaged in playful challenges, with the winner allowed to spank the loser. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. My capacity for alcohol, usually commendable, could not withstand the relentless toasting from so many guests that I was beginning to feel light-headed. In the hazy moonlight, I caught a glimpse of a sorrowful face. It was Yun Yang. She approached me, delicately holding a wine cup. "Meng Long, congratulations on your marriage." She clinked her cup against mine, her cherry lips parting as she downed the contents in one go. Whether it was my vision blurring or the effects of intoxication, I noticed a trace of tears on her cheeks. Yun Yang bids farewell. She wiped her eyes, bowed slightly, and prepared to leave. My heart twisted in turmoil, and unable to restrain myself, I grasped her sleeve. But it ultimately slipped from my grasp. I watched her fragile silhouette gradually retreat from my sight, bearing the weight of heartache, vanishing into the misty night among the mountains. Xiao Long appeared at my side, tugging at my leg. "Daddy, Gan Yang is crying. You must go bring her back." I patted his head and replied, "Daddy cannot leave right now. Can Xiao Long help persuade Gan Yang? Tell her that Daddy will come to visit her in the future." "All right." He blinked his large eyes and nodded. "Okay." With that, he soared into the air, transforming into a small phoenix, chasing after the direction in which Yun Yang had disappeared. I stood in stunned silence for a moment. It turned out he truly was a phoenix. Night had deepened, and outside, a multitude of inebriated beings lay sprawled in disarray. They could be described as various animals and plants. With their limited powers, intoxication revealed their true forms. A few were still engaged in drinking games, competing to see who could endure the longest. I collapsed at my doorstep, feeling my limbs grow weak. Goodness, how could I possibly enjoy my wedding night in this state? I stumbled to my feet, contemplating that the pills from Huang San might come in handy at this moment. I quickly retrieved a sobering pill and used my energy to expel the alcohol from my system. In the span of a single incense stick, I felt rejuvenated and clear-headed. That moment, Huang San emerged from an obscure corner, drunkenly handing me something. "Tonight, you have two to handle, so you must be fully prepared." Chapter 60, Midnight Fright. I understood his implication, took it, and swallowed it in one gulp. He was indeed more experienced and thoughtful. "Little darling, have they all departed?" Just as I was about to enter, Song Air emerged with a cloak to drape over me. I grinned mischievously, swept her up in my arms, and pecked her on the cheek, saying, "They've all passed out, but that doesn't affect our bridal chamber." Ha! For safety's sake, I set up a barrier outside. Naturally, those with greater power could breach it, but I was confident that aside from Sun Gu, no one else could. My original small bed had been replaced with an enormous one, within the pink gauze canopy. One enchanting figure was already asleep in her clothes, while the other awaited my approach like a blooming bud. The soft glow of the luminous pearl illuminated the two beauties, and Song Air's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as my hand ventured beneath her garment. "Wife, I must now inform you that being married entails certain responsibilities." My next words were replaced by actions. Mei Mei was soon awakened by our movements, her face turning crimson. I leaned over and kissed her passionately, laughing. "Don't worry, your turn will come soon." Having seen Song Air's naked form numerous times before, I had harbored countless fantasies, and now that day had finally arrived. I couldn't tell if it was excitement or the effects of the invigorating pill. But I felt an overwhelming surge of fervor, only realizing my roughness when Song Air gasped in pain. I suddenly recognized that my actions were indeed too forceful for a girl experiencing such intimacy for the first time. Filled with remorse, I gently kissed her soft lips, her delicate earlobe, and her graceful neck until her gaze became dazed, and soft moans began to escape her lips. Little darling, I feel uncomfortable. That single utterance acted as an aphrodisiac, igniting the desires I had been suppressing, erupting like a volcano. Song Air collapsed onto the bed, her infant-like skin radiating a pink glow, trembling all over. Suddenly, she turned her head and sighed, "Little darling, why is that thing of yours so magical? One moment it causes me pain, the next it feels delightful." I was taken aback. This was going to be complicated to explain, I chuckled. "It has another function, you see. It can create little babies." May. Likely more knowledgeable than Song Air, was already in fits of laughter at the side. Song Air was utterly exhausted, yet I remained undeterred, still brimming with vigor, ready to continue as if I could cross the Yalu River for another round. The heat was unbearable, that I couldn't help but curse that invigorating pill. Its effects were far too potent, surpassing even that of Viagra. Thus, I redirected my focus towards my second wife, hoping to find release in her embrace. Mimi's figure is slightly more voluptuous than Song is, embodying the essence of a seductive maiden. Her cheeks, as crimson as ripe persimmons, radiate a captivating glow, while her half-squinted phoenix eyes gaze at me with a blend of yearning and bashfulness. A wave of emotion washes over me, prompting me to shift my focus. Pressing my lips against her face, entangled with her delicate cherry blossom lips and her lilac tongue, that I take heed of my previous lessons. Proceeding gently and gradually. This sensation is truly wondrous and magical, akin to floating upon the sea during the perfect sunshine, with the gentle waves lapping leisurely and the sea breeze caressing softly. Carrying a hint of refreshing coolness, it is reminiscent of lying upon the clouds, enveloped by their soft, bouncy embrace, allowing one to drift endlessly, oblivious to day or night, that I find myself intoxicated by this tender fragrance. Unable to extricate myself, that we gradually ascend to the pinnacle of our union, this moment. The waves are no longer the initial gentle ripples, but rather towering tsunamis, wild and unrestrained. Yet, I stand as the master of the tide at that apex, reveling in the crests, yearning to soar into the skies. Like a lustful bull that emits a primal, resonant roar, I find that my anticipated release does not materialize, that I am still unable to liberate myself. While Mimi has already succumbed to slumber. How could this be? A sense of astonishment and concern envelopes me. Will I not be driven to madness? The heat within me has not diminished. Rather, it intensifies, that I attribute all my woes to that treacherous aphrodisiac. Had I known, I would have abstained. Perhaps I could have managed without it, yet consuming it has ignited a fervor within me that I cannot quell. While the two brides, inexperienced in these matters, should not be subjected to my turmoil, that I, in my desperation, I rise and venture outside in search of Huang San, hoping he might devise a remedy to temper my ardor. Yet this scoundrel is nowhere to be found. How can he vanish at such a critical moment? I am as frantic as an ant on a hot stove, cursing Huang San for his disappearance. I call out in hushed tones, yet there is no response. The surging tide of desire within me threatens to drive me to madness, that I can only dash towards the mountain stream, hoping the cold water will provide some relief from my torment. I vow that once I overcome this ordeal, I shall hold Huang San accountable. Otherwise, I shall no longer be Dream Dragon, but Dream Worm, that I ask this not a jest with my very life. My internal energies are in disarray, a torrent of heat colliding within me, seeking an escape, yet I cannot find the means, that I am utterly incapable of channeling my energy, unable even to employ the slightest techniques of movement. It is truly a matter of life and death. In the dead of night, I stumble through the forest, a woefully disheveled dream dragon. Yet at this moment, I care not for my appearance. Instead, I feel my mind clouded by heat. On the verge of collapse, that I in a haze, I collapse, feeling the earth akin to a scorching iron plate, with myself as a piece of meat sizzling upon it, that I writhe in agony, howling, having completely lost the ability to think. My consciousness slipping into obscurity, that I am unsure how much time has passed when I dream of a soft body enveloping me. Yet I cannot open my eyes, unaware of her identity, that a refreshing chill gradually spreads through my body. As if I have encountered an iceberg amidst a sea of flames, greedily relishing the comfort this coolness brings, that I am in a state between dreams and wakefulness, my body suddenly relaxes, and I fall into a deep sleep. Despite my repeated desire to awaken and see her face, this slumber envelopes me entirely, and I do not awaken until noon the following day. The sunlight in the jungle is not bright, leading me to believe that daytime has yet to arrive, that I find myself lying beneath a large tree, my upper body bare, having left without clothing, and my lower half scantily clad in tattered shorts resembling a primitive skirt. The only garment shielding my modesty is a woman's outerwear, that I lift that piece of clothing, and a subtle fragrance wafts towards me. This scent is oddly familiar, yet my mind remains muddled, and I cannot ascertain to whom it belongs. It appears that the dream was indeed real. I did not merely indulge in a fleeting fantasy, that I strained to recall the fragments of my dream, pondering what manner of woman would so selflessly sacrifice her purity to save me, only to depart quietly, without a word, that I stand beneath that tree, lost in thought, until several individuals, as if discovering a new continent, call out my name and rush towards me with great haste. It is Songer and her companions. "Little darling, how did you end up here? What happened? Where are your clothes?" she exclaims, her eyes wide with concern as she gazes at my bewildered expression, that I finally regain my senses. The realization of my predicament flushing my face with embarrassment, and I hurriedly tie the clothing around my waist. It matters not if my wife witnesses me. What is crucial is that others are present.